Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. And this is it. We have made it to the end game. It's the grand finals. My name is Angad the Experiment Chehal, and joining me is a gem of a person, but we know him for his mischief. It is Floki. Now, Floki, before we get to anything, we had a look at that beautiful trophy. And of course, you know, there is something added amongst all that money because it's all for the pride and for the glory that the team is going to have bestowed upon them, the team that walks away with that trophy.
Absolutely, and the winner is not only going to walk away with that trophy, but also 50 lakh rupees. Of course, we're going to go into the prize pool a little bit later, but I've got a lot of stuff on the line over here, and I'm quite sure that a lot of these top-tier teams, they're going to have a mark on their back.
Oh, they are going to have a mark, but the thing is, you know, what defines top tier, right? Because looks like everyone is a top tier, and speaking of top tier, well, we have a very special message from you, from Meenu Lee, the head of Battlegrounds Mobile India. Let's all have a listen together.
Hey everyone, we are finally here at the grand finals of iQOO Battleground Mobile India Series 2021. The journey thus far has been nothing short of spectacular. The synthesis of incredible dedication and skill shown by the country's finest esports athletes has been absolutely out of this world. We are truly humbled and blown away by the love and support shown by you, our beloved BGMI community. We are witnessing history in the making here, all thanks to you. To all the finalists, you have my admiration and congratulations. You have shown the world the best of competitive talent our country has to offer. You have shown us what ambition and tenacity can do in the face of adversity. You are already champions by your own right. All the very best for the finals.
Wow. Couldn't have said it better myself. Of course, you know, we are going to be witnessing history in the making. We are going to witness greatness. And, well, like Meenu Lee said, we already are champions for making it to this stage. And you know what? I definitely agree with that statement.
Absolutely. I mean, so many of these teams have made it from the online qualifiers, but I do think there's something else in store.
Now, of course, from the makers of all this that made it happen, we have another message from you from Nipun Maurya, the CEO of iQOO India. And again, let's have a look at what pearls of wisdom we're going to hear over here.
We at iQOO India are super excited to be a part of the BGIS tournament. While we are super excited, we are also super proud that the iQOO 7 Legend is the official smartphone of this tournament. We at iQOO India believe in delivering the highest performance when it comes to smartphones. And not just highest performance, for people like you, for the esports champions, we also encourage talent and nurture them for the future. So all the best to all you champions. Go out there, unleash your monster and win the chicken dinner. Let's see who will be the MVP of the match.
Well, we have a lot of people in line for the MVP, but again, thank you for those pearls of wisdom. And, you know, like the fact we have been saying this from time and time out, India is a country of untapped potential.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we have so many diamonds in the rough, and thank you to iQOO and Battlegrounds Mobile India for giving this platform, for giving this pedestal for them to come and bask in the spotlight and, well, make it or break it. Once again, thank you to the distinguished gentlemen who did appear on our screens, and hopefully all the teams watching take a few pearls of wisdom away with them.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, he couldn't have said it any better, right? At the end of the day, a lot of underdog teams where you have made it to the grand finals. And the untapped potential that you speak of, well, we're about to unearth it right here in the grand finals, as I believe there are lots of teams out there who are going to have a lot more fans once this whole thing is over. But speaking of the underdogs, I do have a couple of teams in mind to look out for. Tactical Esports, they spring to my mind.
They do indeed, and I do believe they did get 3 chicken dinners in the run-up to the finals. I'm, of course, talking about the semi-finals. And, you know, once again, as Meenu Lee did say, all of you are champions for having it made it to the grand finals. And, well, you are the best 16 this country has to offer right now. But, of course, before we get in the nitty-gritty of the show, I know everybody does want to, you know, basically get on with the action. But, you know, like I said, none of this would have been possible without, well,
Oh,
these
yeah.
bad boys in our hands. I'm of course talking about the iQOO 9 series. I have the iQOO 9 Pro, and this guy has the iQOO 9, but it does have that matte black finish, and of course that is just Also, Floki, let's just remind all our viewers that if you want to stand a chance to win this monster inside, all you have to do is search iQOO 9 on the internet, go to the website and click on the notify me button, and who knows, you might just walk away with a brand new beast for yourselves.
Absolutely. I mean, we are holding these bad boys in our hand right now, but you could also have that same opportunity if you sign up and if you click on that notify me button. And once again, well, there is a monster inside over here, so if you need a phone that can run BGMI and do lots of other things at once, the iQOO Series 9 might just be the perfect fit for you.
And of course, we always yap about this, and if you don't take our word for it, well, we have you covered over there as well, because let's have a listen from the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. Well, there you have it. We told you, if you don't believe what we are saying, these bad boys, they have everything that you need, starting from, of course, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1. Then we do have that 120 watt, just listen to that number, 120 watt flash charge. That is just ridiculous, Floki.
Absolutely. I mean, 18 minutes to just get this bad boy to full charge and get you playing BGMI again? Sign me up.
Well, speaking of BGMI, you know why we are here, but what is all the fuss about? What are we fighting for? Why are we battling it out on the battlegrounds? Well, you did see that trophy just moments ago, so we are fighting for pride and glory, but the thing is, we're also fighting for a lot of moolah, and in just a few short moments you are going to see some numbers appear on your screen. Bear with us, ain't no typos over here. Whatever you see is legit, because boy oh boy, when you talk about the prize pool, 1 crore is just a bit too much.
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't even wrap my head around that number. 1 crore rupees just for being the winner of the Battleground India Series 2021. Of course, it is going to be split up amongst the 16 contestants, and we have rewards for individual performances as well, but the first place walking away with 50 lakh rupees, second place with 25, and third place with 10, and the money keeps dwindling down. But if you've made it this far, you do walk away with some cash with a shot at a bonus.
I'm surprised you haven't said your trademark statement that it is life-changing money, which of course it is. I mean, if the first place walks away with 50 lakhs, that is massive. Of course, you do have prizes for individual performances on the bottom of your screen as well. Now that we've had a look at the money, let's see how all the points are going to be racked up, because, well, the points distribution is popping up now, and first place walks away with 15 and that delicious chicken dinner. Second gets 12, third gets 10, and as we keep going further down, well, the numbers keep increasing, but keep in mind, 1 finish equals 1 point.
Absolutely. You want to make sure you at least get top 6 placements so that you get that extra points going in your favor. But this is the format in case you guys have missed out on the action and tuning in for the first time to the Grand Finals. First of all, welcome. This is what the format was like. We had online qualifiers with 1,024 teams. We cut it down to 64. Then we again cut it down to 24 in the quarterfinals. After which we said goodbye to another 8 in the semis. And here we are with 16 teams in the Grand Finals at the end of it all.
Well, now that we've had a look at the money, we've had a look at the points, let's see where all these points are going to be tallied up, because the schedule is now popping up on your screens. And of course, we are going to start at the fan favorite Erangel, followed by Miramar, another Erangel in between. Then this is the map that I'm pretty sure a lot of you are anticipating greatly, because again, it's the RNG factor. Of course, I'm talking about Sanhok, after which matches 5 and 6 are going to be in Miramar and Erangel, once again making sure we come back full circle. But again, oh boy, things are going to be heated up right from the beginning here, Floki, because again, everything is going to be on the line. But the best thing is, with 6 games a day, they have 24 chances, so to speak, to basically make it to the end game.
Absolutely. I mean, a lot of matches to be played over here, and of course, Erangel is going to be the majority of those maps being played. So all the teams that have made it from the online qualifiers are going to have a fair chance because that was the only map that was played for the first 2 rounds. But in the 3rd round, we switched things up when the invited teams joined in. Of course, we added in a Miramar in the midst of those 2 Erangels, and well, things started getting interesting from there.
I mean, things are going to keep on getting interesting, because we did hear in the video messages just moments ago that, there's a lot of spectacular action that has taken place. But boy, oh boy, fasten your seatbelts because it is just getting started. Now, of course, we did see the semifinals, right? We're going to talk about a few teams before we jump into the action. But let me tell you one thing. I feel certain teams, I'm going to name a few, GodLike, TSM, I think they're holding back. They might just come out swinging in the grand finals here.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM, GodLike, for them, I think the semis was more of testing grounds, trying to see what kind of theories work, trying to see what kind of plays work, what doesn't. For the underdogs, it was just about getting, acclimated to the basic, the basic environment that you're going to be playing these pros against. And it's kind of hard for them to go up against the tippity top, and they haven't had the experience of playing against them in so many scrims before.
I agree with you, but the thing is, all the teams that have made it, they are at the tippity top. And again, when you are playing a game, when you are playing BGMI, when you do take those shots, when you do read the name of the kill field, it is, after all, just another player, just another team. If you have that mentality, well, you are going to be nigh unstoppable. But of course, before we do jump in on the action, let's just go back in time just for a little bit. We did talk about tactical esports, and we did kind of mention 3 chicken dinners. Any other teams that shared a similar fate?
Well, I've got my cue card right here, so I can just read it right off. You've got Team Xbox, who also got 3 finishes to work with, and I believe at the same time we also had, drum roll, Recknoning Esports with 3 chicken dinners to work with. So here's the interesting thing, though. Out of all the teams that got those chicken dinners, Tactical got their first 2 on the very first day itself. And then they proceeded to sort of be sloppy for the upcoming 2 days and made a resurgence back on the final day with another chicken dinner to boot.
We did kind of bring up Tactical at the beginning because, they had a phenomenal start to this tournament, the semifinals, of course, that's what I'm talking about. But again, they kind of fizzled out somewhere in the middle because, it looks like their tactics were being read like an open book by the opposition, and they had to come up with new things. And the new thing that they did come up was just a little bit of aggression because, boy, did they start raking up all those finishes on the last day, as a result of which they did indeed walk away with that 3rd chicken dinner. Now, on the other hand, let's talk about Team Xbox. Sluggish, slow start on day 1 and day 2, but then somebody just flipped a switch, and boy, oh boy, they just were like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped.
Absolutely. I mean, Scout just, remembered what he was all about. He remembered exactly who he is, and, well, he was not afraid of taking those 1v2s, 1v3s, you name it. He is like, you know what, guys, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be the man of the hour because I know I am the man of the hour. I'm the person who's going to go forward and save my team from the belly of the beast in this horrible situation and just pull them out. I mean, so many times Scout had amazing plays to work with, of course. Like you said earlier, Xbox, they did have that slight problem, just getting on, just going forward.
Sluggish.
With a sluggish start, exactly. A bit of a slow start like we talked about earlier. But once they found their footing, there was no stopping them.
There was no stopping them indeed, and let's see if that is going to be the similar case this time around, or are they going to be coming swinging out of the gates? Of course, for all of that, you are going to be you have to be a bit patient for just another minute or two. We're making sure everything is tickety-boo and, everyone is going to be playing on the level playing field. For now, I do believe the lobbies are going to be full, and any second now, of course, added to all the voices that I already have in my head, there's going to be another voice that says, all right, boys, it's time, and I can't wait. Now, before that, again, we have talked about a few teams. Let me just ask you a question. If this is my first time in the grand finals, of course, you have this massive stage, right? And even though you aren't as well known as the other teams, there is some pressure on your shoulders, just trying to push you down. How would you deal with that?
I mean, the first thing I would do if I were in their spot was just to forget the fact that I'm in the grand finals and forget the fact that I'm playing against some really, really good teams over here. Just another day, just another couple of games at BGMI. Because in the end, playing this game itself is its own reward, right? I mean, everybody who comes here, they only just want to play another game, and then another game, and then another game, and just outdo each other at the end of the day. Just taste that glory and keep going after it again and again. So, I mean, sure, the grand finals and the grand prize is there, of course. 50 lakh rupees is a lot of money and a great motivator for these teams. But it's also just playing the game at the highest levels. I mean, imagine the kind of stories you could tell your kids years from now.
Oh, back in my day, kids, I was the champion of the BGIS 2021. It is possible, and of course, in the near future, I mean, someone is going to talk like that, right? Because Well, we all do get old at some point. It's part of life. But, coming back to just the point, again, lovely words over here. You just got to have your blinders on. Like a horse has blinders to make sure it's not distracted by anything. Have your blinders on and focus wholly into the game. And at the end of the day, like Floki did mention, it's all about the game. I mean, why are we here? It's because we do enjoy this beautiful game of BGMI. To suffer? Alrighty. Well, I did kind of pick that up in that little whisper. Let me tell you one thing. I mean, you're rocking your tie. I'm rocking the bow tie. I'm feeling good. I am not suffering. I'm living the time of my life.
Absolutely. So am I over here. But once again, I also want to mention a couple of other teams. Now, Skylightz Gaming is another team that really caught my attention because every single time I saw them on Erangel, I'm going to say this out loud, they were jumping into Pachinki, no cares given, and I don't think I ever saw any other team try and contest them. Where things did get interesting, though, were on Miramar, where every time where they dropped into El Pozo, somebody else was there, and that team was TSG.
Well, let's see if the Supari gang is going to be doing something similar this time. Again, since we do have 24 games in hand, they can take it easy just a little bit at the beginning. So we might not see all that aggression right off the bat. Of course, we do want to see the aggression right off the bat. But again, oh boy, we are dreamers here after all. Now, before we get into all the death, destruction, carnage, and all that hot blood spilling all over Erangel, let's have a bird's eye view and appreciate the beauty of a map that is Erangel. And to kick things off, we are going to be starting it at the Milter Power Plant.
Absolutely, the Milter Power Plant, once again, one of the best places to be in. And well, here you're going to see all of the teams. And maybe if you've done your homework, you're also going to know that these are their drop locations. Skylightz Gaming, of course, like I said earlier, being in Pachinki. You got UDog India over here as well. And I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot more early fights breaking out, considering that this is the first day of the Grand Finals.
I love this. Let me just tell you one thing straight up. I love the fact that, we do get to see all the beautiful spots in Erangel and the likelihood of which team is going to be dropping there. Now, of course, TSM, they love calling Georgia Paul home. Question is anyone going to come and contest their location? Because just north of them, Recknoning Esports love dropping, as well as the Hyderabad Hydras. Now, we've seen in the past, they love sharing the city, and no shots are really fired. Hopefully, this time around, things are going to be a bit different. Now, if you know this logo, if you know this location, you know which team loves dropping down there.
Absolutely. Team X-Pac, one of the favorites to drop into Rozhok, right near Water City. And every single time they get into Water City, it doesn't seem like they contest it. Very close to the center of the map as well, so allows them to have those options of rotating out quite easily if they want to. And a lot of teams over here have a lot of fixed drops, and I believe it's going to be down to these teams to try and contest each other to make sure that they send a message right at the start, right? Because on Grand Finals Day 1, if you contest a team and you go right where they are and you start taking up a fight, it sends the message that you're not afraid, and it sends the message that you guys are going to have to take us seriously.
Now, although no team loves dropping near the bridges, Floki, I want to see some bridge action. I want to see some good old bridge walks. I want to see a few vehicles burning on the road. But again, I am just a dreamer. And, the BGMI gods haven't been too kind on me in the past. Now, of course, as the action is about to begin, show some love for all your favorite teams in the chat down below. Let's spam a few hearts and, of course, mention which team you are out here supporting, because you never know. That little extra push just might help you through, but I love this. This is probably one of my favorite places because it just reminds you of battles of the past and gives me those World War I vibes and all that trench warfare that might just ensue if a couple of teams can go right at that location.
Absolutely. I mean, those House of the Cannons as well reminds you of all the artillery strikes that used to go around, and maybe that's what the trenches were dug for, to try and make sure that back then they stayed alive. But we got a lot of different places here in Erangel. I believe this is the military base. And I'm very curious to see if we see some early drop clashes. Now, I do want to take this time to also mention a couple other things. You guys are watching this right here on the BGMI stream on the YouTube channel. Make sure you click like and make sure you click subscribe so you're notified for all the future matches. And that's new.
Of course, a little bit of augmented reality, but now it's time to step back into reality because, ladies and gentlemen, the big bird is going to take to the sky for the first time in the Grand Finals. It is going to be Erangel down below, and if you know your map, we are going to be flying near the military base. There you have it. We do have a slightly northwestern trajectory, but again, the question is, are all the teams going to drop where we expect them to?
Absolutely. Well, let's see if these teams are going to go to the places they want to. I believe X-Park might have a somewhat of a difficult time getting towards the Water City because, of course, they're going to have to drop in super late. And they might see a couple of teams making their way there, although the teams that do like to drop into Milta and Farm are going to be particularly pleased with this flight path here. Revanant, once again, no big surprises, making their way towards Nova Ripnoi. And yeah, I do imagine that Georgopol is also going to be occupied by a couple of teams. Skylightz Gaming, this is what I want to see. Are they going to continue to drop into Pachinki, uncontested, or is someone actually going to go ahead and try and fight them over there this time?
See, I mean, at the beginning, towards the beginning of this tournament, the grand finals, right? I mean, we are going to see a few separate drop clashes. We're not going to see a lot together. Hold on, I might have to eat my words because 7C Esports are dangerously close to Team XO, and if Fierce does drive his vehicle towards the opponents, well, we might just see some early clashes taking place. But now the question is, where is the circle?
Oh,
there you
okay.
have it. You have your answers. We had a southern flight path, but the circle is going to be towards the north, and sooner or later we might just see a few teams clash when they do migrate due north. But for now, as mentioned, XO pretty close to 7C, but Floki, I don't think any action is going to break out just yet.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like all of these teams not really, woke up today and decided to choose violence, as we're going to be having a look at XO. For now, just going around the map, looting and getting their grubby little hands on whatever they can find. Because at this point, you're looking for just a bunch of weapons and maybe a couple of heals to work with.
You know, one thing that I love that production just outdoes themselves is the fact that, A, if you notice, we now have the point of view cameras and you can see your favorite players battling it out. And of course, all the emotion is going to be visible on their faces as well. Along with that, I love the fact that we have real-time stats, we have damage, we have heal, we have headshots. So all you sniper fans out there, well, we got you covered. But now, as we do go through all the players, Team XO are going to be looting Milta to their heart's content, while enemies, although they are lurking by elsewhere, everyone has made it to their favorite spots because, well, just as I say that, I was going to say no clashes yet. Maybe we just might see some complicated action break out. Question is, does anyone from either team have some weapons? Answer is going to be answered as well. There you have it. He's got to make sure he doesn't go in the water because Maxi might just chase him down and, well, put a few bullets in his back.
Absolutely. Maxi is just going to make sure that they are kept at bay over here. Once again, great awareness coming in from him, trying to make sure that his team has the safer rotation in towards Georgopol, and they will force the Hydras instead to take the other bridge towards that same city. But the question is, who's going to get to those houses first? Because I don't think Recknoning Esports are just going to sit by and let Hyderabad Hydras have their fair share of the loot too, because Recknoning Esports, I mean, they're here to deliver a message and at the same time rack up a few finish points.
I'll tell you one thing, these teams have been doing this pretty much for the entirety of the semi-finals, and I think they've kind of separated the city. They've kind of botted it amongst themselves, as one team is going to take the western half and the other is going to be content looting in the east. So for now, again, Hyderabad Hydras, they're the ones that actually love heading towards the west of the city, which means they have a few options when they want to traverse into the next circle. Usually they're going to head up north towards Zarki, then suddenly take a left towards the shooting range, and then well, from there they're going to let the circle decide their path. But for now, Striker and the boys, they look good. They are hungry, Floki, and if you know something about them, like me, they are late bloomers as well. What a comeback in the semi-finals.
Absolutely. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras were one of the few teams, once again, who were sort of, caught in that state of flux. They didn't know if they were going to be bottom 8 or if they're going to be able to make it in the top 16. And at the end of the day and the final day of the semi-finals, they were able to cement their place and make sure they get here. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention to the members of GodLike. And it seems that Neo, for the time being, is going to have his hands on a lot of great loot to work with. I believe it's a level 3 backpack. He's got level 2 on the western helmet as well. And GodLike, this is about as good of a start as it gets for them, because they love taking those early engagements, and everything that they've found so far is going to help them do just that. Now, of course, the circle is going to be shifting when the blue zone closes in, and I do have to mention, Severny has never looked better.
It hasn't, but again, if it does kind of shift a bit down south, all the teams that do head up there, they're going to have to come back. So I like that they are waiting for the next circle to show its face and then make their move. But looks like we just might have some action breaking out, because TX are going to be dangerously close to the members of TSM. And for now, it's only one man lurking in the shadows. It is Shadow OG himself, but I do believe He does hear the vehicles, and well, the positions of the enemies are going to be given away. Keep in mind, TSM still, the majority of their players are still at the Georgia Paul containers. So for now, Shadow is just going to be, well, like I said, lurking in the shadows, trying to give out as much information as he can. And as far as Team Xbox go, they did go out on a little bit of a scouting mission, realized that, the buildings that we did want to take have already been occupied, and back they are. And Ultron, you might want to loot up because the game has been on for about 5 minutes, 30 seconds, and no gun at this stage could spell trouble.
Absolutely. I mean, Ultron is in a bit of an awkward spot here as he doesn't have any loot to his name. Thankfully, though, this is their primary drop location. They are in the Water City. They've made their way here, and he is going to be able to get his hands on some good loot. In fact, it's not just him, but it seems that the other members on X-Park as well haven't found much to begin with. You know, they've got something. You know, they've got level 1 backpack, level 1 vest, helmet, yada yada, but it's only Scout who seems fairly kitted up with a couple of first aids, with a couple of bandages as well, and he's got those ARs to work with.
He does have those ARs, and boy, oh boy, do we know he's proficient with them. Of course, you slap on a 6-time scope, and you know, every single shot is going to hit its mark because he does have that laser-like precision.
Oh yeah.
And is pretty accurate. Now, of course, you know, all the teams are going to be migrating towards the center of the circle. However, they have a very tough question ahead of them. Do they head north of that creek that ends up in that fjord in Yasnaya, or do they remain south? Because if we have a drastic shift coming in, say, the second or the third zone, man, all their gameplays are going to be dropped out the window. But for now, Pokar, you don't want to let loose that grenade just now. It's only you, and well, we know that you've done something similar in the past as well. But for now, Pachinki, all for Skylightz Gaming, but it looks like action just might break out south of Rozhok on that massive hill that seems to be around there. And you know what? I can't wait, Floki.
Absolutely, me neither. And you know, the man on the screen just a moment ago, Destro, I do kind of want to give him a bit of a shout out because I feel like he's sort of been one of the more understated players on the side of Skylightz Gaming. You know, he always has got the dirty job of going in first, of getting the information, of being the assaulter for his team. And that job, I mean, sure, it has its perks, you get a lot of glory, but a lot of times, more often than not, it's a big risk that you're taking, trying to figure out where everyone's going to be shooting you from, and more often than not, you do end up going down. And Destro, I mean, he just does that with a smile, you know, no problem whatsoever. Even when I interviewed this man, he had a big old smile on his face and he was cheery as all heck. And well, Skylightz Gaming, they're also inside the circle, so they too, like Destro, are going to have a smile on their face and will be just fine until the next circle shows itself.
Well, looks like OR Esports might just have a smile on their face because Rozhok, of course, is theirs for the taking. They have moved up north from the school. But again, like I said, all teams have that idea. You know, you want to make sure you are as close to the center as possible, just in case, you know, the next shift zone kind of shifts away from you. It could be problematic. And, you know, looking at the map that we have, I kind of feel we are going to have another rotation. We actually might end up fighting somewhere near the shooting range. Possibly Severny could be in play. I wonder if Zarki is finally going to be popping up on our screens, because for now, who is popping up on our screens are the gentlemen from 7C Esports. And boy, oh boy, Floki, they barely made it through. In fact, they just scraped through with 3 points ahead of Team X-Lions, who unfortunately didn't make it to the grand finals.
Absolutely. I mean, Team 7C, they also started off very, very strong on the first day. You know, they got themselves a lot of points to work with. I actually thought that they were going to be the dark horse sort of, you know, just be under the radar, you know, just make it to the top 8, maintain their position. Yes, they're strong, but you don't know how strong. But man, towards the end, they really started to sprint for the finish line, and they made it by the skin of their teeth. Here's the circle once again showing us on our screens as our Esports still inside the military base, healing up with all those first aids, delaying the rotation in a little bit. And the circle is going to shift away from George Paul and Zaki and right towards the center of Rozhok, where there is going to be Team X-Park.
And Team Xbox, they are going to be joining them in Rozhok just a little bit, I think. There you have it. The moment you said it, they are going to move towards Rozhok, which means we might just see some early clashes. Well, early for the second round. Speaking of clashes, finally the beautiful sound of bullets leaving the barrel is going to be on your, well, in your ears now, as shots are being fired. 7C Esports letting loose on Team XO, who are going to drive by. But Team XO, well, same team.
Yeah.
They are going to make sure they do have the compound for themselves, which means 7C, if they do want to, you know, hit them, they're going to have to hit them hard and from every single angle. But for now, I do believe they are going to move to greener pastures themselves, because Fierce could be in trouble. He might just be isolated, and Sarang is heading straight for him.
Absolutely. They have the information over here, 7C. Once again, you have to remember this is the grand final, so Nels might be a play, but it doesn't seem like that's the case for Prince. He's trying to follow Fierce with the spray, but in fact, he's going to get shot from behind. Bonku comes in with a big headshot straight to Prince's dome, and Prince in a world of trouble hiding behind that buggy. can Punkyo actually pop that buggy? If he could, that might be a very early finish point going to the side of EXO. And EXO, they are looking to take Prince by his head.
You know, statistically speaking, Prince has always been the first one who does get knocked out for the team of 7C. But elsewhere, SprayGod is going to open up with his DP28, and Sensei himself is going to be brought down. But there you have it, boys and girls. The first finish coming in. The first pick has been dealt, and well, looks like Prince is going to be the Prince of Darkness for now.
Absolutely. Unfortunately for 7C, they lose one of their members right at the start. Can force them in an awkward spot, but once again, 3 men strong, it's not the end of the world, but at the same time, you don't have the liberty of taking fights anymore like you did earlier. And I like what SprayGod is doing, trying to get an angle on the members of EXO. He's trying to see if he can maybe catch a few stragglers here and there. He does see a couple of vehicles. This could be big. He needs to pop them, just pop their tires, which is exactly what he's doing. He is going to make sure the rotations are going to be hard to work with over here. In fact, with the DP28 at that distance, he is really causing a lot of trouble for EXO. Although he has to be careful, because I don't think I see his teammates around just yet. If he gets knocked, might be a while before he gets back up on his feet. But yeah, 7C Esports, once again, like you mentioned, Prince, not really something that you want to be remembered for, statistically being the first person to be knocked out early. Yeah, not the best at.
Now, here's the interesting thing. It looks like the priests in our game, Revanant Esports, they did hear the commotion. Wait a second, Encore, in fact, is going to be heading straight for Sensei's position. He wants to chase him down. There you go. Shots are going to be fired with that M4 and that holographic sight, and now he's going to make sure he has some cover for himself. He does lose the rear left wheel off that buggy, which means pretty much it is done for, because boy, you need all that horsepower to push you through. For now, he is going to deploy some smoke while his teammates are going to have that high ground above him. Potato Hill still in play, but the question is for how much longer, because I feel all the action to come might just be in the streets of Rozhok.
Absolutely, it most certainly could, and Revenant Esports, they're happy with the damage done and are just going to try and move out instead. Unfortunately, the buggy, not a front-wheel drive, so yeah, those back tires do matter a lot. And once again, I mean, this is the grand final, so, you know, it's no big surprise that we aren't seeing teams take a lot of fights. Everyone is sort of on edge, you know, everyone does have the sweaty palms, but I believe as the games go on, as the day progresses, we will start seeing teams just shake off that rust a little bit and get a bit more loose and get a bit more jiggy. The circle, it's going to shift towards south once again, right over Rozhok.
Well, as the teams get ready to get jiggy with it, all the others are going to be on the move. And like I mentioned, you know, all the teams that went to the north, well, now they are going to have to migrate due south. But Jelly is going to be happy, and he's going to make a lot of other people jelly, as he does have an MG3 in his hands. However, the ghillie suit does seem to be left behind.
Oh, no, he did.
Now,
he got it.
Yeah,
he got it.
Alrighty, there you go. He does have it. Oh, yeah, you can see that. I mean, all I thought was, where's the guy's head? There it is in the background. But for now, action is going to break out. Ladies and gentlemen, this is something we've been waiting for. GodLike going up against Tactical Esports. But for now, Z-God is going to be the first who takes a little brunt of the damage. Of course, he does have that med kit to make sure he is back up to 100, much like the iQOO, which only takes 80 minutes. But oh my goodness, a grenade comes in. There you have it. GodLike's Jonathan is going to be brought down now. Are the boys from Tactical Esports going to move in? Well, they were trying to move in, but Wild is going to be taken down as well, because ClutchGod retaliated with a grenade of his own. Now, as Clutch is going to lob one, that is not going to hit anything. In fact, it is going to be a bit too far. Hitman coming in from the other side. This could be good. Unfortunately, it's going to be a bit too short. Now, ClutchGod is going to be caught out with some bullets. He, in fact, has made it to the Wizard Tower. This is when Hitman needs to go in from the left and basically quench them out, because have a look. ClutchGod is back up. Jonathan is back up, and now GodLike are going to be still a 4-man strong team.
Absolutely. Wild69 is still on his knees, and only now is the rest going to start to come in, while Z-God continues to be a pest against the side of Tactical. Hitman could be in a world of trouble, but Z-God does eat a few bullets and will reconsider his position. Hitman will be knocked down by the nade in the meantime, and only bandages to work with over here. Z-God's going to take some time before he's back into the midst of it, but that is a ClutchGod comes and goes on, makes the space. He will get one knock to work with his teammate Theo's here as well. 3 people locked down from Tactical. Not the start that they were hoping for. Clutch, the only person standing strong. Can he clutch this out? No, he can't. Jonathan and GodLike get the credit for the first 4 finishes of the game.
That is what Tactical should have done. Now, of course, this is GodLike for you, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to make sure if you give them a little bit of chance, they are going to squeeze you out with everything they've got. The moment that knock came on Hitman, ClutchGod was like, you know what, I've had enough. He goes on the right flank, opens up, gets another member down, goes down instead, which is fine because Jonathan was standing nearby to make sure he covers his teammate. Again, this is the aggression that we wanted to see. This is the aggression that we get to see, and you know what, I am a happy camper, much like Revenant Esports, who do still have these buildings to their favor. But of course, you know, have a look at that. Oh my goodness, Exo's Punk pretty much in no man's land.
You know, the way way GodLike played in the semi-finals pretty much makes me think that they were trying to make everyone believe they're sloppy with their aggression, but they're not. They were holding back. You're absolutely right. And well, this is a completely different GodLike we're seeing here as they punish the members of Tactical, and EXO once again in a little bit of trouble because they've lost 3 of their members, and Punku is the only person surviving, keeping the dreams of his teams alive.
Mind you must be wondering what happened to the team of Team EXO. Well, as they were leaving their apartments, looks like they were under fire from 7C, HH, and another team, TSG, I do believe. Now as the circle is going to be shifting just a bit up to the north and to the east, looks like we just might see some action in Rozhok, and the school is still going to be in play for now. But as far as GodLike Esports are concerned, they have the first squad wipe. They have all these compounds to themselves, but we know them as a hungry team. We know them as bullies. Chances are they might just get out in their vehicles and, well, that was tricky, Chris. You got to make sure your back is secure, because if you can't see the enemy, it doesn't necessarily mean the enemy can't see you.
Absolutely. I mean, TPP, well, advantage is it's a thing in this game, and you got to be sure that you account for that. In the meantime, Gamla Boy making his presence felt as Punku, the only member surviving once again from the side of EXO, is trying to keep his dreams alive over here, and also his teammates' dreams. In the meantime, TSM coming under heavy fire. On one side there's Enigma, on the other there is OR, and in fact there's also a Canary in the midst of it all, as Canary from our Esports 2 has made his way to this part of the map. Not too sure what he's doing all by himself though, and Canary might not be long for this world, because Jelly is going forward. Does he know there is someone over here? No, he actually miscalculates, does not know exactly where he is, but now they will be able to find him. And Canary will be knocked down as he will sing no longer.
Well, the Canary's sweet song is not going to be heard this time around, but he still has a few teammates alive. Question is, where are they? Because although he was in Rozhok first, the cavalry comes in just a bit too late. However, they do have that high ground. They do have a little bit of advantage. But for now, it is going to be Evo with his M4 with the 3x scope, trying to scope out the enemy in the distance in the form of TSM. Now expect a few firefights to break out elsewhere, because there you have it. Samraj trying to defend his position, the school, from the lone member of Punk. Oh, that could be devastating. That's a good grenade. Punk might just be in trouble. Fortunately for him, it was on the other side of that little wall, of course, that shack, giving him a little bit of respite. Now the second one, if it goes in, it could be devastating, and there you have it. It did go in, and with that, Team EXO are going to be eliminated in the 15th position, and now Skylightz Gaming, they're like, wait a second, there was only one man here, which means now they can bully our Esports atop the hill. And speaking of our Esports, oh boy, Hero already down on his bloody knees.
Absolutely, the top contender from the semi-finals, EXO, with the highest number of points being taken out early on over here, as they're not going to find a lot of points to work with. I believe just one finish point going their way, and that is all she wrote. In the meantime, our Esports, well, they're also on the high ground over here. They did lose Canary to start things off, but with this vantage point, they can certainly create a lot of problems for the teams fighting here. I am talking about Skylightz Gaming and Recknoning Esports, who are in a bit of a tussle right now. Skrills, oh boy, Kamala Boy is going to pay for that nade. I don't think it's even going to connect, but in the meantime, Pukar comes in from the flank, gets a knock, and is now going to switch things up instead with the UMP. He's going to run around and try and make sure he gets another flank going for himself, but someone else is joining the party. Revanant Esports, they hear the commotion, and Core could be the world of trouble, but Pukar will just miss by a hair, and that will mean that Core lives for a little bit longer.
They do indeed, but now the Revenants are going to be coming in. Let's see if they do practice what they preach, because for now, Samraj is going to go in for a little bit of pickup, but he's got to be careful, because if they make it to the basketball court, on the other hand, well, they could have a little bit of visual. Now let's see if we get it to bounce. It is going to bounce. Unfortunately, it went a bit too soon, and if he had made it bounce off that little wall over there, it could have been devastating for SG and the boys. But for now, Destro is going to be low on HP. Maxi with his Grotza and the high rate of fire trying to punish them, but again, it has given enough time to Destro to recoup himself. I thought he was going in for the finish, but for now, he is going to make sure he passes himself up. Another team is going to come in, and as far as Skylightz is concerned, their work is still cut out for them. There you have it. Maxi still alive, still kicking, and now he's going to do it. Wait a second, oh my goodness, the last man standing is going to knock out the lights for Skylightz Gaming, but of course it was a short-lived victory, because in come the Revenants, and well, they sent him to church.
Absolutely, 6 points for the side of Revenants as they found themselves 6 finishes, but in the meantime, GodLike looking to rack up a couple more as 70's inside that shack. Not long for this world. I mean, that is the most obvious play you could have made against GodLike, and GodLike will punish that just so easily. I mean, this is just right-hand work for them. In the meantime, Gil, oh boy, he's making sure that our Esports are going to be in a world of trouble. What What the hell is that nade coming in from Mavi?
Speak about here comes the boom. There you have it. TX Mavi with an amazing grenade. But now again, we are going to switch to the other side where Fearless is the last man standing for his team. Is he indeed Fearless? Because he is going to go up against Nickel. In fact, he jumps out. He does have that AK, switches to the M4, and now he's got to go in for the hunt. He's got to put all the aggression on because if he lets them recuperate right now, it could be problematic.
Absolutely, and Fearless is the only man standing for his team. He does not want to find himself in that situation. Drop shot responded to with a drop shot, but the trade is there. Revenant, they use the numbers advantage and are able to take out the final member from UDog India. As the only thing Fearless has to fear now is the judgment of the Grim Reaper itself. Revenant, in the meantime, looking to fight the side of X-Pac on top of this hill, but look at X-Pac still alive, still standing strong, playing around with the members of Revenant, going forward and going backwards, as Scoutopy will be finished off by that nade.
I think he was knocked down by that nade, and then of course the bullets did all the talking, but now even though they've lost one of their members, boy, I would not want to go up against a team that is going to be dedicated and angry, because the Revenants, they do have their work cut out. Have a look at Paradox's position. He's going to make sure he stays behind, maybe the sharpshooter of the team, so that anyone who cuts across on the right flank could be in trouble. And speaking of the right flank, Mavi's position should be relayed to his teammates by now. Austin Bardex is going to lay down some of that. In fact, he does spot Mavi. Mavi does hit the deck, but this is where Paradox could, well, be a paradox for him as Gil. Again, with his grenades, does lob it. It does get someone. There you have it. It's Encore this time who gets the better of Mavi, and now Gil and Mavi are going to have their work cut out. I beg your pardon, Ultron was the one that was brought down. Mavi still alive, taking the game. For how much longer? Because he's going up against Top Dog. Boom, boom. Top Dog is going to be going down, and now his HP is a bit too low. Encore needs to come in right about now if you want to snuff him out, but looks like it's the play zone that is going to put Team X-Pac out of this game.
Absolutely. If you're wondering, there is a 17th team in the mix over here, and it is the Blue coming in hot with a bunch of finishes right here in the Grand Finals. It too wants a piece of that 1 crore rupee pie, but in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention to a bit of a 4-way or maybe a 3-way engagement that is breaking out between Old Hood, OR, and TSM. As it does seem that TSM have got the high ground to work with over here, but they have to be careful, because if they peek out a bit too much, there could be another team coming in for the punish. In fact, Enigma, Hyderabad Hydras, and GodLike are all going to join in. I believe that is the entirety of the server right here in front of our screens right now. We're just lacking one team at this point. I'm not too sure who that is. I believe that might be the side of Revenant, because we did see them earlier, eliminate the side of X-Pac.
You know, the thing for Enigma is right now, of course, they are between a rock and a hard place, because at one end, of course, they have OH and OR, but from behind, GodLike could be coming in. And speaking of GodLike, Jonathan, in fact, is going to get Avi down, and Avi is going to be out. Hey, you have it. The rush comes in. They need those buildings, and these are one hungry boys. And, well, Enigma Avi is going to be put out of his misery, which means Enigma now, again, as anticipated, in a world of trouble. They do have one man still alive amongst the take and ten of all the action, because TSM is on one side, OR is on the other, and we have OH coming in as well, and GodLike behind them. Now, all Enigma has to do as well, make sure he doesn't move a muscle, make sure he doesn't bat an eyelid, but no, Rex is not one to back away from a fight as he gets the better of the Sultan of Swing himself, Sultan from Old Hood Esports.
Absolutely, and well, Old Hood, they might have to be a little bit careful, because on their ready left are the members of GodLike, who've got 11 finishes already to their name. That is nearly 3 squad wipes coming in for the squad, and they're going to be hungry for more, because they are GodLike at the end of the day. In the meantime, OR will take out carry from the side of the Hyderabad Hydras, and it looks like it's going to come down to the other members of that team to try and carry their dreams forward. TSM in the meantime trying to fight a war on multiple fronts, as Blaze will be tasked with watching the house where GodLike are situated. Is just going to make sure that he keeps them at bay by firing those bullets, giving some suppressing fire over to his teammates.
The best thing is for Enigma, they still have another member alive, but we kind of missed out on that. He is somewhere lurking down in the depths of the water, because, again, he's going to make sure he patches himself up sooner or later. But now Jonathan does spot a member from RNT, and of course Encore is going to be brought down. Question is, are we going to see an Encore from him again? Because if he gets up, boy, is he one heavy-hitting lad. But again, the demigods themselves are going to be doing good, as now we're going to switch our attention to the Revenants. Now, Austin Bardex, we've seen him with those snipers, but now he's going to have to get close first with the opposition. But before he has a chance, looks like TSM is going to make sure his car goes boom, and with that, the Revenants, well, they have been sent packing to church.
Absolutely. Revenant, unfortunately, going to be eliminated over here, and well, just to spice things up, we're also going to have an airdrop drop right in the center of it all, as Rex and Sagi from Enigma still standing. I believe Sagi is inside the vehicle, A-okay for now, inside the blue, nothing to worry about for him. Not too sure how much sense that makes, but yeah, somehow that is the logic of this game. In the meantime, OR going to be situated in the house. TSM Ninja Jod, unfortunately crawling about on all fours, will have Shadow to come and res him back up, and Shadow is the man to clutch things out for the side of TSM on the semi-finals day 4.
Have a look at your circle, ladies and gentlemen, because the circle has kind of shifted on the position where the grenade is going to go. Boom! Luckily for TSM, it isn't going to be shaking them off their feet just yet. But again, expect GodLike to push in full force after a couple of grenades being thrown in their direction. But that is where Rex could come in and pick them off one by one. GodLike, Neo, he is going to make the first move. They are trying to ascertain the route which they are going to take, because again, when you have 12 finishes, oh boy, you know that these demigods, they mean business. Now, as all the teams are going to engage with one another, expect a few smokes to be propped off, and then they might just make the move with Jonathan in the Eagle's Nest, making sure he has a good lay of the land. Of course, all that information is going to relay to his teammates as well. Looks like Z-God isn't going to be wasting any time here, Floki. He's going to ram that building with the buggy of his.
Absolutely. Now, from this way the zone looks right now, it does seem that TSM and OR have the best of positions, but TSM has the advantage of the zone being on them. So when that blue closes in, it's going to be OR moving about, trying to get into a better spot. In the meantime, Rex going to make his presence felt, tossing a couple of nades, just trying to see what connects inside that smoke. Unfortunately, he's not going to find anything. However, he will still use the M4 and spray it down just for good measure. Is he going to find someone? No, he does not.
Well, he is going to find someone right now. In fact, right in front of him, Crazy. Oh my goodness, Crazy, I beg your pardon, does hit the deck in the nick of time, but now he gets up. He is going to be taken down. The other members could get the same fate. Oh my goodness, Ayush so close to being knocked out. He's going to be careful just a little bit over here. Now Sultan is going to run in. Sultan is going to be spotted, but that reload by a Rex is going to be problematic. I'm sure he's wishing, I wish I had kept one last grenade, then I could have got something else. But now his teammate, finally out of the water, is going to make sure that OS Ayush does hit the deck. And with that, Old Hood Esports, ladies and gentlemen, out in the 5th with 4 finishes. That is what gameplay is all about. Now Sagi is going to sacrifice his life, but that does mean Rex is still going to carry that torch forward. GodLike over here in prime position to wrap up all these kills. Question is, are OR and TSM going to let him do that?
Absolutely. OR are the ones in the back foot over here with the blue closing in on the back. They need to make sure that TSM are not able to get good angles on them, and that is kind of hard to do from this position over here. Speaking of which, OR, they will lose one of their members thanks to Ninja Jod, who is all the way around the corner with the AKM in his hands. Aditya on his knees. It's going to force the final surviving member from OR, Vexy, to come out in the open and reveal himself as GodLike, also looking to put Enigma 6 feet under. Enigma, they've outdone themselves, getting that 4th place finish after losing 2 of their members that early on, but this might just be it. The fat lady is singing, although I'm not too sure if it's singing for GodLike, because GodLike has to be careful. If they don't approach this correctly, it could be problematically, but it is GodLike. They have got the finesse, they have refined their play, they will not let anyone clutch it out against them.
Although one could have been enough in that situation, 2 guns are always better than one, as Aditya finally is going to succumb to his injuries. Of course, that grenade going boom right next to him, courtesy of Aquanox, well, that kind of helps as well. Now, GodLike make the move. Z-God does take a few shots from Ninja Jod. However, for now, he does have the cover for all that smoke. TSM, Blaze, and Aquanox do have a little bit of an advantage, but have a look at Neo's position. He's going to make sure he is behind there. He does sort of lob a grenade, or was it a smoke? It was a smoke, trying to obscure their vision. Now, had that landed on top of the building, or in the building itself, it would have been a bit easier. This could be a bit risky, and of course, where there's risk, there is reward. This time, Blaze is going to be reaping all that reward over there with Aquanox again. Making sure that OR's Vexy is brought down, and this could be it for Neo. Looks like the Matrix isn't going to be helping him as now, because OR's Vexy is going to be taken out by the play zone. That means Jelly is the last man standing for OR Esports.
Oh my god, do they even know that Jelly is here? Well, they do have Aquanox trying to make sure that no one can come in from the backstab, and as soon as he makes that noise, Aquanox will hear him dropping down, but he might just get taken out over here. Yes, he will, but Vexy will, or sorry, Jelly will be cleaned up by TSM, and now TSM and GodLike in a 3v3, the best possible situation we could have asked for in the grand finals over here.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we can't script this any better, because it is GodLike, it is TSM, and for now, TSM do have that man advantage. Looks like the revive might just come in. GodLike's Z-God and Jonathan, of course, the 2 best-known names in this business. Jonathan making sure he has enough energy in him as he does sip his last energy drink, and now it's going to be a waiting game. Ninja's going to give him sound. Well, all Z-God and Jonathan have to do is make sure the enemy comes towards them. They set up a bit of a crossfire, and well, all hell could break loose. But in a few seconds, there you have it. The move comes in. In fact, Blaze is going to make sure he provides some suppressive fire so that Aquanox can get on the other side.
Oh, but that does cost Blaze his life as he gets knocked down over here, but Z-God will also get knocked down in turn. Jonathan in a situation where he has to clutch it out. 1v2 has to be careful. Needs to isolate those engagements. He's very low. He's going to move around. He's got the first aid kit, but does he have time to heal himself back up? but no, he does not. Instead, look at him anyway. He's gonna hide behind the door, catch them by surprise, but no, TSM are aware, and they will put GodLike's fixed speed on there. At the end of the day, they did have 3 members compared to GodLike's 2, and that is all they need to seal the deal and get that chicken dinner.
Well, there you have it. The first chicken dinner is going to go TSM's way, and I love the fact that it was a fight to the death against GodLike Esports. And let me tell you something about GodLike. I think they might just edge past them because they did have a massive 15 finishes to their names, and of course TSM, well, they're going to be the lucky and happy bunch right now.
Absolutely. I mean, TSM versus GodLike could have been the best sort of end game we could have asked for over here, and TSM were the ones who actually ended up getting that clutch out over here. In the end, it is a 3v2, so you have to remember, even though it is GodLike and Jonathan is one of the best players in the world, it is, it's kind of hard for him when he's in a man disadvantage. And as a result, well, sometimes, even the best Titans, they do end up falling.
They do indeed, and of course, right now, the thing is, again, added to my thing, I have a lot of voices in my head, so I do apologize if I don't have that thing. Oh, there you have it. Oh, finally some peace and quiet. But again, I love the fact that, the final fights, in fact, did come down between the big dogs, right? We had TSM, we had GodLike, we had OR Esports, Enigma, despite, pretty much walking into a trap.
Oh, yeah.
I like the fact that Sagi did have that vehicle, but of course the blue zone did force him back out, but the way they finished up OH was just brilliant. Now, if you missed any of the action, question 1, where were you? Make sure you set your clocks and have those alarms because, well, we have the highlights popping up for all you lovely viewers right about now.
Absolutely, and once again, just to hammer the point home that you made earlier, right? Enigma, at the end of the day, even though they only have 2 members alive, they made the best out of that situation. Despite only having 2 members, it's like I always said, it's not the size of the dog in the fight that matters, but the size of the fight in the dog. They kept moving forward, they kept pressing on. Tactical tried to do the same, although this time around it didn't seem that they knew how to play aggressively. Those nades came pouring in, and once they connected, it seemed that the deal was sealed and Tactical were out. And, well, GodLike, they did this keeping all 4 of their members alive. So, once again, we could not have said it any better because GodLike, at the end of the day, they are the team who love going for those finishes. And if you come and take a fight, well, they'll be more than happy to take it.
When Jonathan was taken down and Z-God was taken down, they should have probably pushed in then. But again, they are going up against the demigods themselves. So a little bit of hesitation and fair nerves are going to play a part. Now, Skylightz Gaming, they did a good job, try and keep the opposition at bay. In fact, they almost got the better of a team that did finally snuff their lives out, but looks like it was a short-lived victory because then the Revanants came in and, well, sent them packing. Of course, we were talking about this fight right over here. Skylightz Picard doing his best against Recknoning, but Reckoning's Maxi, boy oh boy, he put the final nail in the coffin for them.
Absolutely. I mean, Maxi at the end of the day was the one to clutch things out and make sure that he did all the work for his team. And GodLike, man, every single time it just seems that, every single time they just seem to start slipping by like, is GodLike still the same GodLike? They're like, yes we are. You fell for a trap. That is exactly what we wanted you to believe. And Team Xbox too over here. I mean, kudos to them for holding on to this hill. Sure, Revenant came in and they made their job a little bit harder, but at the end of the day, they really tried. Yeah, and Fearless, man, once again, good drop shot, but not enough to get his team a good spot.
Had he not probably gotten back up again, he might have actually, the way he avoided the fire coming in from the right was just perfect timing. I'm pretty sure he didn't realize it at that point of time, but boy, oh boy, coulda, woulda, shoulda. Now, Jonathan and the boys, of course, they were amping up the pressure, but over here, Top Dog did finally go down to Mavi. Unfortunately for him, the play zone was just standing by to make sure that his life was snuffed out. Revanant Esports, of course, getting the better of that team. Now, I love the fact that, we did anticipate this. We did predict that all the action is going to be pretty much fought in Broslock at the end, and it makes it exciting because you have so many buildings, you have so many angles, you have so many windows, you have so many doors. Where do you look, Floki?
Absolutely. I mean, there's just so many areas to cover, and it seemed that TSM, they had the boon and the curse of being in the best spot at the same time, right? I mean, they had to spread their forces out, try and make sure that no one really comes in and catches them by surprise, but as a result, they aren't a very strong force. They can't convert those knocks into finishes, they can only hold on to their position, and they are sort of reliant on the blue to come in and do their work, and all the teams in the periphery to smell blood in the water like sharks and go forward and finish what they started. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. However, TSM in the end, just proving that it doesn't matter how bad of a situation you put them in, they still come out on top.
Now the thing is, if you had a look at how TSM were pretty much, distributed amongst all these buildings. They made sure they had one man on each side. The thing is, once one of them goes down, if you do go in for the revives, well, all your game plans are out the window. Now, over here, Rex, let me tell you something.
Wow.
Rex should have probably just held on to one grenade, then maybe he might have racked up all those finishes for himself. Lucky for him, Sagi was like, you know what, this car isn't doing me any good right now. I'm going to come out and help my teammate. And in fact, he did sacrifice his life because, well, Jonathan put him out of his misery sooner after that.
Absolutely, and at the end of the day, Enigma, I mean, once again, they were probably the only team that I wasn't anticipating would get that many points, but once again, despite being in a horrible position, they learn how to play, the situation properly. And once again, this is just showing what the caliber of these teams are. No matter what kind of spot they find themselves in early on, 80% of the time, no matter what situation you put them in, they will find a way to come out on top. And that is the odds that you have to beat if you're one of the underdogs over here. As we did see the underdogs sort of, fail to live up to the juggernauts.
Now that is where I think a little bit of a mistake might have been made because Z-God was caught while he was jumping in the window. Well, he was of no use to Jonathan in that little skirmish. But again, I like this little ringer roses around the little house. And although Jonathan was an only man, he couldn't really have done anything because even if he got the better of one, A, his HP was depleted, and B, we had the second member from TSM coming in from behind him. But again, a lovely effort from both teams. TSM, I do believe they had 8 finishes, if I'm not wrong, which means, again, add that to the 15 from the chicken dinner, they are going to be going home a happy bunch. And even Enigma, you did kind of mention that they did they finish fourth, I believe?
They finished
there you go.
fourth.
You add 4 finish points to them. 12 is nothing to scoff about in game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, in game 1, all you're really looking to do is make sure that you're off to a good start. You start, feeding into the psychological pressure that all the underdogs are facing. You start reinforcing that negative feedback loop. Oh, are we good enough? We're going up against GodLike. We're going up against X-Park. What are we going to do? But once again, at the end of the hero's journey, they have to live up to their fear. They have to face up to their fears. They have to sort of face up to their demons. And they have to remember that at the end of the day, even though their names might be GodLike and X-Park, they are 4 human beings sitting behind that phone. And well, as they all like to say, even gods can bleed, but I don't think they're going to have to resort to that. I think if they just keep their head in the game, they're going to prove that these juggernauts can fall.
But let me tell you, these juggernauts are skilled. They are packed to the gills with skills. That's what I love saying. And, well, it is, of course, on display on our screens right about now. But again, I love the fact that, all these teams, they did try. Again, I'm going to be beating around the same bush a lot over the next 4 days. Had Tactical at that point actually made a tactical advance on the opposition. Had they gone in for the flanks, maybe GodLike might not have done what they did. But I am glad, it all was what it was. Now, of course, we know who the winners are. And we know that GodLike did finish in the second position. Let's have a look at the points table and see if your favorite teams made that little cut, because again, every single point matters right from the get-go.
Absolutely, and well, I'm very curious to see who ends up coming out on top, whether it's going to be TSM or GodLikers. While TSM have the privilege of being in the first place and getting 15 placement points, GodLike were the ones who got themselves a bunch of finishes to work with. And at the end of the day, if you do manage to get those finishes, you just supplement it with a couple of placement points, you are going to be at the tippy top, as I like to say. And well, just to add on to all that stuff I was talking about GodLike earlier, only one team in the semifinals did reach that 3-digit mark in terms of finish points. And well, you know exactly who I'm talking about.
Of course, he is talking about the demigods themselves. And now, before the points do come up on a screen, let's just quickly go back in history once more. And well, we're going to have to wait for that because the point standing is finally there. And looks like GodLike Esports, they did go forth as far as TSM is concerned. 27 points for them.
Wow.
15 of which came via finishes.
My goodness, that is 3 squad wipes and then some coming in from GodLike Esports and TSM as well, just 4 points behind at 23. And then you can just see the clear difference. I mean, it's like TSM, GodLike at the top, and then it's everyone else. OR Esports with 13, Revanant with 13, Enigma with 12, Oldhood with 10, X-Park with 6 in the single digits, and TSG with 5. Now, not the best starts for a couple of the top dogs over here. Of course, GodLike and TSM, they get up to a flying start, but it does seem that the underdogs here or elsewhere are starting to scrape through, as Oldhood are also over here. We also see the Supari gang, and I'm quite sure, by the end of the day, we'll at least see the side of UDog get at least one chicken dinner to their name. It's just a sleeping giant. You poke it, it's going to wake up, and it's going to wreak a havoc.
Well, you don't really want to go out and poking dogs like that because it might just turn out and bite you. But in the 9th position, we do have Skylightz Gaming with 4 points, 4 of which, of course, came via finishes. At the bottom, oh boy, this is not somewhere where they want to be at. bad because Tactical Esports again won the first game in the semi-finals, and this time around, well, they are going to be first from the bottom, unfortunately, with 0 points for themselves. Elsewhere, if you have a look again, not a lot of points on this side of the table. Of course, when GodLike and TSM are dishing out all the damage, there's nothing left for anyone else.
Absolutely, I mean, Tactical with 0, EXO with 1, 7C with 1 as well. It just seems that every single team that did take an early fight just sort of never really made it towards the end, and GodLike and TSM were the ones who racked up all the points, like you mentioned. So, yeah, once again, this sort of reinforces the fact that, I mean, some of these teams, if they are not fighting early on, that they shouldn't fight early on, because they will get beaten by the likes of these better teams, and there is nothing to be gained coming in from those early engagements. So once again, probably going to see a lot of teams being very, very careful during the first day of the Grand Finals.
I have to disagree with you over there because as far as Tactical Esports and GodLike goes, you know, again, at the same point, I get it, XP, move on, but no, I've got to say one thing. Tactical got the first 2 knocks on the opposition, and again, now that is where that little bit of hesitancy came in, that little bit of intimidation factor kind of set in them, because they could have gone in, maybe they could have lost a member or two, and they would have come out on top, but now, since they were up against GodLike, of course, Z-God from GodLike Esports is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP from Game 1 with 5 finishes to his name.
Absolutely, Z-God once again, you know, getting himself that MVP spot, and you have to remember at the end of the day, there is a prize for the person who gets the most number of MVPs, so you kind of want to be making your way here, because 1 lakh rupees could be awaiting you, but 691 damage done, you know, 197 healing, and a great survival time of 28 minutes. Z-God did it all for his team at the end of the day. However, I also believe there are going to be 4 other players joining him in the mix and following right behind him. I want your guess, XP. Who do you think is going to be in number 2? Because I think it's going to be Jonathan.
It could be Jonathan. In fact, I do believe, you know, they do have 15 total finishes amongst themselves as a team, which means if you do divide them, I did see one of them end up with 1, so that means somebody's going to have 4, somebody's going to have 5. There you have it, Neo with 5 finishes for himself. Encore from the Revanant coming in the 3rd spot with 5 finishes for himself. Jonathan, of course, as we did mention, does have a tremendous amount of damage. Unfortunately, did secure 4 finishes, and of course in 5th position. And let me tell you one thing, the IGL himself, Mr. Marvi over here, making sure he got a few extra points because, well, he has 4 finishes for himself.
Absolutely, I mean, all of these teams having a lot of finishes, but GodLike having a monopoly on the top 5 player spot. 1st, 2nd and 4th place all going to them. And Core and Mavi just sneaking in there and, you know, just making sure that their teams also are in the limelight here or there.
Well, now we've had a look at these numbers, let's have a look at a few more facts and figures, which means you all know what's coming up. It is the match summary, and the question normally on everyone's mind is, you know, how many grenades ended up finishing people? Because this time we did have 115 grenades that did go off, and quite a lot of them did end up in finishes. Of course, we are going to have to wait and see. There you have it. I like that. Now we have it on screen. So, you know, if you don't believe or take our word for it, well, it's on your screen. 9 to be precise.
Absolutely, that is a big number of finishes over here, and the longest finish distance also going the way of GodLike. Jonathan getting the credit for that at 281 meters, but we've also got a couple of other stats that are very interesting, namely the finish to damage ratio.
Speaking of meters, you know, Sparrow loves calling these the buildings, the skyscrapers. Looks like the tallest one this time is going to be with 2,335 points of damage, and of course we all know which team we're talking about. It's the demigod themselves, GodLike, with 15 finishes to their names.
Absolutely, I mean, so many finishes to work with over here, and they got themselves that 2nd spot, so 12 extra points, they end up at 27. But you also have got a couple of other teams over here, namely Revanant with 9 finishes. Although they weren't really able to make it to the tippity top, they were still there in the top 6. You've got TSM as well, who got that 1st place finish with 6 finishes to work with, 1,200 damage done. So yeah, once again, all of these top tier teams having a good time, and maybe a couple of underdogs sneaking in here and there, you know, making sure that everyone does keep an eye on them.
The best thing is, it's just game 1.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I mean, as far as the underdogs are concerned, and we're not just talking about UDog India, we're talking about the lesser known teams out there. They're getting warmed up, and, you know, Tactical Esports, they might just make a tactical win in a couple of games and get a chicken dinner for themselves. It can still go either way, but for now, oh boy, statements are definitely being made. I mean, GodLike, I told you they were holding back in the semifinals, and boy, oh boy, 15 finishes in game 1. I think they've just kind of set the bar up over here. It's even going to go higher till we're done by this day.
Absolutely. Now, I do want to go into a tiny little bit of game theory right here, especially for these teams who are sort of, at the bottom of the table right now. Now, of course, you come in over here, tactical. They try and make something happen, something that isn't really their jam, right? They experimented with some aggression early on, no pun intended, but you can be a little bit proud about that. But they did experiment with aggression on the semi-finals. It went all right. It didn't go as well as they would have planned, but I do want to see them sticking to what they know best, which is playing the zone and playing the circle, and only then do they start going forward and racking up those finish points when they know their position is secure.
Well, the thing is, when they face off against GodLike right at the beginning, it can be problematic. And speaking of face off, let's do one thing. Let's actually pit two players against one another and see which man came out on top, because we do have, well, it's going to be GodLike's Jonathan at one end and Mavi from Team X-Spark on the other.
Absolutely. 4 finishes for Jonathan and 4 for Mavi as well, but Jonathan having more damage done at 751 and also a headshot to boot compared to Mavi. And, I mean, all credit to Mavi, because he did have a slightly harder job given the fact that 2 of his teammates got taken out early on. So he did his best over here. Unfortunately, GodLike, they were the ones to get that first place spot, even though they ended up in the second place in terms of placement points. It is going to be the side of Jonathan who ends up coming out on top. Now, going back to the point I was making earlier, so I kind of feel like you should stick to the things you know on day one, because then at least you know where the holes in your strategy are, and you can improvise as days come forward. If you right away start experimenting and it doesn't hit, what are you going to do? Go back to what you know, and then teams are going to start poking holes, and you have suddenly nothing to work with.
Well, what we are going to do right now is, speaking of teams, let's actually pit a team against one another, as we do have the squad face-off popping up on our screens, and you already have an idea who it's going to be. It's going to be GodLike Esports at one end with a whopping 15 finishes to their names, and, well, the Revanant Esports on the other, who, let me tell you one thing, with 9 finishes, they definitely took a lot of squads to church.
Absolutely. I mean, Revenant today, I wasn't even expecting them to come out swinging, right? Because I was talking about how 7C is going to be the team under the radar in the semifinals. I thought how that their side is going to be the ones not really making all the waves and staying there and getting those placement points. But no, it's Revenant just throwing everyone off with their game in the semifinals. On the final day, we did see a fair amount of aggression coming in from them, but to come out swinging in the grand finals and having 9 finishes, they have to be feeling confident, first place or not.
Oh, absolutely. And it does kind of seem like, all the teams, they have done their homework as far as drop spots are concerned, which is kind of sad for us because no clashes early on. But, that might just change as we progress through the days of the grand finals. But again, when action did break out, it's almost like a domino effect, right? It's as soon as each and every team is, too close for comfort, you got to push them back, and that is what most of the teams did. We had some amazing action at the school, and of course, we had some amazing action towards the end in Rozhok. Now, the thing is, the next map is going to be a bit different.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be big. It's going to be a little sandy. Of course, I am talking about Miramar, all those deserts, all that open ground. I wonder if you're going to see a similar circle, because I know. You're not a big fan of the Los Leones circle. He isn't, and he isn't going to be shying away from it. No, I think we heard it the first time. Of course, we're just kidding. And I love the open battle as well, because, again, let's see what happens.
No. I mean, there we go at the end of it. But once again, you were talking about how you want to see some early clashes. Well, I think you and our audiences are going to be pleased, because El Pozo has been the hotspot for both the Supari gang and Skylightz Gaming. So, well, we could be seeing some early fights over there. In fact, once again, I will go back to the final day of the semi-finals. That is exactly what Skylightz did. They were like, all right, you know what? We've been sharing the space with TSG. Let's see if we can kick them out by getting the loot early on and pressing the advantage forward.
But again, the fact that these two teams are clashing at El Pozo, it would not have been possible without the iQOO 9 series. Of course, I'm holding, the iQOO 9 Pro in my hands. He is holding the iQOO 9, and of course, with that beautiful matte black finish. Now, if you, watching at home, want to stand a chance to win one of these bad boys and unleash your inner monster, well, all you have to do is search for iQOO 9 on Google and hit up the website and click on one simple button, which says notify me, and they might just get a notification that they are the proud owners of an iQOO 9 series. But again, like I love saying, don't take our word for it. We'll have another word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that for the time being, we are out of experiments to run because a beacon of hope has joined us over here on the desk, of course. I'm talking about Spiro. Once again, welcome to the Battleground India Series Grand Finals 2021. Spiro, how are you doing, buddy?
Well, I'm doing good. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. And I have to say, what a way to kick off Grand Finals. I mean, GodLike, the way they played. I mean, there was an argument in the community. A lot of people were thinking how GodLike are going to play. Are they going to be aggressive, just like in the semi-finals, or are they going to be a little passive? But boy, oh boy, the way they came, it's just the same strategy. Eat, sleep, destroy, repeat.
Absolutely, that seems to be the strategy over here. But once again, it's not only going to be the teams walking away with something in their hands, it's also could be you guys. So make sure that you're able to vote for your favorite team down there. You're able to sign up your name, click the link down in the description below, and fill out those lovely details that you need to, and you could stand a chance to win some of these goodies being shown on your screen right here. We're going to be giving away some BGMI merch to 50 players to work with. 50 of you are going to go home with some of those sweet merch. So, yeah, do make sure you sign up. Do make sure you tag me on Instagram as soon as you guys are able to get that merch and get your hands on it. And I do want to see what exactly they find in the mail.
Well, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. But talking about the match, talking about the games, I mean, a lot of teams managed to come out all guns blazing. I mean, we are talking about TSM. We are talking about Team Revanant. The way they came in, I mean, I was not expecting Revanant to be that aggressive.
Me neither. I mean, in fact, when I saw that Revenant were going in so aggressively and taking up all those finishes, I believe one of their members heard some commotion happening towards school where I believe Recknoning Esports were fighting someone. Don't quite remember who it was, but they came in, they finished the job, they got themselves those finish points to work with. Once again, a dark horse of sorts. I wasn't expecting them to go in so aggressively. We did see some signs of aggression, like I said earlier, on the semi-finals, but for them to come out swinging over here in the grand finals, it just proves that they're feeling very confident, even though this is the best 16 teams in the country.
Again, it was Recknoning Esports versus Skylightz Gaming. They were fighting it out in school, and a brilliant clutch. I mean, you reminded me of that by Recknoning Maxi. He took out, I think it was a 1v2 against Skylightz. That was just immaculate. But Revenant, they just came in, and it was a beautiful third party from their side. But talking about teams, I think, we talked about, I was listening to XP and you were talking about Tactical versus GodLike Esports. That fight, I think Tactical, they could have been a little more aggressive if they wanted to win that.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like Tactical, somewhere or the other, they were out of their depth because they were trying to play aggressively when, during the entirety of the semi-finals, we have seen Tactical be the team that is a bit more laid back, does like to play for the zone, does like to play for those placements instead, and is like, sort of like a snake in grass. It doesn't really want to bite anyone. It just wants to slither its way and make its way back home. And that's what Tactical Esports were up to. They did try doing something that wasn't really their comfort, that wasn't really, comfortable for them. And well, it backfired because GodLike in the end were able to, punish them and put all of them 6 feet under, with all 4 members surviving, something that we were talking that GodLike will have to improve on for the grand finals.
Well, I have to say, GodLike, I think their teamwork speaks for themselves, the way they played that fight. I feel Tactical, they were a little lackluster at that point of time. They could have attacked a little more. A little statement should have been made there. It was GodLike versus Tactical. They could have become heroes if they took out GodLike in the first game itself. So, well, what's been done right. I mean, we have to focus on the future right now, and the next match is going to be Miramar.
Absolutely, the next match is going to be Miramar. What is done is done. No crying over spilled milk, like you say. And, well, I'm really curious to see what Miramar is going to hold for us, as hopefully we get to see some of that early clashes that we were talking about in El Pozo between Skylightz Gaming and the Supari gang could be on the cards, or maybe, just maybe, one of these teams could have changed their drop locations. That could also be a possibility.
Look, I'm damn sure. I mean, we are going to witness El Pozo. We are going to witness Skylightz Gaming and TSG, but I'm not sure that if they're going to fight it or not. Because in semi-finals, I mean, Skylightz Gaming and TSG, when they started to go all out against each other, it was on the last day itself. I mean, there were no pressure on them. Both of these teams would love to rack up some points early on in the grand finale. I mean, talking about grand finale, I think both of these teams were not able to get decent enough points in the first game. But it's another day, it's another map, I would like to say, another opportunity for a lot of these teams. And in the end, Floki, I have to say, it's all about consistency.
Absolutely, it is all about consistency with these teams over here. As we are seeing teams and the places they like to drop. Just a moment ago, we saw 7Cs near Power Grid. And we saw a lot of teams having their dedicated drop spots or like to go somewhere towards Port de Brazy, of course. This is Revanant's hotspot. This is Old Hood. And once again, I mean, it is all fine and dandy to look at these places and know that this is where teams like to drop. But that flight path, man, if it is feeling, just a little bit weird today, if it is feeling a little bit under the weather, we could see it being a little bit skewed towards one part of the map, and maybe teams are going to have to improvise and adapt and try and go towards different places, because it could very simply be that the flight path does not allow them to go to their favorite location. Now, a team that does spring into mind that could face that problem is Recknoning Esports, because they do like dropping into Torre Humada.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Recknoning Esports, Miramar is one of their strong suits. It's a map that they love to play on. I can say that for Hyderabad Hydras as well. So all these teams, they're playing in Miramar. They have the experience. They know what to do. Semi-finals were great for them. In the grand finals, they have to do something amazing. They need to stick to their basics. They need to stick to their guts. And let's see if they can get a lot of points out of this.
Absolutely. I mean, hopefully they are able to get themselves a ton of points out of this, and especially for the teams who were at the bottom. Of course, I'm talking about EXO and Skylightz Gaming. They especially are going to need those points because, well, you don't want to be the team that is in bottom 8 on the first day of the grand final. It's not a very good spot to start things off on. GodLike are just starting on a high note. Them getting 27 points. They're going to be coming in this game feeling very, very confident, feeling very, very aggressive. And if they see any slips, any cracks, any mistakes that enemy teams might make, they're gonna go forward and punish them.
Well, again, talking about GodLike, they managed to rack up 100 finishes in semi-finals. So, I mean, they started off to a brilliant start, I have to say, by taking 15 finishes in the first one. But right now, it's time for Miramar, and the plane path is going to come up on our screens really quickly. Floki, what do you expect from Miramar?
Well, I am expecting to see a lot of DMR, a lot of sniper action, hopefully as well. Give me some Car 98, give me some AWN, give me some Winchester action, as we did see a Winchester knock out a player in the semi-finals too as the first pick. For now though, talking about the flight path, it will start towards El Zahar and make its way towards Val Del Mar. A lot of teams that like going towards maybe a Cruz del Val, El Zahar, Torre Humida will have to drop in quite early. Speaking of which, it does seem like that is the case. I believe that is the members of Hyderabad Hydras dropping in and trying to make their way towards, are they going towards Tierra Bronca or Campo Militar? I believe they might be going towards Campo Militar.
Well, I believe they're going to take a split. Some of these guys are going to go towards Tierra Bronca, others might go towards Campo Militar. Again, this is a perfect plane path for a lot of teams. I think this is going to be a beautiful Miramar game, Floki. A lot of these teams, they hate taking drop clashes. El Hazar, you see our Esports going towards El Hazar. It's a beautiful place. You're going to get a lot of loot there. Again, the question is, are we going to witness some early drop clashes? I mean, talking about Erangel, there were none, right?
Oh yeah, there were none in Erangel. I mean, a lot of passive gameplay. I believe it was 9 minutes in when we saw that first knock and that first shot being fired. So once again, it is the first day of the grand finals. Teams are going to be playing it a little bit slow, just trying to get into the groove of things. As the circle has shifted, or rather, well, shown itself over here. Thankfully, Los Leones is not anywhere near in it.
Well, I mean, I don't understand, Floki. Why do you hate the zone of Los Leones? It's a beautiful city.
It's basic. It's so basic. I mean, you look at the beautiful map of Miramar, Spiro. There's so many lovely places you can go to. Look at all that terrain towards the northwest. Look at all those open spaces in the northeast. And then you've got yourself a very, very simple city with tall buildings. That is Los Leones. I mean, I see that every day where I come from, which is why I want to see the open fields. I want to see some high ground action. That's why I love Miramar.
Well, I get it where it's coming from. But meanwhile, talking about UDog India, not a great start for them in the first game, but boy oh boy, this team has some spark in it. We'll talk about Fearless. He got his hands on a Winchester at this point of time. It's a beautiful weapon, but right now we're talking about drop clashes. It's not a drop clash, it is a car clash indeed. Maybe we are going to see some bumping cars there, and Sagi, who's trying to take out Skylightz Gaming, he won't be able to take out by bumping his car onto it, but at this point of time, it's better to be smart, it's better to rotate and try to find a weapon first.
Absolutely, I love the pit maneuvers that were coming in from that buggy. He tried to turn it around and make sure that they were not able to go in, but at the end of the day, Sagi, he's still got to loot up himself. And Skylightz Gaming, this is a little bit dangerous. Fortunately, where they are going, no one's going to be there. So, they have the comfort of knowing that given the plane path, it is unlikely teams are standing in their way, as another vehicle will be spotted and taken up. 2 members will exit, making sure the numbers are split nice and even. Because even if one of those cars blows up, you've got the other 2 members still alive and kicking. making sure that the team has a chance at some placement points. However, they do want to make their way towards El Pozo, which is at the western end of the current zone. So, yeah, once they get there, that is when they're going to start looting up and maybe, actually playing the game. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards Team X-Park and TSM, who do seem to be in close proximity of one another. X-Park, of course, dropping near Junkyard, whereas the side of TSM have dropped somewhere close towards that graveyard area.
I think it was a decent game coming in from Team X-Park. Mavi managing to get 5 finishes for his team was absolutely brilliant, but in the end, I think it was Team Revanant who took them out in the first game on that Rozo kill. It was a great game for them, not a really good game for them, but an average game for them, and I think they're feeling confident. It's going to be a really impressive game, it seems. They are in the zone, they are in Junkyard, they're looting it out. They have some vehicles as well. Maybe they would require some more loot, if you ask me.
Absolutely, and if you look at the teams at the bottom of the circle right now, the one that seems is probably going to have the hardest time is going to be OR, because all their ways inside the zone are being guarded, right? You've got Recknoning Esports near Minas del Val, you've got, EXO obviously in Los Leones towards Impala, there's UDog, so OR really have the hardest time of getting in the zone. I mean, that is sort of the problem with dropping on the coastline on any map, that your rotations inside the circle are probably going to be a little bit harder, so you have to be smart about how you approach that situation. But Eggy, in the meantime, is going to get his hands on the M249, 150 bullets to work with. Ah, boy, he's going to make it sing as soon as he sees a chance. But for now, there's no one near House of the Patron, and it seems that Enigma will just be very, very happy, getting their hands on whatever sort of scraps GodLike left behind. Because once again, Hacienda del Patron is GodLike's main drop.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be really amazing to see if they're going to fight it out. Meanwhile, talking about drop clashes, yes, we have Skylightz Gaming going against a team, the Supari gang. It's eminent, right, Floki? We've been witnessing TSG versus Skylightz Gaming in the semi-finals as well, but at this point of time, are they going to fight it out again? Again, 16 teams, 64 players are still surviving at this point of time, and I can hear no commotion happening at this point of time.
Yeah, me neither. It seems that the side of Skylightz Gaming for now are just going to be going around and getting their hands on some loot to work with, as El Pozo is the hotspot for both Skylightz Gaming as well as TSG. And Skylightz Gaming, they've often been eager to kick out the members of TSG, although it does seem that they are splitting the city up 50-50. You've got TSG on one side and you've got the side of Skylightz on the other. Once again, not a lot of early action on Miramar, but that only means one thing, and that is when the circle starts closing in and that first shot is fired, it's going to be a domino effect of sorts, where we're going to see a lot of teams breaking in against each other and eventually trying to, just make sure they're able to third party, and then there's going to be a fourth party and a fifth party and a sixth party, and before you know it, the entire server is going to be up in flames.
Well, it is a party, I have to tell you. iQOO BGIS Grand Finals. Yeah, we are not invited, but we are hosting it at this point of time.
Yeah.
So, talking about the Supari gang, I think they played well in semifinals. We have Nikhil, D-Singh, Krish and Daddy, and right now they're scraping to get some decent loot. Krish, on the other hand, got a level 3 helmet to his name. This is going to be really important in those close range quarters as well as those long range altercations as well. Meanwhile, talking about GodLike, looks like they found some enemies nearby. It is Enigma Gaming who's trying to rotate near Hacienda del Patron. Meanwhile, GodLike Jonathan, I mean, you can see he is concentrating. We can see the live POV there, Floki. He is concentrating, and boy, oh boy, this guy was the MVP in semifinals.
Absolutely. I mean, Jonathan, I have to say, every single time I see him on my screen, I feel like I learned something new about this game, because there's just something about this man, the way he plays, that he can always pick up from, even when he was in that 1v2 against TSM last time around, you saw how quick he was on his feet. He knew that he had to catch the enemy by surprise with his position, so he hid behind the door. He was like, maybe they don't spot me, maybe I have a fighting chance over here. Of course, he used that element of surprise, peeked out, but at the end of the day, it was a 1v2, and well, he got a little bit unlucky with the spray, so he didn't connect, on that member, and unfortunately didn't have the time to heal himself back up. As, once again, it's like you say, Spiro, I mean, Jonathan is one of the best players out there, and every single time you see him on your screen, do make sure you got a pen and paper around, because you might want to be taking notes that could help you with your own game.
Well, we are talking about great players, and here you go, we have Team X-Park on our screen, Scout, Mavi, Ultron and Gil. I still remember semifinals. I mean, the first day was not great for Team X Park, but the way they managed to make a comeback after that was just amazing. I mean, it's almost like a fairy tale story for them, and the way they are playing, the way they are managing to get those points when they are desperate. I think that is a big factor, and that shows that when you are under pressure, you can still get points.
Absolutely. I mean, even though you might be under a world of pressure, even though the whole world might be bearing its weight on your shoulders, you kind of have to make sure you're hitting that bench press, you're hitting that shoulder press, and your shoulders are strong enough to carry that weight. Because sometimes that is what this lobby will demand of you. That is what the grand finals will demand of you. And well, once again, if you want to make your name internationally, then you have to make sure that you're able to deal with all the teams in your own country first. And that is what a lot of these teams are going to be looking to do. Oh, Oldhood Esports, well, peeking out of their vehicle right now. Crazy has to be a little bit careful. Could be shot in the head if he isn't a bit too aware. However, Oldhood, they've got all their ties still intact, but Hyderabad Hydras, once again, making sure that Oldhood don't feel completely comfortable moving around in that coop, so they will force them to sort of go to the compound and raid it instead, and maybe do a bit of a holdout.
Well, they just barely managed to survive that gunfire coming in from Hyderabad Hydras, and I think they got a decent compound, and I don't think Hyderabad Hydras, they are too interested in attacking that compound. They're looking to find a decent space in the zone, and again, the circle just got shrinked, and it is going to be a sudden shift. Meanwhile, Team OR Esports, you know, I wonder how they're going to play in this one, because Erangel was great for OR Esports. Talking about the zone, yes, it is going to be a southern shift, and I can see a lot of great teams in the center. I can barely see anyone on the edges at this point of time, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, I only see like two teams on the edges, and that is UDog and OR, and you know, they two are soon going to close in. But once again, the fact that we haven't seen any action only means one thing, that when the action breaks out, it is going to cascade into madness. Every single team will want in on a part of the party and a part of the action, and we'll see who comes out on top. But for now, like you said, a lot of teams in the center. San Martin being occupied by at least 3 teams, as I see X-Park, I see GodLike, and well, in the meantime, we're going to turn our attention towards the members of 7C as they have set their eyes on the members of Revanant. Revanant, they do take a little bit of damage on one of their players, and in the meantime, 7C are trying to find the best angle of attack, and oh boy, he's got the MG3, he's got the level 3 West, the level 3 everything to work with, and he's just looking to make it sing, looking to rack up those finish points.
Well, it is going to be 7C versus Revanant. 7C who got eliminated in the first game by GodLike, it seems. But right now, it's going to be important Paradox position. That position is super important, Floki. I mean, he can deal a lot of damage. 7C Aladdin, he barely managed to survive at that point in time. But at the same time, 7C Prince also got a decent position for himself. He can also be a very crucial element in this fight if they are going to fight eventually. Meanwhile, talking about fights, Enigma and Tactical, I think they are having some altercation on some other part of Miramar.
Absolutely. Well, the Revenant Esports, they are going to drop a couple of smokes around, try and make sure that they've got some cover to work with. That they can do a lot of work, and in fact, he will take down Spray God with it. Can Top Dog convert though? He's cooking up another nade in the meantime. He's trying to make sure that they're not able to close in on that gap. He is still holding on to that nade. Will it find the second knock? Oh, it might, but Sarang is going to be able to get behind cover. But is he ready for the fight? No, he's not. The AKM will find one. It will in fact find 2. Revenant spots out a third and Core down on his knees. But another nade being prepped up by Top Dog. Just how many nades is this man going to fire? Well, that is a smoke coming in from the man. Oh, wait, that might have been a stun grenade, actually. That could have been the stun grenade to catch them off guard over here. But Revenant, they still have to be careful because there is someone shooting them from the back, and I believe that might be the side of Tactical Esports. Nope, it is Prince from the side of 17, trying to make sure that Revenant do not get away with a bit too much.
Move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Top Dog was dancing around those walls, it seems. Meanwhile, 7C Aladdin also got the better of him by Team Revenant, and they are looking incredibly strong today. 7C Prince, the last man standing, the flanker, the IGL of 7C. Now, he got a lot of responsibility on his shoulders to make sure that they get enough points out of Miramar.
Absolutely, and well, Austin Bot, he also has the responsibility of getting a fair number of points for his team, the dedicated DMR/sniper player. As we do see him spot out a couple of members of Tactical Esports, but Tactical, they're just going to make sure that they do not give away too much, because once again, they've lost Hitman. You know, it is only 16, or rather, it is only 12 minutes into the game, and at the same time, they kind of want to make sure that they stick to their playstyle of playing the zone instead. Clutch spots out a couple of players from Revenant, but he's just trying to make sure that they've got some time to rotate out, and once he knows that his teammates are in a decent position, he too will join them and try and make their way around instead. Now, once again, the zone has shifted, so if you could have the map up on the screens, that would be great, because, Well, that will tell us exactly where Tactical Esports are coming from and what else they can have to look out for, as I do believe there are a couple of teams in the vicinity closing in. From behind, they have TSM and X-Park joining the mix, although 7C, they're going to make sure that they keep their eye on Revanant, or, well, should I just say Prince is going to keep their eye on Revanant, because the rest of 7Cs, they have bit the dust a long time ago.
Well, you were talking about Tactical, and the moment I heard Tactical, that reminded me of Top Dog, the way he took out 70 players one by one. He used the TPP advantage to his favor, he used the grenades really well, and the way he was dancing around those walls was just immaculate. Now, talking about 7C Prince, even though he's the last man standing, he's still putting up a fight there. I mean, he's still not shying away from taking that shot, even though he knew that a couple of teams are near him.
Absolutely. I mean, even though he knew that a couple of teams are near him, he kept his composure, he kept his calm, and he still took the fight like a champ. Although Prince, well, trying to show us what exactly he was. Prince of his spots out clutch, and it looks like this might just be what he is, the Prince of long-range finishes. The clutch will be cleaned up, taken out, will bite the dust, and well, he's got very little HP to work with. It will eventually bleed out, and Prince will get the credit for that finish. In the meantime, it looks like Skylightz Gaming will finally take the fight over against the members of TSG. Daddy and Krish both knocked down on their feet on all fours, crawling about, and the rest of TSG are gonna leave them for dead. And well, there's a 2 finish points going the way of Skylightz Gaming.
I have to say it is a great start coming in from Skylightz Gaming. I mean, TSG, now they're on the back foot, and yes, they are running away. There's no point in taking this fight. They don't have the advantage. It is going to be a 4v2. Meanwhile, talking about unadvantaged situation, it is going to be for GodLike. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who got knocked there by Murphy, now getting revival from his friend, his teammate, Z-God. It is going to be incredible, but at this point of time, look at the flank coming in from Gil. That's a very important flank for Floki.
Oh yeah, most certainly. Gil has not been spotted just yet. Ultron is taking all of the attention right now, soaking up all the bullets, all the nades coming his way. Is going to return one as well, and dude does deal a fair amount of damage onto the GodLike. But Jonathan low as well. Is he even going to find Z-God to work with over here? 2 knocks for the price of 1. Team X-Mark will take that any day, but in the meantime, Gil has been discovered and also been knocked down. So it does come down to 2v2. The man himself, Scout, now taking it upon himself to take out the members of GodLike, as Neo is there in the distance, and Clutch God is trying to get his other teammates back upon their feet. In fact, Clutch God will be able to find Ultron in the meantime, and now I believe there is only Scout still standing from the side of X-Spark. Nope. Mavi is still in the picture, and he has spotted out Neo, but with the blue zone closing in, Team X-Spark, they need to wrap this up and move on.
Now the question is, Scout is coming in, Clutch God is on his sides, and he would get the knock in. Scout with a beautiful nade, taking another player of Team GodLike, and Team GodLike now on the back foot with the Neo, I think is the last man standing. All other players of Team GodLike are knocked down there. Neo, the last man standing. Now it's a 1v2 situation for him. Is he be able to take this fight? Now again, we have seen Neo taking some really good clutches in past, but it is the pressure situation. It is the grand finals, and Team GodLike, who managed to get 15 finishes in Erangel, now on the back foot with the last man standing. GodLike Neo with that UMP, level 2 helmet, a level 2 vest. Would he be able to clutch this situation out? Let's find out.
Well, Team X-Spark just trying to wrap around him like a boa constrictor, although 2 members don't make for a very, very strong wraparound play. It does seem like Mavi is going to take his sweet time, you know, just eat up those painkillers, get that boost going, and move out of this area. As, well, Scout, he has come in, but he needs to heal himself back up because he is dropping low. Does he even have time to heal himself back up? I don't think he does. Scout is probably going to be knocked out over here. I'm not too sure what's going on. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, it does seem that Revanant have come out to attack once again from the members of Old Hood Esports. And in the distance are Enigma Gaming, who are listening to all this commotion, who are waiting for a squad to be wiped off. And once they are wiped off, well, looks like they will be joining the mix over here. Okay, Klaus finds one. He takes out Paradox. Top Dog are also going to be cleaned up. Revanant will be taken out. And in the meantime, Team X-Spark, what? It does look like the clutch came through. Neo came in clutch for his team, as GodLike will still have a pony in this race. Old Hood Esports, they also eliminate the side of Revanant. 2 teams being knocked out 17 minutes in.
Well, we were talking about clutches, and GodLike Neo, I think he know how to clutch a couple of, opponents, but the way he took out X-Pac, he was just waiting for it. Let's relive the memories again, Floki. Let's have a look at the instant replay. Oh, GodLike. Oh, Neo, you sneaky player. He was waiting for Team X-Pac to make a move, and that was the wrong move coming in from Team X-Pac.
Wow, the amount of patience it took from that man to just stay in that spot, but I have to hold on to that thought because TSM are going to take a fight against UDog. All three of their members going to be knocked down. What are UDog up to? It seems like TSM have just got them by the hip and they're not letting it go. Shadow is going to be responsible for getting his teammates back up on their feet, but he has to be a little bit careful because on the high ground I do see one member from 7C and also members from the side of Recknoning Esports who are just waiting to sense weakness, and then they're going to strike. Ninja Jod, realizing that he needs to save his own life at this point, will drop a couple of smokes, allow for Shadow to rotate out as well, who will scurry away, while UDog, well, they've got one member still alive over here. It's going to be Dave trying to carry their hopes and dreams forward, but given that this is the map of Miramar and he is on the low ground, that is looking very, very unlikely. In the meantime, OR might be facing off against our Esports.
Well, I have to say it was a great comeback coming in from TSM, but 7C Prince with that high ground advantage, he managed to steal a lot of position there. Meanwhile, talking about OR Esports, they are going up against our Esports. Both these teams, they played really well in semi-finals, but at this point of time, the zone is in their favor. They are in the zone, but right now the numbers game advantage is not in the favor of OR. Evo being the last man standing. Now again, we have witnessed Evo do some great stuff in the past, but right now our Esports, they're coming in and they won't finish. OR Esports.
Absolutely, our Esports able to find themselves two finishers to work with over here, while EXO once again on top of that hill. They've got three members standing here. Well, in fact, they've got all four because it seems that the fourth member is on a bit of a flank. That is the job of Punkyu. And it seems that right now he's just focused on gatekeeping them with the TMR in his hands. The Mini 14 could do a lot of work. He also sees an airdrop in the distance, so that information will also be relayed over. As EXO have got a lot of options right now, but for the moment, the best choice is to hold that hill and prevent others from coming in. Recknoning Esports will do the same over here. Wild 69 has actually given away his position by firing off those two shots. He's got the AKM as well. He's not too sure who's going to be on the other side, so he is pre-firing around there. And Recknoning Esports are continuing to hold on to this little area, while Tactical are trying to skirt their way around it. But Wild 69 might be caught out in the open. The beat comes, the bullets fly, and Maxi OP won't connect on Wild 69, but he's still standing strong and he's still fighting back. And Nate comes in on the side. Can he stand strong for much longer? No, he cannot. He will be cleaned up, and so will the final member from the side of Tactical Esports. They will be taken out. And it seems that, wait, never mind, it was actually the Supari gang who got cleaned up, not the side of Tactical. Oh no, it was Tactical Esports. TSG also got cleaned up on the other side. My bad.
It was just beautiful, right? I mean, the TPP advantage that Recknoning just took there, it was amazing. But meanwhile, Neo still surviving, still managing to break some havoc there. I would love to see if Neo can do the clutch again, but this time against the sides of Enigma. Now he can't be sneaky, he has to rotate his position. But meanwhile, Team Enigma with the numbers game advantage in their favor, they managed to take out Neo alongside Team GodLike. Right now, let's talk about top 9 teams. 26 players still surviving Floki. Yeah. It's going to be tough.
It most certainly is. I mean, 26 players with 9 teams in the mix. Do a little bit of math and that should tell you that not everyone has got a 4-man roster to work with over here. Maybe just a couple of few teams who still got 4 members, and well, one of them is EXO, who spread them out very, very beautifully, making sure they cover every angle there is on Miramar. And it seems that Shadow OG will be taken out as TSM will be eliminated in 8th place by the side of Team EXO. Get the credit for that. And Team TSM, they do walk away with 3 finishes and 1 placement point to boot.
Well, this is the grand finals, right? I mean, those teams who played well in the first game, they were not able to get those points in the second one now. And I would love to see, I mean, this is grand finals, right? 4 days of action, 24 matches to come. And I think we are for some really good surprises as we go further in these games. Meanwhile, talking about Team Recknoning. Now, again, the semi-final performance of Team Recknoning, they were out in the bottom page after day number 3. But boy, oh boy, they managed to make a comeback in the last day.
Absolutely, and now it seems that EXO are just going to be lying around in the bushes, waiting for some sort of push to come. Sensei tasked with making sure that his front is covered. He's just going to make sure that he doesn't get spotted either. In the meantime, Fierce will sense an opportunity, will rattle off a few shots. Mr. Spray gets taken down to about 40-ish points of life, while Fierce realizes that he has banded the other side. And welcome, the boy might not be long for this world, but he will get back to cover in the nick of time. As Fierce, fighting a war on multiple fronts, has to be a little bit careful about his positioning, because if he gets too complacent on one, the other might backstab him. In the meantime, Oldhood Esports, we have seen these guys before, we have seen them clutch it out, but can they actually win this one? They did have an early exit last time around. Maybe this time around they can survive a little bit longer. Oh my god, that nade from Punkyu completely obliterates Mr. Spray. Also does a lot of damage over to the other member in the buggy. And well, Punkyu is going to take it a bit forward and find himself another knock to work with. Now looking to move forward and maybe capitalize on that situation as the circle is once again going to shift a little bit further towards north. It does favor Hyderabad, Hydras and Enigma, but once again, a lot of teams with 4-man squad, but not everyone with the best position to work with.
Absolutely. I mean, now Team Reckoning, they have no other option. They have to leave Mr. Spray behind because the zone is coming in. There's no time for the revival. Meanwhile, all to the Esports, they are rushing in. And put your eyes on Sultan right now because that guy was wrecking havoc in the semi-final. But meanwhile, Team Enigma, Egi, he's just using the advantage beautifully. I mean, he was in a different position from the rest of his team, and the way he used that position was incredible. Managed to get a single finish there. Meanwhile, Team Reckoning still trying to fight it out to enter the zone against Team EXO.
Absolutely, in EXO, well, they've got the advantage of being on the flank, of being on the backstab, of being outside the zone, so they can maybe distract the team, so that they can maybe capitalize on the teams that are inside the current circle when they do take a fight. And in the meantime, it seems that Reckoning Esports are also going to make sure all their fronts are covered while we switch back over to Enigma and Oldhood. It does seem that Avi has been knocked down. Eggy and Saggy still surviving though. So maybe there's a hope for them after all, but no, and Nate comes in, knocks Saggy on his feet, and now with only one Enigma member standing, they might not be long for this game. As well, they are still in 6th place. They will get 4th place with points. Another nade comes through, but it does not connect. Enigma still have one member in the race over here. Crazy will finish off one. Another nade coming in from Sultan, but no! He actually knocks himself. What a miscalculation coming in from that man. That could be very, very costly. As Oldhood need to get him back up on his feet. Crazy getting back up. And now that Eggy and Rex are up, they sense weakness. They get a bounce. Saggy is also healed back up. Oldhood, what have they done?
That's a big blunder coming in from Oldhood Esports, but they're still fighting. Close managing to get to Rex, and he would not only knock him, he would finish him as well. But the blunder was in the favor of Team Enigma. They managed to creep in, they managed to get a couple of frags there, but now it's a 1v2 situation with a drop shot coming in. He managed to get another one. Now it could be a 1v3 situation. Let's see if Close can finish it off with a beautiful spray of his. Would he be able to get the job done? Eggy versus Close. 1 versus 1. It's a fight for the fittest. It's a fight for the survival, and Eggy is looking to heal himself.
Absolutely, and so is, well, Claus, as he's got himself that first aid kit to work with. Will go around the airport fully loaded, waiting for Eggy to make a misstep. Any sound right now will be detrimental to both of these players, which is why they're all holding. Nate is being prepped up, and Nate will be forced out over here, but who's going to win the fight?
No!
It is going to be the drop shot coming in from Eggy, as he keeps Enigma in the race at 4th place. And it seems that while we're busy cashing all these action, 2 other teams have also been eliminated in the meantime. Oldhood down in 4th place as we are left with Reckoning, Hyderabad Hydras, and Enigma in the mix.
What a beautiful drop shot that was coming in from Enigma Eggy. I have to say, that was just legendary. But meanwhile, it's Reckoning versus Hyderabad Hydras going toe-to-toe against each other. Now, again, Gary is knocked down there. He's getting the revival coming in from Manti OP. Abrar, we can see him. He's a clutch master. We know all about Abrar. He's a great player. But right now, it's the biggest stage of them all, and Reckoning, they are reckoning havoc with 10 finishes to their name. But the question is, are they going to get the chicken dinner?
Absolutely. Well, Reckoning Esports, they certainly want the chicken dinner. Everybody wants the chicken dinner, but getting it is a whole nother feat. But we've only got 2 players in the mix over here. Abrar in the bucket. That is super risky. Might be cleaned up over here. Well, it does look like Reckoning Esports are out. Hyderabad Hydras have 3 men alive. There's only 1 member standing from the side of Enigma. They know for sure what they need to do. Ace Black gonna be the eyes, while Manti OP and Carry gonna be the right hand as they try and move in from the right flank. No coincidence there. Eggy on the high ground, trying to spot them out and maybe isolate those fights and clean him up. If he gets 1 knock, he has the potential to isolate another, and before we know it, he could clutch it out, but it does start with that first pick.
Well, absolutely. I mean, the problem is outside the zone, but you know what, Floki? I'm a believer. I believe in Enigma Eggy. I'm a believer in clutches, and I want to see some clutches because this is iQOO BGS, and if you can clutch it out here, you are going to be a superstar, my friend. Enigma Eggy, with a lot of responsibility on his shoulder, but the position, I think the position is not revealed entirely. They don't know that he's on the first floor, but now he would jump in. The nades are going to come in, the bullets are going to come in. He is on fire eventually. Quite literally, he was on fire, but what a brilliant game coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. A winner chicken dinner to their name.
I mean, that is just pure evil if I've ever seen it. A molly being dropped, the blue zone closing in. That just pulled at my heartstrings. I feel so bad for that final member of Enigma. But once again, Hyderabad Hydras getting themselves that chicken dinner. And like we talked about, if you're a team that starts off on a strong foot in the grand finals, those teams are going to be going a long, long way. Enigma, you really wanted to see them clutch things out. Unfortunately, the zone wasn't exactly in their favor. And well, that Molly, it just sealed the deal.
Well, I always love watching these clutches, but at this point of time, Team Hyderabad Hydras, what a brilliant gameplay coming in from their side. I still remember semi-finals. I mean, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they managed to finish in top 5, if I'm not wrong, in the semi-finals. And, well, if you're in top 5 in semi-finals, of course, you're the hot favorites to win this tournament. I mean, you can do that. And let's see, Hyderabad Hydras, I have to say, off to a wonderful start.
Absolutely. They are going to be joining the ranks of GodLike near that top spot, and we'll see exactly how many points they've gotten when we have the point standings ready. But for the time being, I do want to talk about what happened in that previous match. Now, we did see Skylightz Gaming take out the members of TSG. Was a little bit expensive for them, but did they find a podium finish? I actually don't think so. They didn't really make their way towards the top 8. In fact, we can stop speculating because we've got the highlights coming up on our screens right now. So in case you missed out on any of the action, number 1, be on time. Number 2, here are the highlights.
Well, we started off with the team Revanant took out 7C Esports, and I have to say, the way Top Dog, he danced around those walls, he made sure that he wreaked havoc on Team 7C. I mean, you don't always need to just attack people, you need some brain, right? You need some IQ gameplay, and the way Team Revanant played that fight out, it was just beautiful, it was strategical, it was tactical, and I mean, I'm impressed.
Oh yeah, even I'm impressed. I mean, the way they played it out was absolutely genius. Even, credit where credit is due, Prince always finds himself in the spot where he either gets taken out first or he's the final man standing for his team. This time around it was the opposite. He got his team one finish point, but that is all he really got there. And, well, Skylightz Gaming, Gumla Boy, he also clutched things out for his team by knocking out the side of the Supari gang, but then X-Pac come in, take a fight against GodLike. They're able to show them the exit door. But while Neo was still alive, he managed to stay in the blue, heal himself back up, and then catch 2 members from X-Pac off guard.
I mean, Team X-Pac, they must have thought that Neo left the party, it seems. But Neo was there. He was just ordering drinks around the corner, and he was ready for some action. The moment Team X-Pac took their eyes off Neo, he was ready with that bullet of his, and he took out the last 2 players of Team X-Pac. Meanwhile, talking about all the esports, boy, they impressed me, but the blunder at the end, that costed them the chicken, it seems.
Absolutely. I mean, they did blunder in the absolute end. They did, unfortunately, end up costing themselves the chicken dinner. However, they did get 2nd place still, so not the end of the world. They get themselves 3rd place still, so not the end of the world for them. OR Esports, they too have been having an okay-ish start. They didn't have a very strong Erangel. They did end up in top 6, but this time around I think they might have done a little bit better, or maybe I could be wrong about that. Because, OR also had the roughest time, right? We talked about how they were dropped into Porto Paraiso. There was a team at every single place leading into the zone, so they were going to get gate kept one way or the other. But Neo, he did his work by clutching out against Team X-Pac. To expect him to clutch out against Enigma with 3 members out there, yeah, that was just impossible.
Well, there are a lot of teams who were struggling to find a decent space in the zone. I mean, Team EXO was one of them. Team Hyderabad Hydras, I think they are off to a brilliant start. Of course, they got the chicken dinner to speak of, but this was the moment, right? I mean, Alder Sultan, that nade was crucial for his part. I mean, previously he managed to land 2 nades back to back, and this was the 3rd one. Maybe, as they say, 3rd might be unlucky for you.
Absolutely, 3rd could be unlucky, but
that's big.
That's just that slight bit of movement that actually came in, changed the trajectory of that nade, and Sultan knocked himself out. That turned the fight around for Enigma. And man, if it wasn't for the disaster, I think it was the Oldham's game.
I mean, you always try to do that ricochet, right, on the corner of the window. You want the nade to go perfectly in, but it's not easy to do, especially under the pressure. I mean, this is a young team we are talking about. Of course, I mean, Alder Sultan, he managed to rack up 4 iQOO MVPs in semi-finals, but boy, this guy is a superstar. But now, he needs to forget that blunder. He needs to focus on what's coming next. Meanwhile, look at this drop shot coming in for Maggie. That was crucial. And Team Enigma, they managed to get the 2nd spot. Meanwhile, Team Recknoning, Abrar was the last one standing. He was tempted to revive his teammate, it seems, but that was not the wise decision in his favor.
Absolutely. I mean, he tried to go in for the rest. Unfortunately, he couldn't do so, and then the blue closed on Maggie. Man, just look at his perspective.
Oh,
The
this,
Molly
this
is
is
dropped
painful.
in. His feet are on fire, and well, the blue's tearing away his flesh. The Molly is burning away at what is left of his flesh. And at the end of the day, Enigma, well, they were not long for this world, but they still get themselves that second place spot. They still get themselves a bunch of finish points to work with, and that is about the best that they could have hoped for. I mean, even in the last game, it seemed that even though they were dealt a bad hand, they had 2 members alive, it wasn't exactly on them, they still got to top 4. So Enigma, once again, showing that it doesn't matter what kind of situation you put them in, they will find a way to come out on top.
And it's all about that. I mean, the team that is going to do that back to back again and again in this competition is going to be your champions. And believe me, they are going to be the best team in India. But right now, let's have a look at points table. I would love to see how these teams rack up those points.
Absolutely. I too want to have a look at the point standing, see exactly who's going to be on top and who is not. And well, we're going to be bringing it up on your screens anytime now. But it is quite obvious who took that first place spot. It is not going to be Team Enigma. It is going to be the Hyderabad Hydras who got that first place spot. Do you by any chance remember how many finishes they had? Because I think it might have slipped my mind.
Well, we'll see. We'll see shortly how many finishes they
I
got,
like it. I like it. Keeping the suspense for me as well as the audience. Not letting off any secrets over here. But yeah, once again, the point standings are ready, and we will be getting them on your screens right now. Let's see who is on top over here. As well, it is going to be the Hyderabad Hydras in first place with 6 finishes and 21 total points to work with.
Well, number 2 is their neighbor from Erangel. I mean, they land at the same position in northern Georgia. So Recknoning Esports with 10 finishes to their name and a total of 20 points, which is great. I mean, Team Recknoning, they are pushing a lot of teams. They are looking aggressive, so that's a good thing for them. Number 3, we have Team Enigma, who managed to get 6 finish points and a total of 18 points to their name. Number 4, it is going to be Old Hood Esports, and this is a new team. This is a team that is popping a lot of heads towards their themselves, it seems.
I mean, they too are looking to emulate the sort of performance that GodLike has been, putting out in the entirety of the semi-finals and the grand finals as well. For now, though, we're gonna turn our attention towards the iQOO MVP for this match. Well, I couldn't have guessed it. It is gonna be Maxi OP from the side of Recknoning Esports. He's got 5 finishes and 801 damage to work with.
He's a wonderful player. I mean, 801 damage, as you said it, with 2 assists, 1 headshot to his name, 260 healing, and a survival time of 24 minutes and 28 seconds. His fans, I think they call him the dancing Maxi, and the dance is real.
It most certainly is. We'll see how many more dances can Maxi put up over here, because he's going to have to put up a lot of dances if Recknoning Esports keep this up. Of course, they are a team known for the consistency. They were also one of the only few teams who got 3 chicken dinners in the semi-finals. So keep an eye out for them, because they might be running away with the show when you're not looking. Speaking of which, well, 2 Recknoning members in the top 5 spot is Abrar OP and Maxi OP.
Well, we have Old Hood Sultan there with 4 finishes to his name, and his teammate Old Hood Kloss also managing to get into top 4 of iQOO MVP top 5 players list. Meanwhile, we got the Team EXO player Exopunk joining in the party with 3 finishes to his name.
Absolutely. I mean, Old Hood and EXO making guest appearances over here, but of course, this is being dominated by the members from Recknoning Esports. Let's now have a look at the overall stats. Of course, I am talking about the match summary. Let's see how many grenades we used, who got the longest distance finish, and well, I think I sort of saw this coming. Longest finish distance going to Prince with 260 meters on that finish on the member of Tactical Esports. And well, 5 grenades resulting in finishes out of, I believe, the 80 that were popped in this
100.
one.
It was a century of nades in Miramar. Yeah, that is surprising, right, Floki?
Oh yeah, it most certainly is. I mean, didn't expect that.
Well, yes, we got 100 nades used in this Miramar competition, which was just amazing. Total healing was 7,641. Total knocks were 60, out of which 59 got finished, and 4 airdrops were looted in this competition. Meanwhile, Miramar, we don't expect that much nades, to be honest, Floki, but I have to say, this is grand finals, and we have to expect the unexpected.
Absolutely. Well, this is the grand finals, and if you don't bring your A game over here, you might not walk away with that 50 lakh rupee prize, which is of course what all of these teams are going to be fighting for. I mean, yeah, the prestige is nice, but the cash, it's more practical. You can use it, you can sustain yourself with it, and who knows, maybe you can even build a future if you invest it wisely. But yeah, once again, just 2 maps down, not the end of the world. We've still got 4 maps going. What would you say to the teams who have not been doing so well thus far? Of course, I am talking about Team EXO. Once again, they didn't find themselves in the top 8. What would you do differently if you were them? Actually, you know what? Hold on to that thought, because I believe you've got a player face-off coming off. So let's have a look and see what two players are going to be, or rather which two players are going to be pitted against each other. And well, who's going to come out on top? It's going to be Abrar OP versus Sultan.
Well, Abrar, who's known as the finisher for Team Reckoning, he's the clutch master, he's the clutch minister, if I may say, for Team Reckoning. He managed to get 5 finishes to his name, but against him, we have old hood Sultan, the Sultan of Swing, as you guys call him. But I have to say, this guy is actually ripping things apart these days.
Absolutely. I mean, he is certainly putting up the numbers over. He has a bit of a slow start, but that's okay. In the meantime, let's have a look at the squad face-off and see which two teams are going to be pitted against each other, as we've got Old Hood Esports going up against Recknoning Esports. But it seems that Recknoning have the edge, or do they?
Well, they have one more finish to their name, and I think apart from that, it's almost similar. They got the higher number of assists, they got the better positioning in the position points table, and I have to say, Team Reckoning off to a decent start as well, Floki.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but how does this make sense? How does Recknoning have lesser survival time compared to Old Hood, who went out in 4th place? Well, it could have simply been that one player survived for too long, and maybe that could have shifted the average up a little bit. That's the only rational explanation I have, and well, that did catch me by surprise over there. But once again, great performance coming out by the Hyderabad Hydras, great performance coming out by Recknoning Esports as well, and you're going to be seeing a lot more of Recknoning on Miramar, because that is their home turf. That is where they got themselves those high number of chicken dinners.
You know what I'm thinking right now, Floki? I mean, we were there in the semi-finals. I think we were doing the second last game, and we were talking about Miramar, and I told you, Hyderabad Hydras, it's their favorite map, and well, here you go. First time in the grand finals, first Miramar, and they got a chicken.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a flying start for the side of the Hydras. I mean, at the end of the day, all it really comes down to is that confidence. All of these players, they know what to do. They've got the mechanical skill. They have the game sense. They've got the intelligence as well. It's just about feeling confident. And when you get yourself the first map, the map that you've practiced very, very hard under your belt, a map that you said you're going to perform on, well, that just opens up a door to a bunch of new possibilities that might have been locked because of the lack of confidence. And well, confidence is what is going to separate these teams from the tippity top, as if you want to compete against the side of GodLike, well, you better know what you're doing. Speaking of which, I did ask you a question earlier. I did ask what teams, the teams that are at the bottom right now, what is it that you would say to them if you were their coach?
Well, I would say just stick to the basics, right? I mean, whatever you have done to reach here is the perfect thing. You can do it again if you believe in yourself. So the basic is believe in yourself, believe in your knowledge of the game, and just do it. Do it once again. Don't read the names, though.
Absolutely. Don't read the names, because that is when maybe some of that fear and nerve starts setting in. Although I do want to ask perhaps a bit more of a technical question over here. Do you want them to change their drop spots, or do you think no?
No, I don't want...
That's more risky than actually staying where you are.
The thing is, we're not seeing any drop clashes, right? We are only witnessing some car clashes. We are only witnessing some rotational clashes. So they need to focus on their rotation first, and I think it's going to be fine. The drops are fine, absolutely fine. But yeah, after a couple of days, we might see some changes. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the overall standings after match number 2 of day 1 of iQOO BGIS Grand Finals, and we have GodLike Esports at number 1 with a total of 32 points to their name.
Absolutely, they had 15 finishes in the last game. They've added another 4 to their tally, and they've gone up to 32 points total. Enigma Gaming as well, making their way to the top over here with 30 points to work with. TSM with 1 chicken dinner in the 3rd place with 27 points. That means that they only got 4 in this one. I wonder if these were placement points or if those were finishes. Old Esports as well in 4th place. You got the Hydras, Recknoning Esports, Revanant, and OR. And these are your top 8 teams for the time being. There are a couple of names that I don't see here, so let's move on to the other side. Let's move on to the second slide and see who is there from the 9 to 16 place. Piero, have the honor.
Well, number 9, we have Skylightz Gaming with a total of 13 points. They played incredibly well in the semi-finals, but off to a decent start, I would say. Again, it's all about consistency, right, Floki? Number 10, we got Team EXO with a total of 10 points to their name. They won't be that happy, but I think they can make a comeback really soon. Number 11, we got Team Xpark with 7 finishes. I mean, look at that start there. They got 7 finishes, but only 1 position point to their name for a total of 8 points. And we can see the other teams in the table as well. So, some teams, they're off to a wonderful start. Some team, not a great start for them, but boy, oh boy, I mean, still only 2 matches in. A lot to happen.
Absolutely. Only 2 matches in. There's still a lot more matches to go. In fact, there's going to be another Miramar. There's going to be 2 more Erangels. And there's also going to be a Sanhok in the middle of it all. So keep your eye out for that one. Because I have been seeing a couple of Instagram stories. And well, I have been, seeing what the players are up to. I do believe we're going to be seeing a lot of action on that map. And I can't wait for that map to crop up. Although before we do get there, there is going to be an Erangel in the mix. What do you think is going to happen this time around? Because we did see Team X Park be a little bit late towards Water City and they didn't have a lot of loot. Is it just the flight path going with them, or do you think they're doing something a little different?
To be honest, it's their drop, right? I mean, Water City is not a wonderful drop. Of course, you get a really decent advantage. If the zone is in your favor, you're going to get a brilliant advantage. But at this point of time, you need to be careful because you need some loot.
Absolutely. You need a lot of loot to work with once again on Erangel, and hopefully the flight path will allow for these teams to do so. But I believe that we are going to be having a bit of a switcheroo going around. I will be leaving the studio in just a bit. When we come back with the break, you're watching the Battleground India Series 2021.
Yes, man. You ain't seen nothing yet. Burn it down, yeah. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप. अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए. वेल डन बॉयज.
Hello and welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Series 2021. This, of course, is the grand finals, and boy, oh boy, things are heating up. My name is Angad the Experiment Chahal, and well, the mischief is out. Hope is finally in. I have with me Sparrow. Sparrow, oh my goodness. I mean, I think it's safe to say Miramar is Hyderabad Hydras map.
Well, it's their playground, I have to say. I mean, the way these players, they take their position in the zone, the way they manage to keep their numbers game alive till the final few seconds, it is just immaculate, right? I mean, these players, they know how to play Miramar.
Oh, they know how to play Miramar, they know how to win Miramar, and they know how to get that delicious chicken dinner. Now, speaking of chicken dinners, I mean, you have the stats, I have the stats. Day one of the semi-finals, Hyderabad Hydras just ended with 7 points, and look where they are now.
Well, the way they managed to make a comeback, that was immaculate, right? I mean, they played their Miramars well. They played their Erangels averagely. They managed to get a lot of points. And you know what? A weird stat? Hyderabad Hydras, after semifinals, they managed to get 98 position points.
Wow, I mean, that's just one shy of, I do believe, Team XO, which was on top with 99. Of course, he is going to have to confirm his stats because, you know, he likes calling me out. But again, we've had 2 maps played, and right now in the lead, of course, we did have a look at the overall standings. GodLike have their position, but let me talk to you about Enigma. Now, if you notice something, they do have 10 position points each from both the games, which means, again, consistency is something that is going to be in that boot camp. Again, all you need is that balance between finishes and between position points. Now, of course, before the next game starts, Costa stop clock start match. It'll happen. It'll happen. It is going to be back in Erangel. And, you know, I did overhear you and Floki kind of talk about it just a little bit. So, drop spots, not a big issue, right? Because, again, no one's really clashing at the drop spots. Migration is what is the key to success.
Well, it's all about rotation, right, XP? I mean, the way you enter the zone, the way you manage to make sure that your players survive till the final few circles, that is going to be the most important thing. And the way zones are behaving in Erangel, I have to say this is not going to be easy for a lot of teams. We have witnessing some weird zones in Erangel. I mean, throughout the semifinals, throughout the quarterfinals, we have seen some crazy zones. And yes, I know you love it. And I believe that we are going to witness one of these crazy zones once again.
I like how the circle, you know, like a pinball table, it just goes ding, 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 all over the place. And sometimes you think it might settle in the south, but then suddenly it has a mind of its own. It throws you that curveball. Let me tell you something. It makes it all that more exciting for us. Now, once again, before we get down to all that hot blood spilling on all that luscious green grass, let's appreciate Erangel once more, as this time we are going to be starting off. Let's see if it's going to be at the Milta Power Plant. It is going to be the Milta Power Plant. There you have it, of course. One of the silence, kind of destructed, kind of broken. Looks like there was a little bit of a blast they had to contend with.
Well, Team EXO and their drop spot is just too amazing, I have to say. And then nobody contested, to be honest. I mean, they have 7C as their neighbor in the farm area, but they don't fight it often. Meanwhile, UDog India, and I think they're off to a decent start, but they need more points on the table. They need to make sure that they rack up a lot of points in this angle. Of course, I mean, XP, first day is going to be important for a lot of teams, right? I mean, if you have that coverage in the first one, if you have that buffer after the first day, that is going to help you.
Absolutely, and talking of the buffer, now a couple of teams, they do look good right now. They do have a few points to their names. Of course, I am talking about GodLike, I am talking about Enigma. And speaking of Enigma, there you have it. This is the place where they generally love dropping. Not just the prison building itself, but, you know, the surrounding area. Sometimes they might just head off to Lipovka. Sometimes it could be the shelter. And, well, although our esports, they love dropping down at the military base, they can do that because no teams are going to contest them anytime soon. And now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you have a look at Nova Recknoning, we all know who loves dropping there. But in about 5 seconds, there you have it. The Big Bird is going to take to the skies one more time over the green, luscious plains of Erangel. And oh boy, man, imagine being the final squad and all you are covered in is glory and all that golden glitter, because there you have it. Big Birds in the sky, my co-capitan, where are we flying to?
Well, this is a beautiful map, I agree with you on that. And if you know your Erangel, you might witness Milta Power nearby. Yes, it is going to start in the southern part of Milta Power and going, I think it's gushing through shooting range and ending in between Zerki and Siverny. Now again, the first question is going to be that are we going to see some drop clashes? Team Revanant, I think they're not going to have any problems because they are going to land in Recknoning and they're going to get a lot of loot. I can say the same things for Team iQOO as well. They are going to land near Milta, and I think both these teams, they know how to loot first. Like it's everything about loot, right? In the first few seconds, you need to get a decent amount of loot. You need to get your vehicles, and boom, you're ready.
Now, the best thing is, if the teams haven't done their homework, which I'm sure at this stage all the teams, they know exactly where the opposition is dropping, they can actually go back in time, watch the little beauty shot videos as we show all the drop spots along with the logos, and they can have an idea, so this is where the love dropping. Now, again, always, right at the beginning, I'm always fearful of a fight breaking out between Team iQOO and 7C Esports because they drop so close to one another. However, only seldom do we see them actually exchanging fire.
Well, Team iQOO is a kind of a team who never likes to take early altercation. They know that they need some loot first, and they always prefer zones. But Team iQOO, after 15-minute mark, they become something else. They become aggressive and they try to take a lot of fight then. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, this is going to be a Western kind of a zone. It is not that crazy as it may seem.
It doesn't seem as crazy, but what does seem crazy is we might have an early drop clash because although Old Hood, they usually will head over towards Gatka and the surrounding areas, this time looks like they might just be taking the fight to Skylightz Gaming. For now, your leaders on the leaderboard, GodLike Esports. And boy oh boy, when these demigods get packing, when they start rolling, when they start rampaging through the opposition, they are a little difficult to stop. But for now, again, nothing does seem like it's going to happen early on because although I was expecting a clash at Pachinki is going to be for Skylightz Gaming, all for their taking.
Absolutely. I mean, look at those lovely iQOO 7 legends in the hand of these players. These legends, they are turning out to be, they managed to get 15 finishes. So the practice has been done on these devices. And oh boy, these are crazy, amazing devices.
Of course, and all these gamers, they have that monster inside that they wish to unleash. And that is exactly what they are doing. And I'm sure they want to definitely keep the devices after that because they're like, hey, wait a second. Normally, I'd get about 10 finishes. This time I'm going out with 15. Means it definitely packs a punch. But coming back to the game, of course, Jonathan on your screens, and now we're going to switch our attention to the apartments close to the school because that is where OR Esports love dropping, and sooner or later expect this entire team to be in Rozhok because again, speed is of the essence when it comes to this early game looting and rotation. And speaking of early game rotations, the Revanant Sparrow already on the move, and they might just be heading in 7C's direction.
Well, absolutely. I mean, talking about that, Team Revanant, they know how to cross the bridge. They know where the opponents are going to land, and I think they know how to deal with 7C. But meanwhile, talking about OR Esports, they're sticking to their guts, they're sticking to the basics, trying to loot first, and after looting, I think they're still in the zone, so they don't have to worry about that at this point of time though. But XP, I know as the zone will shrink in, the chaos is going to be amazing.
And I cannot wait for it because, of course, once you are in each other's comfort zones, only one team usually does survive such an entanglement. But for now, Team Xbox, Water City all to themselves, and that is some delicious loot lying around. In fact, Gil is spoiled for choice over here because he has so many weapons. Does he pick up the SLR? Does he go for the AKM? But for now, he's going to make sure he has the M4 and the UMP, or the Oompa Loompa as I love calling it, on his back because, again, you want that stability. You want to use weapons that are to your advantage, your strengths, so to speak. Now, if I was in the game, first of all, I would have to make it through the ringer. I'm sure I'll have one of them bolt-action rifles on my back, which we just might see in the not-so-distant future. But for now, all the teams are still going to be comfortable. They're still going to loot to their heart's content. But sadly for us viewers, no action. And just speaking of reverence, if we could have the map come up at some point or the other, I will show you something interesting because, like I said, they were heading across the bridge, but now they've done a little switcheroo, and have a look at that. They have taken the bridge less and less traveled.
Well, they have done their homework. It's as simple as that. They know that 7C is going to be near farm. They know that iQOO is going to be near Milta. It's going to be so risky if they want to... homework makes the dream work, it seems, in this game. And yes, they are making their dream a reality by playing in this competition. They are in the top 16. They are the best team in India, one of the best teams in India. And I think they're off to a decent start. They played well in the first Erangel.
What we are witnessing are the 16 best teams in India, my friend. And, only one king or one queens are going to be crowned at the end of the grand finals. But for now, speaking of Revenant, they're going to make their way to the quarry and all the nearby areas without much resistance because, again, no one seems to be locking horns. But sooner rather than later, Enigma Esports might just head on a little bit of a clash with TSG. In fact, we might just switch to that fight right now because possibly, just possibly, again, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, we might just see a drive-by.
You know, as they say it, it's just the silence before the storm.
Oh,
XP.
yes.
It's gonna happen. But I think it may take some time. Meanwhile, talking about Team Reckoning Esports, believe me, XP, I mean, be patient. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And when it happens, we are going to be in the hot seat to talk about it.
Are you saying I should have some hope?
Well, you should have. You should have some hope. But meanwhile, and I see what you did there. But meanwhile, talking about Reckoning Esports, oh boy, they're off to a decent start. Abrar, Maxi, Spray, and Skrills. I mean, these are fighters, right? The way they managed to qualify is a story altogether.
Now, Skrills, of course, the man packed to the gills with skills, is going to be instrumental for his team's victory over here. But, of course, your winners of the last game in Miramar, Hyderabad, Hydras. Now, the thing is, if you cut off ahead of one of them, you know, normally two do grow. But this time around, if you are put down, well, you are 6 feet under. And historically speaking, Erangel hasn't really been their, you know, their most powerful man. But I do believe you have a point you want to make.
Well, you know, I was just watching the POV of X Black. I mean, look at the concentration level. Look at his.
Oh, he's zoned in.
Look at his eyeballs there. I mean, he's looking at the loot once. He's looking at the map once, and you know, he's just cycling because he's the IGL, right? He needs to worry about where their team is going to go next. And I mean, just look at the eyeballs of these players, especially the IGLs. They're looking at the map with one eye, and they're looking at their gameplay with another.
Almost like an iguana over there, out in the nature, you know, looking at two things at once. But now, as we wait with bated breath as to where the next circle is going to be shifting, it is kind of similar to what we saw in the last game. You know, you can't expect all the teams to kind of head towards the center, which means Gotka could be bustling with life sooner or later. The Ruins could be coming back alive after such a long time because, well, TX are going to be moving out, but judging by what I see on the map, I do believe the circle might just head a bit towards the southwest. There you have it. Shots are finally being fired, ladies and gentlemen. Action is going to break out, and it is going to be Clutch Guard who is going to get the better of Skrills. And now with his M4, he switches his attention to the other two members. It is looking bad for Skrills because they might know that they are split up, and there you go, GodLike, ever hungry for finishes, are going in, well, for the finish.
Well, there was an argument in the community, right, XP, how GodLike is going to play, what their strategy would be. I mean, they're all guns blazing. They came up here, and it's simple. Eat, sleep, destroy, repeat.
You know it. I know it. Now, everybody watching knows that GodLike, they were holding back in the semifinals, and boy, oh boy, this is the aggression you need. And of course, when you are driving a Koenigsegg, you might want to drive it on the road because, well, all that undercarriage is going to be scratched out afterwards. But have no fear, ladies and gentlemen. This, of course, is a game, and anything can be fixed. Elsewhere, looks like TSM atop Olympus over here are going to be raining it down death as Reckoning Esports are going to be traversing the plains. Unfortunately for TSM, the distance was just a bit too much. Now, the circle, everyone's attention is going to be where the next zone is going to shift. And Sparrow, I'll be taking any guesses here.
Well, I'm waiting for my cue
I know
to
what
come
you're waiting
in.
for.
I'm waiting for my cue to come in, and yes, as soon as it may came in, we will talk about the zone. But talking about the rotations now, look at EXO. They're also rotating. They're just through the red zone, blue zone, and they are making their way into the zone. But yes, it might be a Gatka circle. It might take some areas of farm as well. But we'll see. We'll see. I think Pochinki, Gatka, I think all these areas are going to be in the zone.
There you go, of course. We were waiting for the little drop to fall down just to give you guys a little hint, but that is not all it takes to know where the next circle goes. And that secret we're going to keep to ourselves.
Yeah,
Don't worry about that.
We're not revealing
I
anything.
am not letting your trade secrets out, my friend, but what will tell you is that looks like TX could be in some trouble because the team is heading right for them. There you have it, Skylightz Gaming. In fact, Destro is unfortunately going to be destroyed at the hands of Mavi because, well, TX, they've been playing in this position for a long time. Now, we did see something in Erangel of the past. In this same position, they have been in trouble as well.
Well, Team Xpark, I still remember that game, right? I mean, it was the first game of
I think
round 3.
The same thing I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was the first game of round 3. I mean, we were watching Team Xpark in this competition for the first time, and they got taken out by someone. And I have to say, Team Xpark, they are not changing their strategies for anyone.
The best thing is that someone is still in the grand final, so looks like we might just have some more commotions later on. But for now, as the teams are going to be traversing towards the center, boy, oh boy, I want to see some Carmageddon action. We just might see that because Jelly just gave his sound cue away. Of course, keep one thing in mind, 160 meters out, all vehicles, well, they will pop up on your map. And of course, you are going to hear the engine roar in the distance. For now, Jelly is going to be a bit careful. He knows that the enemies could be here, and in fact, this might be the moment. You don't want to get out over here because at one end, you do have TX. Now, if he's not careful, he's set up shots over here. He might just get that knock over there, but then Skylightz Gaming could come and be a pawn on the side.
You know, if you ask me, I feel Jelly is quite lucky there. Skylightz Gaming yet to spray at Jelly, and I think he will manage to survive for a tiny little bit. But meanwhile, he's looking to enter the compound where Skylightz are just holding on their own. This is not going to be easy. Jelly, be careful there. And boy, oh boy, he managed to survive that. I wonder how.
Well, he does manage to survive, and now he's going to get up on the other side. He is the last man standing, but it's going to be Gumla Boy who is going to chase him down. The thing is, or Esports' Jelly is all by himself. Can he get one? No, he cannot, because, well, 2 is always better than 1, and Somraj and Gumla Boy are going to make sure that he is sent packing again. Now, he was on a bit of a scouting mission, but now here comes the cavalcade. Evo making his buggy right up to the front. Rexy with his Tesla right up to the front. Somraj doesn't realize that, wait a second, he gave his angles away, and that grenade almost shook him off his feet. But now, or Esports are coming in. Evo gets the better of Somraj. Gumla Boy gets taken down. In fact, he is going to be knocked out in an instant. Rexy making sure he does his part. That means now only one man is alive from Skylightz Gaming, and that man is nowhere to be seen.
Now the question was, where was Pukar when all this commotion was happening? He was not here. He was not there to cover for his teammates, and right now is the last man standing. Now it's going to be a 3v1 situation, and believe me, I'm a believer, XP. I want to see some clutches today.
Oh, I believe you. Even I'm in the same boat over here. Looks like Mavi is going to be spotted out once again as Aditya and the boys from OR Esports. Now, how the tables turn. I mean, Skylightz Gaming, boy, they were looking so good, but now they are down to one last man. Elsewhere, UDog in there. They are going to be driving. They are going to be shot at. Question is anybody going to hit the ground? For now, they are lucky that Aditya ran out of space to shoot.
Well, again, I mean, Skarl is a shaky weapon, to be honest, and with the semi-hardcore mode turned on, it's not going to be easy, but we are witnessing something weird here, XP. We are witnessing 3 teams losing their players in rotation. I mean, we have seen Skylightz Gaming, we have seen Hyderabad Hydras now.
And this is what you were talking about. It's all about the rotations. There you have it. The IGL is going to be taken down. Ace Black is going to be on his bloody knees, but, well, lucky for him, Crazy is going to make sure that, you know, he sends him packing and makes him meet his maker. Wait a second, Crazy. Did you not spot the enemy? I think he did. And Ace Black is trying his best to, you know, just try and play with him. And now his position is going to be given away, and it is going to be Sultan who puts him in the ground. Again, a shaky start for a few teams, but the circle has kind of shifted as well. We are going to move a bit further up north. The Ruins are going to be in play. TSM, oh boy, from their position up top, that little eagle's nest, Sparrow, they can rake up a lot of finishes.
Well, I love that position, right? I mean, you know, they're on the top of the mountain and they have to be careful. Meanwhile, Old Hood Esports, they are trying to find a decent safe haven inside the zone, and I would love to see if they're going to do that. Meanwhile, Altered Sultan, they got the first knock in. TSG is on the back foot, and I would love to see how this fight is going to wrap up.
Now, TSG is going to fight them over here. Elsewhere, looks like UDog are taking a fight with Mystic, but it's going to be GodLike and OR Esports that just might lock some horns. Unfortunately for GodLike, OR are just going to be driving past. Now, GodLike suddenly realized, hey, wait a second, there is somebody up on the mountain, and that somebody are the boys from TSM. Coming back to the fight that we left earlier, looks like Nikhil from the Supari gang is going to be brought down, and although OR Esports were in transit, they do stop. In fact, Exo Punk is going to be taken down and put out of his misery, as Z-God is still laying lead on the opposition.
Well, Z-God coming back into the form is just amazing for GodLike, right? I mean, you know, we have witnessed Neo, we have witnessed Jonathan in the semi-finals. They were just great. But Z-God coming back into the finals with this kind of form is deadly for his opponents. Meanwhile, Aldous Sultan coming in, getting the better of his opponent, and Zabi might be taken down. Nikhil also got taken out by Team Holder Esports.
Oh, they did indeed, and it looks like TSG are going to be falling down one by one. In fact, they are now reduced to a 2-man squad. Can the Supari gang make it towards the last few circles, because they need those precious position points? Elsewhere, TX are going to be opening up on OR. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have fights break out on every single patch of land available, because now the teams are coming a bit too close for one another, and as soon as they spot the eyes and the whites in the eyes of the enemy, well, shots are going to be fired, bodies are going to hit the floor.
Well, you said it. I mean, the real estate prices are going to go for a hike. Meanwhile, or they're trying to smoke his friend there. It's all about teamwork, right, XP? I mean, if you're a good teammate, you're going to get a lot of points eventually. Meanwhile, talking about the Warriors, but they're just laying down, trying to find out some ways to survive this battle. Team EXO, on the other hand, they are trying to take out Team GodLike.
Well, as they are trying to take out GodLike are going to be trying to survive as well. Keep in mind, we do have one team. Oh my goodness, Team EXO Sensei. He's got a smile on his face. He knows how lucky he is. He knows he's surviving by not even a pixel, not even a single HP. I mean, that was in the fractions, ladies and gentlemen, and he knew it. I love the fact that, you know, we can see all the emotion on the players' faces. But again,
look at him, he's smiling still.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing. If we know how lucky he was, he definitely does as well, but ooh, this could be tricky. OH Ayush, he is going to drop a few smokes, making sure that his vision is obscured. Well, the second one was a grenade. Now, our Esports, as they move out, I wonder if they are going to figure out that, wait a second, there might just be a snake waiting for them in the grass, and oh boy is correct, because TSM look primed and poised to get this game in their hands.
Well, but they have to be careful, right, XP? I mean, the zone is not going to end on the mountain, so they might have to come down.
Have a look at that. Sorry to cut you off. Hyderabad, Hydras, Sparrow, they're going to be moving up behind them. So again, now TSM, they're going to have to split up. And if another team does the same from the other end, oh boy, their lives could be snuffed out.
Look, I know that it's never going to be easy to survive on that mountaintop, but it gives you enough opportunities to get a lot of points. Meanwhile, talking about Team Enigma, it's going to be UDog versus Enigma and Eggy. The last time I saw Eggy, he managed to get a clutch on Team although it seems, but right now they're fighting it out. But what just happened there? I mean, Enigma Eggy just got taken out by a couple of members from UDog.
It's the Costas curse. You had to take his name right now. He takes it. Now, wait a second. Sagi comes in from the side. He's like, wait a second. You took my teammate out. Here, take that. Catch this hot potato. And well, Dave did catch it. Unfortunately, he is going to be brought down to his knees now. Sagi, could he finish it off if he bounces it off perfectly? Not for now, but he does know that the enemy is nearby. Keep an eye on the two members of UDog down below. Doc is going to take the fight while Sagi goes in. Sagi, in fact, shoots him. He should have spotted him a bit better, but looks like it is going to be a problematic. And again, the man from UDog, Fail, is still up on his feet elsewhere. Mystic is down. Dave is down. He is the lost hope for his team. He's got a couple of people to go with. Now it's going to be a one-on-one situation. It is going to be Fearless against one man from the opposition. Question is, are they going to go and fight it out, or are they going to go in for the revive? Because you got to be careful. The enemies are nearby, and there you have it. OH Sultan and the boys from Old Hood are coming in, and now that could be a massive grenade. Lucky for them, it's just outside the house.
This was a prime example, XP, how a smoke can change the game entirely. I mean, Enigma players, they were not able to spot Fearless there, and Fearless managed to get the best of them. But meanwhile, Team Old Hood, they are rushing in, they are gushing in again. They are not able to spot him. It's all about the smoke. It's all about the smoke, but not this time. Meanwhile, OH Sultan, again, the king of the swing, getting 4 finishes to his name.
Beautiful work over there by Sultan himself, as UDog India are going to be eliminated in the 15th position with 4 finishes to their name. Now, of course, speaking of GodLike, Neo and Clutch God are in a little bit of trouble, but looks like revives are going to come in now. Of course, Clutch God goes first. Z-God is going to be shot. Is Z-God going to be taken down as well? We're going to have to wait and find out, because OR Esports are joining the fray as well, as Ultron from TX is going to be taken out now. Mavi is going to come into fire, but no! It's going to be Mavi with precision shots with that M4, who makes sure that OR Evos hit the deck and elsewhere. Well, we did see Claws go out. It's going to be problematic. Girl on the move. He knows the enemy is behind the tree. He knows he can see all those grenades coming out, but no, it's going to be Exo's Fierce who is going to fiercely put him down as well. Of course, this is now pretty much a free-for-all, ladies and gentlemen, as 3 teams, make it 4, are competing at the same position, but looks like only one will walk out alive.
Now Team EXO, they got a beautiful position, right, XP? They can gatekeep both these teams, and they're looking to do just that. Fierce just pushing in with a beautiful nade there. Would he be able to connect something? That is the question. But the second nade, I think he just missed through it.
I think he did kind of miss through it over there, but looks like Top Dog is going to be precise with his grenades. The Sultan of Swing is going to be brought down to his bloody knees, and looks like Tactical Clutch. Well, that is all she wrote for him, because he has been brought down elsewhere. Let's have a quick look. It looks like the Revenants are now pushing up on OH's position. Crazy the last man standing. Crazy takes down one. Unfortunately, he was overwhelmed, and well, Top Dog is still going to be brought back on his feet. Now, have a look at the house. I'm pretty sure even the Revenants are like, hey, wait a second. There are way too many bodies over here, and looks like that body count might just add on, because another team wants to get that kitty. But the thing is, the circle has shifted away, which means the Revenants, well, they're going to have to move as well.
Meanwhile, if you have a look at this fight, I mean, it's still going on, right? Team Xbox, they're trying to revive their players, they're trying to heal themselves up once again, but Fierce, he is relentless. He is throwing those nades, and he's throwing those smokes as well, XP. It's not going to be easy for them to enter the zone. All these 3 teams, they have to find a way to enter the zone.
Oh, they have to indeed. And Tactical Hitman, boy oh boy, he is not in a tactical position, because 7C Esports are going to be out in the 12th, and Fierce, he is going to throw that grenade. Gil could be the intended target. In fact, Gil might just get caught by the blast radius just a little bit. Fortunately for him, he moved out in the nick of time. Now, Fierce again, he does have a lot of grenades in his backpack. I think he's got more than 100 over here, the way he is flinging everything at the enemies. And Mavi and Gil, Now the last two members remaining for their teams again, they have been wiped out to half. Mavi again with a good 3 finishes to his name. The aggression on display by the IGL is just phenomenal. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the circle has kind of shifted a bit to the north and a bit to the east, and this is just perfect timing by production over here. TSM still looking good, and looks like the BGMI gods are going to gift them with a drop of their own.
I love the fact that, EXO, they left 2 players to do the gatekeeping, and one of their IGLs, their IGL, Team EXO Sensei, they managed to enter the zone. Meanwhile, Team Xbox, they're trying to enter the zone from a different angle. They're trying to rotate from the eastern edge, which is not going to be easy. Meanwhile, talking about Team Reckoning, they lost a player early on in the game, but right now they are struggling, and the cars are flying, the nades are flying. Nade parade is happening, and our Esports, they are looking to get the better of Team Reckoning.
Well, you call it a nade parade, I call it an artillery strike by the way so many grenades were coming in, but looks like Maxi is finally going to be shaken off his feet, and in fact, a secondary grenade, a follow-up grenade coming in by Rockstar is going to be putting him in the ground. There you have it. R&T are going to join the fray as well, as Jonathan is going to make sure that, well, with the help of another team, Reckoning Esports are now out of this game. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 7 teams, 20 players still alive, vying for all that delicious chicken, and looks like Jonathan is going to get another finish for himself.
Meanwhile, Team GodLike, I still remember they're yet to get a chicken in semi-finals. They are in the grand finals now, and they are very close to get a chicken now. All 4 of their players still surviving. They have the center in the zone. They have the best compound in the zone as well. Meanwhile, Team Revanant with 3 players, 7 finishes to their name, trying to get their first winner chicken dinner.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case right now, because, GodLike, although they do have 2 teams near each other, the other 2 teams are going to fight and lock horns amongst themselves, as Revanant Esports, they have a choice to make. Do they go for Team EXO, or do they rush in on GodLike's position? Looks like EXO is going to be the choice of right now, because the Sensei, the IGL himself, is going to be lobbing those grenades in their direction. It looks like GodLike want to join the party as well. Have a look at where that Molotov was flung from. Now TSM Shadow is going to be going a little berserk, as he does get the better of Striker from HH, but it's going to be another team that bites the dust, as our Esports are going to bid us adieu in the 7th position with just that 1 finish to their names. For now, Immortal still looking good. However, every single one of them have to move to the circle, and look who is at the tippity top. TSM, if only they can make better work of Manti, well, they are going to be the only contenders over here.
This is so rare, right? From
I
don't
know
even
you
remember
are
the last time.
You are spellbound right now.
I don't even remember the last time I saw this kind of a circle. Circles don't go over the mountains.
We've never seen something like that, but looks like TSM, my dear friend, are definitely going to be happy. A Shadow over there, well, he doesn't need to lurk in the shadows, because looks like a bush is going to be enough, as another one is going to bite the dust. For now, he knows where the enemy is, but more important than that, he wants to go and replenish all that delicious loot. Elsewhere, up top with a bird's eye view, Aquanox got to not only lay down lead and destruction, but much needed information, and looks like ClutchGod might just be spotted out.
Now, are you telling me we are going to witness GodLike versus TSM once again in a 4v4 battle? If you're saying yes, it is going to be indeed awesome. But meanwhile, we still have 2 more teams. We have Team Revanant, and I think they have 3 of their players still surviving, so it's a good opportunity for Revanant, and they are rotating right now, and TSM, Aquanox is not in a position to take them out.
You said 2 more teams. We also have EXO, and speaking of EXO, looks like Fierce is going to be brought down by Shadow, and there he did not see someone lurking around in that bush over there, but now Revenants could be shot at, not only from atop the mountain, but from behind, because Neo sees them. Neo shoots, Neo connects, and Neo definitely gets a knock on Paradox, and now he's going to spot the enemy as well. The thing for R&D is, wait a second, they are in trouble, because Top Dog is going to be taken down from above. That grenade could be devastating. Unfortunately, it bounces just a little bit too much for the members of TSM. However, follow-up grenades could be coming in. That does look like a good bounce. You know what? Aquanox had enough. He's like, wait a second, I'm going to take the fight to the opposition. Of course, now, if they keep the control of this little flat ground that they have, oh boy, TSM could be looking good, because for now, Revenants, they have some respite in the smoke, in the form of smoke, but elsewhere, I do believe GodLike could be in trouble. 2 of the members down. That vehicle going off could spell trouble.
Absolutely, they have to be a little careful, but meanwhile they are going to revive their players, and they are going to be successful in the rescue mission as well. Team EXO down to with the last man standing, and that last man is going to be their leader, the enigmatic IGL of Team EXO, Sensei. Would he be able to get a chicken for his team? That is the question now.
Now, I wonder if Sensei practices what he preaches. Like, he's got to be in Zen mode right now. He's got to be calm. He's got to be composed. And, speaking of Team EXO, they want to make sure they get as many placement points as they can, because when you have a 4-man roster from TSM still alive, when you have a 4-man roster from GodLike still alive, oh boy, things can get a bit tricky. I know what you want. You want to see GodLike up against TSM at the end? Let's see if Sensei can be a thorn in the side, because now ClutchGod and Neil, they have an idea that someone could be nearby. Well, Jonathan's got to make sure that the Revenants are kept kept at bay.
I'm just surprised, XP. I mean, I've never seen a zone like this on the mountaintop. this never happens, literally, but, this is what it is. This is iQOO BGIS, and you have to expect the unexpected. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, with 4 of their players still surviving, TSM, with all 4 of their players still surviving against Revanant, a couple of them are still there, and Team EXO with only 1.
Speaking of expecting the unexpected, I'm pretty sure we all expected TSM to go up against GodLike. There you have it. The fight is going to break down, and this time it is going to be Clutch God who comes down early once again. Remember, he's been knocked down a couple of times. That means he is going to be bleeding. Oh boy, just a bit faster on his knees. Lucky for him, he does have Neo on standby. Now, Team STSM, they know exactly where the opposition is. I wonder if the Revenants are going to be a thorn in their side sooner or later, because there you have it. Smokes are going to be popped, and it is the Revenants who are doing all the smoking over here, but now the position is going to be given away as Shadow has yet another angle on GodLike. And speaking of Shadow, he does take down Z-God. Jonathan on the move. He could be in trouble over here. Covers is not going to be enough, as Jonathan is going to be brought down as well, and that is all she wrote for him. He is going to be taken down, ladies and gentlemen. That means GodLike now reduced to a 2-man squad in the blink of an eye.
Zone plays a part, but meanwhile, Team EXO, they just got taken out. That means Team GodLike, Team Revanant, Team TSM, they are in the top 3. And Clutchwood again getting knocked there. Neo still trying to survive, but he's not in the zone. And TSM, now they are going to go crazy. They're going ham, and they are looking for some action. Neo taken out by the zone. It is down to 2 teams, 2 versus 4. TSM pushing in. Shadow with 5 minutes into his name, getting another one. 6-1, getting. I mean, he's looking to get the 7th one, and yes, he's doing just that.
He is doing that. There you have it with the final squeeze
Oh, look
of
at the reaction.
trigger. It does look like TSM once again are going to get another chicken dinner, and this time it is on Erangel once more. And let me tell you one thing, they did finish this game with 14 finishes,
Wow.
outdoing the last performance. And well, we did want to see that GodLike and TSM skirmish at the end. We almost saw that, but I'm not complaining. Again, GodLike, they really didn't have any space to move, and TSM, like you said, unexpected circles, expect the unexpected.
TSM, I have to say, we have witnessed 2 Erangels now. And TSM, they managed to get 2 chicken dinners in those 2 Erangels. I mean, talk about dominance, talk about action, talk about ruthless aggression, and talk about positioning.
Ruthless aggression indeed, and in fact, correct me if I'm wrong, we saw something similar in the semi-finals when they started, because Tactical Esports, they got the first couple of chicken dinners in Erangel. Looks like this time around, it is going to go TSM's way, but boy, what a fight. I mean, again, the way they were split up on top of Everest over there, I love calling it that, or Olympus, depends on my mood. If I see some gods, it's Olympus, otherwise it's Everest for me. But before that, again, all these teams are entertaining us. Let's do one thing, let's actually give something in back, because if you do remember, we do have all these giveaways, and well, congratulations on all that merch. Hey, I want that t-shirt too.
I want that as well, but meanwhile, I think we're not that lucky, XP. It is Jaydeep Yadav, Ankit Shivaram Rane, Somesh Kadam, Patel Ketul, and Priyanshu who managed to win the goodies.
And if you thought that was enough, let's do them one better. Let's actually give it away to 5 more lucky winners over here, because Newton
Himself.
Newton himself. Alrighty, we have all your laws still in effect, by the way. Newton is joining us, as is Sumant Munna. Suraj Gupta wins something. Hemant and Kuldeep. Once again, congratulations. You are going to get those bottles. You are going to get those shirts. Represent BGMI out there on the streets, and well,
wow,
always stay hydrated. And once again, like we love giving back. In case you missed any of the action, we got the highlights in store just for you.
Talking about highlights, I have to say this match was just amazing, right? I mean, we have seen some rotational clashes. Here you go, GodLike Clutch God getting the better of a Recknoning skills early on in the game, and it's all about rotations nowadays. It's all about can you make sure your players survive the first rotation.
It is about that, but again, GodLike this time around, they had so many opportunities. They were caught in between a rock and a hard place at some time, but this little move was a bit, kind of, just tickled my brain, I beg your pardon. It is so confusing, because although OR Esports did come up and, finish off Skylightz Gaming, losing Jelly early on, correct me if I'm wrong, could have been avoided.
Well, they could have done better. It's all about information, right? They had no idea that Skylightz Gaming would be there. I mean, they were just went blind, it seems. Meanwhile, Team Untitled Esports, I'm impressed the way this team is playing. I mean, be it Miramar, be it Sanhok, be it Erangel, this team is just popping heads.
Oh, they are popping heads, and another team that were popping heads this time around were the Revanants. They will be coming up on your screens in a bit of time, but again, UDog India, oh boy, they did kind of get, caught out of guard over here by Enigma, and although Enigma, they did kind of push through, UDog, in fact, did get the better of them. Another team comes in and wipes them up, and when that other team comes in, well, they don't have any moments of respite as well, because that is when the Revenants come talking. Speaking of wiping them out, there you have it. OH coming in hard. In fact, looks like Sultan was riding shotgun on the buggy, and he did let his AKM go rat-ta-ta-ta-ta, and with that, a few bodies did hit the floor, but the smoke! Oh my goodness, the smoke, Sparrow.
Well, the smoke was everything for Fearless. I mean, the way they took out Enigma was crucial. Meanwhile, Team GodLike, they managed to find themselves a decent safe haven in the zone, but not in the final zones. I mean, they were in the zone for a longer period of time, but the zone... I mean, you have to make sure that you're friends with the zone, but sometimes zones, they don't trust you.
They don't trust you, as the Revenants don't trust anyone inside the house. They're making sure that they did lob plenty of grenades so that anything inside, well, would be caught by the deadly shrapnel. Marby over here goes left, go right, he zigs and he zags, and he finally gets the better of the opposition. Rockstar with some Rockstar grenade, and the final one comes in.
Oh.
Out goes the vehicle, and, well, Mr. Spray goes out in a green plume of smoke.
Now, these final circles were quite interesting, right? I mean, Team GodLike, they were stuck. They didn't even have a smoke to save themselves. I mean, they were not able to enter the zone. Team
That's the
Revanant. But the best thing about Team Revanant is, even though they didn't have the numbers game advantage in their favor, they managed to rotate and enter a decent spot where they found themselves getting that second position, which was important.
Again, as far as these two teams are concerned, now, GodLike, they did have that flat ground. Unfortunately, it was too open around them.
Yep.
Revenants had some flat ground as well, but it was a little higher up. That means, GodLike couldn't do anything about them. There you have it. Now, I thought their game would have been over at that stage. Had one good grenade trickle down, it would have
Look at
spelled
the
trouble.
spray.
But again, Shadow with all his amazing angles. And in fact, keep one thing in mind, Sparrow, it's not just GodLike that he was aiming at. He also single-handedly pretty much took out the team of, I do believe, Team XO, which means he might just end up being the iQOO MVP.
I mean, with 6 finishes to his name, I think Shadow was making sure that he's not in Shadow anymore. I mean, he's going to bask in all the glory because he is in light now.
Now, he is, of course, going to be basking in the spotlight, as you said, but let me tell you one thing, he was never in the shadow, but he still will lurk in the shadows because that is where he is most effective, like a ninja. Whoosh.
I mean, they got a ninja in their team as well.
There you go. I was just going to say that, but again, I love it. I love it. Again, that's why I think we are so much in sync, because whenever I start, he finishes. It's almost as if, well, again, I won't bring that up just yet. But, lovely action breaking out over here. You did see the highlights, and if you do miss any of the action, all you have to do is make sure you set your time, because it is going to be updated in the description down below every single time, and, you can plan your day accordingly.
Well, if you like the action, I mean, of course, you would like the action. This is just amazing, right? So don't forget to like and subscribe the channel, because I think Battlegrounds Mobile India is going to bring a lot of amazing competition in the future as well.
And now it's time for a little bit of a shameless plug. If you do love the casting as well, you can follow him on Instagram. He goes by Sparrow Casts. I go on Instagram by XP Casts, and that gem of a person, might as well give him a follow as well. He goes by Hiraka Takor. Of course, it should be coming up in some time. Now that we know who has already won the game TSM once again, let's have a look and see if your favorite teams got the points that you think they did, because the point standings are going to be popping up on our screens now, and I wonder where each and every one of them is lying.
Well, it's all about the points, right? It's all about that what position you find yourself in the point standing. Meanwhile, after match 3, this is going to be a match 3 points table. TSM with 14 finishes to their name, getting a total of 29 points. Oh boy, we talk about bombers, and isn't this a bomber, XP?
I mean, this is almost a 30 bomb, just one shy of that 30 bomb, but you know what? We are not going to complain. Coming up second, we have the Revanant himself from Revanant Esports with a total of 20 points, 8 of which came via finishes. Now, GodLike, they didn't have a high fragging affair this time around, but they do get those position points, which means they go out with 14, and in the 4th position, it's going to be Team XO with 13 to their name.
Well, again, it's all about consistency, XP, and the team that is going to be the most consistent is going to be your champions. Meanwhile, number 5, we have Skylightz Gaming, who only got 8 points to their name, which is not bad at all. I mean, considering they lost 3 of their players early on in the game.
I mean, that's fine. You just mentioned the word champions. You mentioned TSM. Again, you got to go back and see what they did in round 3, right? They came, they saw, they conquered. Veni, Vidi, Vici. But of course, it is going to be Shadow from TSM who is going to be the iQOO MVP with 6 finishes and, well, 1,000+ points of damage.
Well, again, if you have that position there on top of that mountain, you're going to wreak havoc. You're going to, use a lot of bullets. And I think he just did that.
Do you like it, or do you hate the fact that the circle went up there?
Well, I love it. I love new circles. I love experimenting.
All that
and
drama.
Talking about experiments, yes, XP, I know you have a great smile on your face because this guy was just amazing. But meanwhile, talking about TSM, let's talk about other teams as well. We have OR Evo joining the party at number 2. I love the action that he's doing there.
Oh, amazing. And of course, it's all about the money, baby. It's all about the moolah.
Is that money or is that heart?
I mean, it could be heart, it could be money. I mean, if you're in Southeast Asia, that would be a heart. Everywhere else in the world, that is all about the moolah. But coming up third, we have TSM Blaze with 4 finishes to himself. The Revanant making an appearance on the screen with Top Dog, woof woof, 4 finishes to him. And of course, the Sultan, the Sultan of Swing, he's always going to be here. He's always going to be here. But now, let's have a look at a few more stats and a few more figures and a few more numbers, and let's just overwhelm your brains because the match summary is popping up. 118 grenades used, and what stands out to me is 5 ended up in finishes, and also 314 meters coming from TX Ultron.
Oh, that is big. I mean, in Erangel, that is absolutely big. But talking about total healing, it is 6,028. Total logs were 68, out of which 59 players got finished. 3 airdrops were looted, XP, and I have to say, this is just getting better. I mean, match by match, these stats are getting bigger and bigger.
And of course, it's always that little predicament, when you don't know anything about your enemies, you see an airdrop in the distance, it's like, nah, someone might be lurking behind or lurking around or, hiding in the shadows. But again, when the BGMI gods themselves, they're like, wait a second, you guys are on top of Mount Olympus. Hey, that's my house. Here you go, take a free drop. I mean, TSM, they just had a drop right on that little crest, the tiniest amount of spaces atop the mountain. And that is where they had an airdrop delivered to them pretty much handy dandy. So, I love the fact that teams are picking up all these drops and they are using all those versatile weapons.
Well, again, it's all about positioning, right? I mean, we were talking about rotation, we were talking about positioning, and I have to say, I mean, if you have the zone in your bag, I mean, most probably you're going to win the match as well.
I mean, of course, all you got to do is make sure...
until unless you're TSD and you're going to jump off the cliff.
We saw that in the past, and if you don't know what we're talking about, we're going to bring this up later. But now, talking of 2 different teams, 2 different approaches, let's have a look at 2 players face off against one another, and this time it is going to be Blaze from TSM going up against Evo Italy from OR Esports.
Well, these 2 players are pretty much in form lately, and Blaze with 4 finishes to his name, Italy managing to get 5 finishes there.
He did get 5 finishes, then of course a tremendous amount of damage as compared to TSM Blaze. But again, at the end of the day, it's all about who survives till the end and who walks away with all that delicious chicken dinner. Now, let's do one thing. Let's bring their squads in, because I'm pretty sure TSM is definitely going to be in one side. Could be the Revenants on the other, as we do have a look at the squad face-off. And well, let's see if I'm right. In fact, it is going to be TSM going up against Revanant Esports. TSM with 14 finishes to their name, Revenants with 8.
I mean, look at the damage there. I mean, I can't wait for the FD damage ratio, because that skyscraper is going to be huge. 3,508 damage to their name, and yes, Mount Everest came into play.
Are you kidding me over there? I do believe, well, of course, it is the highest damage in the grand finals as of now. I wonder if it's the case for the tournament itself.
I think it's going to be the 3rd highest, if I'm not wrong. Well, I could be wrong.
Well, we could be wrong. That is where these lovely voices in our head, do come and help us sometimes. But before we do that, let's do one thing. Let's give you guys a little bit of a graphic view over here, because the finish to damage performance, and I know you love saying this, that is your Burj Khalifa. Those are your skyscrapers. One is going to stand tall because TSM have 35, 8 points of damage, and looks like, Sparrow, you are right. This is, in fact, the 3rd highest of the tournament so far.
Boy, oh boy, I was not expecting this in the grand finals. I was expecting like a decent city, like 2,000 damage average performances coming in from a lot of teams, because this is hard, right? These are the best teams. Against these teams, if you are doing a damage of 3,500, that means you are feeling it today.
Oh, they're definitely feeling it. And of course, when you have those beautiful iQOO 7 legends in your hands, I mean, your gameplay is just going to be a little bit better, because of course, if you want to unleash that gaming monster inside you, well, these are the bad boys you want to have for yourself. But again, that was the stats and those were the figures from this game. And, we are going to be moving on to a few more matches in store for all you lovely people today. But again, since we are at the midway mark, let's just take a breather, take a little step back, and just, calm down, because I wasn't expecting action to be this frantic right off the beginning.
I mean, I was expecting it, but I was not expecting that kind of a zone. I mean, I've never seen a zone on top of the mountain. It's very rare. I have seen it once actually, but it was a long time ago. So it is rare, but it's happening. It is iQOO BGIS. It is the grand finals, and we are expecting something unique. But you know what else we are expecting? We are expecting the points table. The overall standings is going to come on our screens now.
We are indeed, and of course, these are the overall standings on display for you. And you know what? I'm going to let you take the honors.
Well, I have to say, TSM versus GodLike is going to be the going to be the big battle, it seems. XP, what do you think?
But TSM with 2 chicken dinners already, 56 points for themselves. Now let's have a look at the finishes. TSM, they were racking up finishes this time. I'm pretty sure you expect GodLike to overtake them sooner or later.
Well, you know what I'm expecting? I'm expecting these two Goliaths to battle it out. They have to battle it out sooner or later, and I would love to see that action. And I would love to be on the hot seat looking at them.
Now, of course, all of you can, have a look at the numbers. Revanant in 3rd, Old Hood Esports in 4th, and, everything is there on our screen. I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
What if GodLike Esports finish maybe at the top, maybe in the top 3 without any chicken dinners? Because that's what happened with them in semi-finals. The only team in the top 5 without a single taste of chicken.
You know what? Things are going to change. I think GodLike is looking to get a chicken dinner in the first game as well. In this game as well. I mean, they were not aggressive in this game. They were looking to have a decent position in the game. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the second slide. Number 9, we have Skylightz Gaming with 21 total points. Again, last week for Skylightz was amazing. They were not able to get out of top 2, but now they found themselves after 3 games at number 9.
Looks like that little bit of pressure is mounting on their shoulders, but just below them we have OR Esports who do share 21 points, but keep in mind, we are giving precedence to the position points over the finish. And of course, if you have a chicken dinner, well, that is going to help you even better. Now at the bottom, Tactical Esports, I guess they need to change their tactics after game 3.
Well, there's a little stat that I would love to bring up now. I mean, look at Team Xpark. They managed to get 13 finishes out of their total points, which were 15. So they are looking to be aggressive today.
Now, normally you never see Mavi, or as we like calling him, pick up those fights. I mean, he's always IGLing. He's always doing his thing. This time, each and every single one of them is firing on all cylinders.
Well, a lot of people call him the magician Mavi because he always managed to find the zone, right? I mean, center of the zone. But right now, they're looking to be aggressive. They want to be aggressive. They want to take fights. I think this could be changed in the upcoming days. I mean, this could be their strategy. On the first day, they might want to be just a little tad bit aggressive.
It could be, again, as far as Team Xpark are concerned, we did see this little kind of trajectory with them in the semifinals as well. Day 1, not so good. Day 2, a little lackluster. Day 3 and 4 were when they were pretty much basking all that sunlight and, shining as bright as they could. And we just might see something similar to that coming on later. But for now, anything you want to point out quickly?
Yes, I want to see how our Esports, UDog India, Tactical Esports, the Supari gang are going to play. Of course, these are young teams, right? Young players who just formed a lineup maybe a month ago or 2 months ago. Who knows? Right. I would love to see if they want to make a comeback. Yes, of course they want to make a comeback. I would love to see if they are going to make a comeback. That is the question in my mind.
See, I think, like you said, it's all about the mind. Right now, all the jitters that they have, all the little shakes, it's all the adrenaline coursing. Of course, you're going to be nervous. Since you said they just formed the team, they are, millions of people are going to be watching this all over the world. So, the spotlight is shining on them and the pressure does mount up. You get that giddy feeling, you get those butterflies in your stomach, and a few of them might even go and hurl them out. But again, that is part and parcel of this game. Again, just letting you all know, it would not have been possible. We're talking about a pedestal. We're talking about the grand stage. Without these bad boys, of course, I have the iQOO 9, and this time, he has the iQOO 9 Pro.
Well, of course, iQOO 9 Pro and the, all in all, iQOO 9 series, Snapdragon 8 Generation 1 processor, the best processor in India, the fastest, I have to say.
And if you, sitting at home, want to stand a chance to win one of these bad boys, well, all you have to do is, it's pretty simple. All you have to do is hit up iQOO 9 on the internet, go to the website, click on this one big button that says Notify Me, and, well, someone will notify you if you are going to be walking away with the monster inside. And, as always, don't take our word for it. Let's have a word from the official smartphone sponsor of BGIS 2021.
Start that fire, burn it down. Feel me now. You ain't seen nothing yet. iQOO.
As hope floats away, I now have this mischievous little devil to deal with, of course. My name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by XP, and joining me is, well, I have to say it is Floki, but we know him better as Hiraka Thakur, again, a gem out there in the distance. And how you doing?
I'm doing just fine. I was really watching the match on Erangel with peak interest, and I have to say, TSM winning it out once again, just feels so good.
I mean, just 1 point shy of 30. They did have a good game in Erangel, as they did in the Erangel previous to that. Are we going to see a little pattern breakout today?
I mean, I'm all down for it. If you actually end up seeing a pattern, hey, I want to know what it's all about. But I think we have something else coming up.
Now, the best thing is, we just gave away a few things early on. Let's do that once again because, well, the mischievous devil himself is here. And this time, it is going to be Waqar Azim, Madhav Gupta, Dev Prabha, Lakshman, and Harsh Varshney, who are going to be walking away with some amazing merch. And I want that t-shirt, Floki.
Yeah, well, I believe you already have a bag. You've got enough. So, you do not ask for more. We're going to save some for these viewers out there. But maybe if there's a couple more remaining at the end, we'll get you some. Don't worry, XP. But, yeah, congratulations to these 5 winners as well. Rakesh Kumar, Rohan Maji, Kaushal Patel, Shantanu Maji, and Taha. I believe. I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. But yeah, congratulations to these guys as well. You have won some cool BGMI merch. Make sure you let us know by tagging us on our Instagrams. Well, XP already did me the favor of letting you know how you can find us.
Wait, what was the Instagram again? What do you go by?
You can you can find me at XPcast, and you can find him at the rate Hirak Thakur.
There you go. There you go. Now, of course, with that out of the way, first of all, congratulations to all you winners, and stay hydrated out there. Coming back to what is at hand.
Yeah.
Oh boy, the next one is a doozy.
It is.
It is Sanhok. I mean, yes, we can speculate what we're going to see, but whatever we say, it's not really going to happen, is it?
It's just going to get thrown in the kitchen sink because, well, it doesn't matter.
And turn the grinder on.
Absolutely, turn the grinder on because that's exactly where everything we say is going to go. We can hypothesize, we can make 10,000s of predictions, we can even have the Enigma machine, the Turing machine, working all the calculations, imagining what all the possibilities look like. But at the end of the day, I mean, there's just so much RNG on that map, I can't even get my finger around it.
I hope we aren't trying to crack some codes over here because that could be problematic and, well, we just might have some intimidation games on our hands. But again, come on, man. you know I had to do that. If you drop something, I got to drop it again. Fist bump to you as well. But now, of course, the action is going to break out on the tropical island of Sanhok. In fact, sooner rather than later. But before, all that beautiful landscape downstairs is downstairs because, I'm looking at it from the plane over here, is going to be covered in blood. We are going to go over the map once, appreciate it. But again, it's going to be Sanhok. It's going to be chaos.
Absolutely. Well, you can never really predict what's going to happen on Sanhok, but that's the beauty of the map because the flight path doesn't really matter. You almost always get to go where you want to go, and well, maybe that is the sort of consistency you need from some of these other maps coming in, where teams who are aggressive do get rewarded. I am looking at GodLike, and I'm hoping that maybe at Sanhok we can see some ban finishes, and I hope TSM is at the receiving end of it.
Oh, some drama over here, boys and girls. But to start things off, it is going to be Hyderabad Hydras who love dropping down at the ruins. Our esports love going to boot camp, but the thing is, sometimes, every once in a while, OR might just drop by, but of course, all the teams, this is going to be it.
Man.
We might see some clashes. Of course, these are the Camp Alpha and Camp Charlies as well. That is where they love heading. Now, TSM is going to be heading north to Hupin, and, well, Skylightz Gaming are going to be at the other end of the map, while Team EXO, again, where we have all the salt farms in there, I do believe Lakabi. As far as Enigma Gaming, you know what? I like one thing. I'm just going to shut up right now because I'm pretty sure we can test all our viewers as to which all these places are. Now, TSD love dropping here, and there you have it. GodLike, like calling Painan their home as well.
Absolutely. Another team that actually, pops to mind when I think about Sanhok is actually UDog. Now, I know I've been rambling about UDog for a long time, and I know they haven't had the best of performances, but this is usually their time to shine. When Sanhok comes up, it seems that something switches inside the minds of the UDog players, and all of a sudden, they're able to go out there and take fights and frag out and even get those sweet placement points. I mean, they might not finish on top, but I am expecting them to crack top 6.
Well, talking about finishing on top, I can tell you a team that does drop on top of all those, the infamous clips right between those down the chopper. Blackhawk is after all down, and the ruins is going to be Team Xbox. Now, Team Xbox, let me be honest, they've had a different kind of game this time. They've been a bit more aggressive. Of course, we do expect them from the team. However, position points are lacking just a wee bit. Maybe they might just change things around, because as the 4 golden heroes are going to be rushing towards the map of Sanhok, action is going to break out. And ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are going to take to the skies once more. And, well, once more, my co-capitan is going to let us know where we are flying to. Not that it matters.
Absolutely. Well, in case you want to know anyway, we are going to be going from Lakawi towards Nakam. And well, that is all you need to know about the flight path. Once again, if there is any point off the map that is going to be hard to access at all, it might be Cow, but nah, it's not even going to be that, because all the teams that want to drop in Cow have already left the plane early on. Now, a cool thing about Sanhok is that I was checking a couple of Instagram stories earlier. I did see a couple of players, and I do believe that there is going to be some boot camp action breaking out, or maybe there was just teams playing with each other's psychology.
It could be indeed, because, they might just throw the other team off their game, but for now, it does seem like 7C Esports, well, they do have full control of boot camp, and everyone else has just kind of dissipated away, but now the circle... not as dramatic as I would have hoped. What could be dramatic is that action might break down south, because our Esports, well, they are dangerously close to the Supari gang, and I do believe we just might see a few shots being fired early on. In fact, XO are going to be nearby as well, but wait a second, we have an M24 already. Take your time, buddy. Take your time, Fearless. Try and anticipate his movement. Get a few headshots over here. Zaggy could be in trouble. Oh, he just made a mistake. Zaggy made a little bit of a blunder. Maybe as soon as he got on that vehicle, he should have moved, but Fearless, boy, he was in prime position. I'm a happy guy. Bold action, right at the bat, and it is Sanhok.
Absolutely. Phil is going to get the credit for that too, as UDog come out swinging. First finish goes their way, but once again, I mean, you have to be a little bit careful with where you drop in, because if you're out in the open and you don't have a weapon, on Sanhok, that is a death sentence. I mean, any other map, maybe you get yourself to a vehicle, maybe you get out towards cover. On Sanhok, though, well, it is all going to come down to a coin toss.
I'm sure Sagi must have been like, oh man, I should have just tried and zig and zag my way around. Unfortunately, well, his judgment got the better of him.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we still have 3 more members from Enigma still alive, and let's see if that's going to be different, because wait a second, I see something else. Looks like Team EXO have lost a member as well.
Yeah, it looks like Team EXO have also lost one of their members, while we saw Enigma get a pick on one of their members, as, well, never mind, it was actually UDog who got that pick, not Team Enigma. OR Esports, though, I think they know that there is someone around the corner over here, so you can see them being a little bit hesitant to push out ahead. And once again, all the members from the side of UDog and OR, they're not going to have a lot of loot to work with, because once again, this is Sanhok. A lot of teams have dropped into close proximity with each other, and there's going to be a lot of action brewing out soon enough, as Jelly doesn't really have the best weapons to, scout things out and take those long-range fights, but at least he can let his teammates know when those rotations are coming in. Worst case scenario, that is something that you can do, but let's have a look at the replay and see the action that we missed out on.
Well, of course, if you did miss out on the action, there you have it early on. He does come down. Sensei looked like this time he did not pick the right position, because the moment his feet touched the ground, he was taken out with that ratata, and elsewhere we did see Mr. Spray being taken down as well by Paradox from Revanant Esports. Now, as far as UDog Dave is concerned, well, OR Esports did have an idea that someone is nearby, but for now, he's going to let the enemies move on past him, because, well, his teammates, although are going to be coming in, they are just a bit too far back. Now, if we have a look at the map, you would notice that a few teams are already on the move. In fact, TX, you know what, they might just actually come down towards the main island and, possibly give GodLike a run for the money at Painan. But again, speculation at this end, because the fight is still going to continue between UDog India and the boys from OR Esports.
Absolutely. UDog in the distance. They know that they've got themselves a pick to work with, a finish to start things off, and they are feeling confident. They've also got the M24, like you mentioned, so some of that bolt action that you say will be in play. And they have the option of leaving one member behind to actually cover the flanks and, make sure that there's no funny business going around with the backstabs and whatnot. And given the fact that this is Sanhok early on, you're not going to find a lot of smoke grenades to work with either. So you can be guaranteed that that sniper will be effective in protecting his teammates. So we'll see what they're up to. For now, UDog are just trying to get some vision around the place, just trying to get some information and see if they can spot any stragglers around the corner. But that's not going to be the case, and it seems that UDog are going to be hard-pressed to find some loot. Could go back towards Mongnai, maybe, try and make their way towards Cow, but the circle is down south, so it'd be much better if they can take this fight, finish it off, and then move in inside towards Pan.
Well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because on the other side of Painan, GodLike, of course, are still in control of the little town, but looks like TSG might be coming in to join the party, and there you have it. You can see Krish and Nickel towards north of your screens. They could be coming in, but like GodLike, they already anticipate that. And talking of anticipation, Z-God has a visual confirmation, and now he's going to try and wait for them to, come in a straight line. He might just let loose right now. There you have it. In fact, Krish, ooh, that little jump kind of put his shots a little, off his mark over there. Had Krish been running in a straight line,
oh, he did it.
Wait a second, Krish, he comes out, and he thought he was all safe over there, but Krish is going to be brought down. Lucky for him, there are a couple of massive buildings in between himself and Z-God, and the revive, well, it should be coming in without any issues.
Absolutely. Z-God is going to fire off a few shots, but Krish will be revived back up by his teammate, so no harm, no foul. It will force out a couple of first aid kits, maybe bandages, maybe some bandages if they don't have those first aid kits. So, yeah, at the end of the day, Z-God, all he really did was fire off a couple of shots and forced out some resources from TSG. And once again, those first aid kits on Sanhok can be very, very important if you're going for those heal battles. So, a tiny victory for GodLike, but a victory nonetheless.
Speaking of heal battles, now, of course, one member from each team could have up to 30 or more in his backpack.
43.
We've seen it in the past. We might just see it once again. Now, the thing for TSG is they do have the circle in their advantage. They do have an airdrop nearby as well. They don't really have to move in on Painan's location because looks like the circle might have a little bit of a southern trend to it. In fact, I do believe it might in fact end up somewhere on the southwestern island itself, possibly near Camp Charlie, possibly even on Painan. So for now, GodLike are doing something unprecedented as far as the semi-finals are concerned, Floki. Normally, yes, it's that exciting. Normally, you would see them on the run, you would see them on the prowl, you would see them moving, you would see them, if they basically heard any commotion, GodLike would be coming up. But this time around, they're holding on to the fortification and they're letting the enemies come to them.
Absolutely not GodLike's playstyle really. Usually they like the Doberman, they have their ears perked up, making sure that they catch all the sound around them, but well, this time around it looks like the fight is going to be coming to them, and they will instead guard their homes, trying to be, trying to make sure that Painan is a stronghold that they can defend. TSM on the other hand, well, I spoke about some pan action early on. I don't mind TSM dishing it out either. I just want to see a couple of pans being flung and a couple of pan finishes in the mix, because that is what we saw in the semi-finals. GodLike and TSM going back and forth. Yeah, I really, really want to see where that rivalry goes.
Well, normally Loki is the god of mischief in Norse mythology, but it looks like Floki is going to be taking that mantle this time around because, you know what, I don't blame you. I want to see the same thing. I want to hear a pan go dang over someone's head and, well, a body hit the ground. For now, Carry, he knows he saw something in the distance, and in fact he is in a position that is going to be, well, pivotal, because the enemy's going to realize, someone's near the bridge at the last second. And I like the fact that OH, they are being a bit careful. Now they do have the high ground. The thing is, Carry is on the other side of the bridge and he's not going to see anything. So as far as lookout for Old Hood Esports is concerned, he does not know that someone could be lying in wait. Someone is going to be laying down a little bit of an ambush if they do cross the bridge ahead. But the thing is, the circle still hasn't made its move.
Absolutely, the circle still, just about to close in as the blue is about to close in, and the circle should be shifting when that happens. But it seems that soon enough, Old Hood will be forced to make a move, and we'll see where they decide to go. In the meantime, they're tactical. They're not really off to the hot start that they were in the semi-finals, and do seem to have a hard time putting themselves up on the scoreboard. But maybe this can be the man that changes it all. They need a breath of fresh air. And considering that Sanhok is only played out once, it might just be that fresh air that they needed.
Now, imagine if, I'm just going to talk about the Wild West right now. There was somebody known as Billy the Kid. Now, if the Kid can channel him right now and, be as sharp of a shot as Billy, well, looks like Tactical Kid just might make a little bit of a mark here in Sanhok. Now, again, keep one thing in mind. All these teams, they have a total of 24 games to play, and we are just down 3. In fact, this is the 4th in progress right now. So, you can make a few mistakes. you go back home, you do your homework now for the next 4 nights, the next 3 nights, in fact. No one's getting enough sleep, but you make sure you get some sleep. And, well, everything else is all about doing your homework and knowing what the team does. And maybe you can read them like an open book. And, well, talking about reading things, we are going to wait and see if we can read the map, because I feel we just might be heading down to the southwest.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, we did have 3 finishes to start things off, but I'm not sure if you're on Sanhok anyway, because it does seem that the action has quieted down a little bit. Now, of course, the circle, it does cover a huge chunk of the map, so it is understandable why teams are not really taking fights at the moment. But soon enough, when the blue closes in, I think these teams are going to be forced to make a move, and well, that airdrop right in the middle is also going to make things very, very interesting. Right next to Quarry, we see both Tactical as well as, I believe that is TSG eyeing it up.
They are indeed, and speaking of TSG, looks like we might have some opposition coming in from behind, because Team XO are going to be nearby as our Esports are making the move. Crazy, I'm talking about you. I think Carrie has an idea. You're over there. In fact, he has his crosshair pinned on you, and if he sees a little pixel of something moving in the distance, he just might let a few shots loose. And speaking of our movement, that bike whizzed past a bit too quick, and now, Carrie, there is no one where you are looking elsewhere. Looks like Skylightz Gaming are going to be moving in. In fact, they do have a nice little central position in Sanhok over here. They do have this dip to work with. As of right now, no teams willing to lock horns, and I am a bit disappointed.
Absolutely. Well, you can keep that stiff upper lip, grit your teeth all you want, but it seems that everyone at the end of the day, they want those placement points, they want to get those finish points as well. They survive long enough.
At some point, judging by the action that we've seen, you know, someone's going to turn on a switch. Someone is going to be quoting Shakespeare, and someone might just let slip the dogs of war, because sooner or later, bullets are going to fly, bodies are going to drop, teams are going to topple over like dominoes. It looks like it just might begin, because TSG just took out Pokar, and, well, Chris is going to make sure he is put 6 feet under.
Absolutely, but in the distance there is also Tactical hearing all this commotion and looking at the HUD in the meantime, so they know exactly what 2 teams are fighting each other right now. They also have an inkling of where their position are. Now the question is, how will Tactical capitalize on the situation, because they have the position, they have the information, sort of, but are they going to wait for the enemy teams to make a misstep, or are they going to take the fight upon themselves, you know, take the onus, take the initiative, and maybe go ahead and get themselves those finish points that they have been so desperately trying to get since the start of the Grand Finals?
I mean, at this stage, I don't think anything's going to happen, because, you know, both the teams that you did mention, Tactical and the Supari gang, they have compounds to work with. As an airdrop is going to fall down, and it looks like Aditya might just be the lucky one to walk away with the Mark 14. And let me tell you something, the Mark 14 is going to be a versatile weapon at this map, especially as Tactical Hitman, oh my goodness, so close to being wiped out, because TSG are coming in at one end, and, well, 7C Esports are going to be at the other. That grenade is going to be good, but it looks like it is just a little bit too long, and the kid is going to be on hand. Have a look at Hitman's HP. You can't even see any red.
Absolutely. I mean, Hitman was almost about to bite the dust over here, but will live by the skin of his teeth. Will stay alive, and Tactical will still be a 4-man roster, but a couple of first aid kits being forced once again, and they now know that there is 7C on the high ground, so they can't really move out without throwing down a couple of smokes. In the meantime, Jelly might not be long for this world, as he has been bought low by the members of UDog. They will get the credit for that second finish too, and I believe OR might be down to a 3-man squad here. And Swexy will now bite the dust. The headshot comes in from Dark, and Dark has got a perfect line of sight on them. The question is, does Evo know where the shots are coming from? Well, considering that there is no suppressor, they should have an educated guess as to the position of Fearless, but once again, Fearless taking the initiative for UDog India, keeping OR at bay.
You had to jinx them, didn't you? You just had to say their names, and now Fearless is going to go in, but it's going to be Dave with the massive grenade who takes him out, and now Fearless knows that, wait a second, there could be someone else just behind the smoke. What? He does get shot from the back, because again, he wasn't careful.
Saw that.
He wasn't careful. He did not see him through the smoke, but now Wexy is going to come in. Mystic is going to be taken down. 2 members on either side, and it looks like Wexy is going to be taken down. Evo is now the last man standing. UDog India, they are going to be speaking with all their might, and in fact, looks like they do have a little bit of bite. Not just Bark, as now Evo is going to be spotted. Evo is going to be shot at, but wait a second. It's the high rate of fire coming in from the M4 that is going to get Evo the upper hand now. It's going to be a one-on-one situation, and if he gives a sliver off his body out, Evo could be down 6 feet under, as Dark is trying to get that, but now the grenade is going to be cooking up. The grenade is going to be flung. The grenade is going to go up, but it's going to be Dark. He's moving in. He shoots. Unfortunately for Dark, that is all she wrote. Take a bow, Evo, as OR Esports, against all odds, have just eliminated UDog India with a total of 2 finishes. Looks like it wasn't all bite and no bark after all.
Absolutely, and the caster's curse strikes again. The moment you start praising a team, the moment you start saying just how well they're doing, they get eliminated. OR Esports, though.
Wow.
4 finishes to their name. 3 members are going to still be in this fight. And you're going to need all the numbers you can get on this map, because once again, the circle did shoot a little bit towards the west. And well, it seems that OR, the fight is upon them. In fact, I believe, given the circle, they might just have the best position possible.
Oh, they might have the best position, but the thing about the quarry is you can see enemies from the other side, and well, the enemy can see you as well. So they got to be careful, because sooner rather than later, their position, buddy, oh boy, it is going to be overwhelmed, but not just one squad. I'm expecting at least a couple. Now, elsewhere, Team EXO, they have been quiet thus far, but the thing is, they might have an idea that, OR is in the distance. Of course, 7C are going to be on the hill next to them. Skylightz Gaming are ahead of them. What worries me is Enigma Gaming, who are going to be closing in. But looks like Fierce, finally shots are going to be let loose. And now, speaking of Enigma, they're no longer a mystery.
Absolutely, Enigma, and Enigma no longer, as they reveal their hand, and fears that Suppressor's gonna do you no good, because they now know where you are already, so... yeah, you better start healing back up, otherwise you could be in a world of trouble. Eggy dropping down a couple of smokes, looks like he wants to change his position, or maybe leave his opponent guessing as to what he's gonna do next, but no, it is a practical smoke, it is not some 1 or 1000 IQ play. He's gonna get back towards Rex, and they're gonna move up.
Now, elsewhere, looks like our Esports Rockstar does get the better of Manti OP, as he is going to be down on the ground. But the thing is, all this time, let me just remind all the viewers, and let me just remind you as well, but of course, you have the map open in front of you. GodLike still haven't budged from Painan. Now, of course, all this action on your screen just now is taking place just west of Painan, which means one of these teams, whoever survives, is going to have to face the wrath of the demigods. But for now, Ace Black falls down, and our Esports are looking good.
Absolutely, our Esports, well, in a very, very good spot as they found themselves 2 picks to work with. Well, they will convert one into a finish here. And Carry still standing strong behind that boulder, could be in a world of trouble. But once again, you have to remember that the flank could be coming from Striker, and he will spot out Canary, but it looks like Striker himself has been discovered. He's going to pop those energy drinks down, maybe try to change up his position, because otherwise a couple of nades could be flung. Doesn't seem like our Esports have any at the moment, though, so they will continue to hold them hostage. In fact, I might have spoken too soon. Rockstar does have one, but where is it gonna land? Okay, it does land behind. Okay, it actually bounced and went behind the boulder. That's a very clever nade coming in from Rockstar. But it's not gonna connect on anyone, because no one from Hyderabad Hydras is there. In fact, they will get their final member back upon his feet. And now the Hydras will try and regroup.
Problematic.
Oh, yeah, it could be problematic, because it seems that Manti has been knocked down. Another nade coming in from Striker. Is it going to hit inside the smoke? Yes, it is. It goes. Boom. Canary going to be in a world of trouble. Nice Molotov as well. Might be forcing out Hero into an awkward spot.
Well, looks like the Canary is going to be brought down mid-flight, as the Canary is down now on its bloody knees. Hero, luckily, is going to be on standby. And looks like he is just the hero that Canary reads at this point. But this also means that Striker and the boys, they could lob in a few more grenades. They could be coming down. But again, I expected our Esports to move a bit quicker, and well, with the fact that Manti OP is back up on his feet, now the competition is going to become just a little bit tougher. Carry over here, he knows where the enemy is. In fact, he does have an idea exactly where the enemy is, as Striker coming so close to being knocked out. Now, our Esports, they are split in twos, but keep in mind, GodLike is listening to all this commotion in the background, and as soon as they go over the summit and come down, it could be problematic. But once again, the little bird is going to be brought down as Canary is on his feet this time. However, question is it going to be burned to a juicy crisp?
Yes,
it is going to be an incendiary grenade coming in. It almost looked like that, the way all the fire came down, and there you have it. We have, well, one roast bird available for everyone to basically get.
Yeah, it's no roast chicken, but it'll have to suffice for now. Hero, Rockstar, and Zhao, they're going to try to avenge their fallen aviarian friend. As the Hyderabad Hydras, well, it does seem that the birds definitely have an advantage against the reptiles, but in this case, the Hydras might just be a bit too much to handle for our Esports. Hero still sitting around the boulder, not very heroic of him, has to be a little bit careful, because now the blue is going to force him to move out. However, it only being the second zone will not deal that much damage.
He is the hero, but looks like his pan was the hero over there, because we just saw a couple of bullets just fling off the pan, and well, boy, oh boy, that is why I always make sure I have one when whenever I'm playing BGMI. But now have a look at the left of their screens. RE and HH out in the blue. They are going to have to come in. Neo is going to be the man at hand to make sure whoever comes down, whoever trickles through all the thickets is going to be taken down. Elsewhere, we might see some action break out between Team EXO and Skylightz Gaming. But for now, there you have it. The final move is coming in. Looks like it is going to be still a little bit of distance before Neo comes into effect, because Jadu, let's see if he's got some magic of his own. He does have that UMP, and his teammate is nearby, but it looks like Harry is going to be taken down, of course, with a few bullets and the help of the play zone itself.
Absolutely. I mean, they have to be a little bit careful over here, though, our Esports, because they're still only 3 members strong in Hyderabad Hydras. Well, you overextend, you could get punished. They seem to know where strike. There's a couple of free fire bullets being thrown out by Jadu. And, well, there you go. Around the corner, he's going to be able to find him. And TOP also found slithering in the grass. As Jadu, well, this man works his magic. He finds 2 picks. And Hyderabad Hydras a problem no longer. Elsewhere, we turn our attention to Revanant, who seem to be in a bit of a pickle with OR.
Well, for now, looks like there is a little bit of stalemate. A truce has been called, but looks like Top Dog just ended that truce because he flung a grenade in their building, and now he's going to go for another one. He has an idea where they are, but the thing is, you can't really run out in the open because chances are it is Sanhok. Someone else might just have a scope open on their position and, well, put them in the ground. Elsewhere, TSM, oh boy, they are taking the fight to always. Looks like one of them is going to be down on his knees, but that is not going to be enough for the opposition, as Old Hood Esports have now been reduced to a one-man squad, and Ayush is going to be the last hope from the Old Hood. Now the thing is, he can't do anything. He is outside in the blue. He is behind just one rock, and, well, his position has been given away. But wait a second, TSM might come under fire. In fact, it's going to be Jonathan who steals the finish away from TSM. Or was it because the play zone might have taken him? Instead, it is the play zone that is going to claim Ayush for themselves. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, could we see yet again another TSM and GodLike clash?
Absolutely. Well, that is what everyone is looking for. I mean, it couldn't have been more poetic at the end of the first game. And maybe if you find the same ending on Sanhok, well, I mean, I am going to have to check under my bed, because I believe that there might be monsters in there. Because there's some unholy stuff that must have been done to see such an ending. Well, Top Dog is going to be down on his knees. Revenant have, well, I'm not too sure. How did he end up getting taken down here?
Keep in mind, you did see Top Dog, right? I did say if he moves out, someone could be lurking behind. And, well, it was TX that was lurking behind, and Ultron with the QBZ at distance put a few bullets in his back.
That explains everything. And now Revenant are aware of the fact that there is X-Pac around the corner, and now they're stuck between this awkward place because they can't push in against OR, and at the same time they're not exactly in a very good spot to take a fight against Team X-Pac. What's going on?
But some respite comes in for them, because from the other side across the 7 Seas, it is going to be 7C Esports who come in and put a few bullets in OR's back. Now we are going to have a 4-way battle. Make that a 5-way, because 7C is going to go up against TX as well. Now Scout does get the better of one of them. He has a good angle. He's got to be careful, because now they know the Revenants have to come out. In fact, they are going to have to make it into the circle as well, and this is a risky move, because although you do have a few shots over here, they're going to be shot at from above as well. Scout goes down, Gil goes down. Maybe the move was a bit too late, and now the other 2 members are still surviving just by the skin of the teeth, but it's going to be the play zone that gets the better of them. And of course, keep in mind, 7C Esports are going to have a heyday as they can rack up a lot of finishes over here.
Absolutely, with 3 members knocked down over here. X-Pac, yeah, Maui is the only last member surviving from X-Pac, and maybe he can carry their dreams forward, but 7C in the meantime are going to have a couple of players to contend with from the side of Tactical, as Tactical are making their life a little bit hard. Pray God, he's got the perfect angle, but unfortunately, it seems that Hitman might still be able to clean him up over here. Who's going to raid Supari? Well, it looks like it is going to be Hitman for the time being, as he's still somehow surviving by that 3. He's going to heal himself back up with the first aid, and maybe...
Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me? And wait a second, it's not 7C, it's Team EXO that comes in with a massive grenade, and, well, Tactical are going to be out, and now 7C could face a similar situation. Grenades are coming in, it's going to go boom, Sauron goes down, Spray God goes down, which means now 7C Esports, the one that had the best position on the map, they are going to be down to 1 member, because, well, Prince seems like he could be down on his knees. In fact, it's going to be Aladdin who's going to be burning, who's going to be losing his HP, as TSM are trying to make their way up. Aquanox is going to be snuffed out as well, courtesy of GodLike. Looks like GodLike are taking fights on multiple fronts. All 4 members still alive, 5 finishes, and now they're going for more. There you have it. Jonathan does get the better of a shadow right in front of him. Looks like the shadows weren't really helping him this time around, and now he is hungry for more. Z-God comes in as well. Wait a second, Ninja's out. Ninja's out. Does that mean TSM is out? Yes, it is going to be TSM being eliminated by GodLike Esports in the 7th position with just 3 finishes to their names. These boys, they are on a warpath.
Absolutely. Well, the tables have turned over here, and it seems that the Supari gang have also been taken out, cleaned up, sent home packing, as now we only see 3 teams in the circle. A couple other teams out there in the blue trying to heal themselves back up. I do see Destro in the distance in the blue. He's got himself a lot of first aids to work with over here, and he's just waiting for the members inside to take a fight. 15 first aid kits! Well, Destro knows what he's going to be doing for the next, 1, 2, maybe 3 minutes.
Could be, because looks like the play zone is going to come in and snuff out the lives of the last of the Revenants. And, well, with that, well, they're going to be meeting their maker soon enough. I'm sure they aren't going to be too unhappy because, you know, I mean, that is what they preach as it is.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, all these cheesy jokes aside, it does seem like we are now down to the final 4. 9 people alive, out of which 4 belong to one team. And, well, this team, we like calling them the demigods because it is GodLike Esports and they are looking angry. They want some vengeance. They want some chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely, and GodLike Esports now could be in a bit of a pickle if Destro does decide to move in. It's going to be impossible for him to do that, though. I mean, he should have probably taken that decision a lot earlier, so it's just going to be him trying to survive and see if he can rack up another 2 placement points. Although, given GodLike in 7C's position, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. And, well, there is another team that is in the distance. EXO with 2 of the players over here are still surviving. They're still slithering in the grass, and they're trying to see if they can find someone with their sights, as we see EXO near their blue zone. They're just trying to move in slowly but surely, make sure they don't take any damage, and Destro still has 4 first aid kits to work with. Look at this man.
Well, he's got 3 now, and in about the next 5 seconds, he's going to have 2, then he's going to have 1, then his life is going to be snuffed out. The question is it going to be for anybody else? Looks like 7C might just be taken down. Prince's position is going to be given up as well if he does shoot. Is Destro going to get the 3rd position, or are the boys from Skylightz going to be out in the 3rd? Well, there you have it. 10 points are going to be coming their way. It could even be 12 because Bears has been spotted out. In fact, it is going to be 12 as Jonathan goes on a bit of a rampage, ladies and gentlemen, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He makes sure that Skylightz Gaming ends up in the 2nd position. And let me tell you one thing, buddy. Another important factor, they don't have a single finish to themselves. 12 points coming in from Skylightz Gaming, and it's all down to one man. Woo!
Absolutely. Destro, I think he probably had over 30 first aid kits to work with.
Wow.
He literally let go of everything in his inventory. He's like, just give me all the first aid, baby. All of them. I want every single one of them. And somehow towards the very end, GodLike, they get up. They're like, all right, you know what? We see EXO, we see 7Cs. We're going to take them out. And, well, Skylightz Gaming, they walk away with a bonus 4 points. Nothing to worry about.
12 points for Skylightz Gaming over here. And I do believe 15, of course, for GodLike. Again, you know, you can't really anger the gods that much.
Oh, yeah.
These demigods, they have tiny egos, right? And if they get bruised, well, they come out and wipe out the entire server. That is what they do. I do believe they did finish with 13 finishes for themselves. So, you know, I mean, 28 points, nothing to scoff about in Sanhok. And wait a second, we kind of predicted that.
Yeah, we most certainly did not. I mean, we didn't see that coming. I mean, we did say that GodLike could get themselves, you know, the 1st place spot. You know, the chicken dinner was unexpected, though, but, you know, I'm more than happy to welcome it. They did get that 1st place spot in the 1st game. 2nd game, it was TSM, or maybe it was the other way around. I'm not too sure. In fact,
it was the other way around.
It was the other way around. So.
And, you know, speaking of games, and, you know, Sanhok is a map where the action takes place just a bit too fast. If you missed any of the action, like in fact we did as well, there you have it. The first few finishes coming in, and it was the sensei himself who went down, and elsewhere, it was Sagi. Sagi, you're supposed to move the moment you get on. I think he just didn't have that button pressed at the right time.
Absolutely. I mean, Sagi, unfortunately, a little bit slow and fearless, made the most out of that situation. Couple picks for them, and, well, my Caster's curse certainly got to the side of UDog as... Well, I take full responsibility for this match. You know, UDog, if you want someone to beat up, you know where I am, you can find me.
He goes by Hirakat Hardcore on Instagram. You send all your hate over there. And I'm just joking. You know, I mean, this is, of course, pretty much coincidence. But have a look at this. Now, Evo, he went up against all odds. Now, he does lose a lot of his HP. He knows the enemy is going to push in. He has enough time to just put in that 1 first aid. Maybe, had UDog moved in a bit quicker, it would have been something. Boom goes the grenade. Down go a couple of the members. And with that, Darkest Babe, we're going to meet their makers as well. And, well, OR Esports did survive for a few more rounds.
Absolutely. I mean, great performance here by OR Esports too. You know, they might not have been getting themselves to the top 2 spot or the top 3 spot, but they still time and again find themselves in top 6. And it's the consistency that matters, not how many chicken dinners you get
Now,
that determines who wins.
You know, the stats will tell us. Have you noticed one thing? A lot more grenades being used to finish our positions this time.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, that does make sense. It seems that teams are finally using those nades a bit more judiciously, you know, instead use their weapons to get the knocks and grenades to secure those kills, because those grenades can curve, the bullets unfortunately can't, unless, well, you are accounting for bullet drop.
And of course, when you have magic in your hands, well, Jada can do everything. That pre-fire, as you mentioned, was pristine. And of course, he did, you know, have that immaculate sound sense on him as well. Jonathan over here almost getting the finish over there. Unfortunately, the play zone got the better of Ayush from Old Hood Esports. Now, Skylightz Gaming, man, this was looking a bit terrible. Look at Destro. He's still going to be hanging back. He's going to make sure that he starts the game of healing. And, well, it did help them at the end because, again, sans any finish
Man,
points, they've got 12 to the name.
That I have to say, you know, this first aid kit in the blue zone has to be the silliest thing I've ever witnessed in BGMI so far.
Someone give them the pacifist title because let me tell you one thing, this guy definitely deserves it.
I mean, hey, we are the country from, you know, we are the country with Mahatma Gandhi. Of course, you know, pacifist approaches are welcome and very successful, like we saw Skylightz Gaming get, you know, as we saw Skylightz Gaming pull it off over here. But 7Cs, oh boy, eating a nade like that in the center of the circle, not really the spot they wanted to be in. Once again, sort of the curse and the boon at the same time, right? You have the boon of being in the center, but the curse of having to look in every single direction and trying to defend that spot while multiple teams engulf you from multiple sides.
Now, of course, you couldn't have said it any better because that is exactly what happened. And as GodLike are going to find the last man, Destro has already applied his last first aid and only a few bandages remain. And, well, looks like that was more than enough to make sure that he walks away with 12 points to his and his team's names. Now, you know, again, the thing with 7C was, it's quite simple because, wait a second, let's just have a look. There you have it. He is going to apply the last few bandages.
Oh, he's going
He knows. He's not going to stop.
God.
He's not going to stop. Why would he stop? You know, I mean, of course, he got his team all those extra points. I mean, what if GodLike started chasing? That's a bit too much.
Absolutely.
But, you know, talking about 7C.
They actually might have if it was first circle, but go on.
The first circle, yeah. But no, this time GodLike was different because, like I said, you know, we anticipated that they would be going around chasing all those gunfires, all that commotion. They stayed in Painan as long as they could because, again, I think they're taking this a bit too serious this time. But, you know, talking about 7C Esports, they did have that mountaintop all to themselves. They were spread a bit too far and thin, and that is what ended up being the Achilles heel at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're spread so far and thin over here and you have so many angles to worry about, well, things can get a little bit difficult for you. But then again, at the same time, you know, you have to remember that there are a couple of other teams in the mix as well. Sometimes it's just very, very hard to account for all the factors when you're trying to think of something. Nerves are going to be a thing. It is grand finals. It is day one. So, you know, a couple of these teams and players are going to take some time to get acclimated to the environment, like I said earlier. So, you know, once they start getting acclimated properly and they understand what the lobby feels like, I think that is when we're going to start seeing some top-tier BGMI action and maybe even some underdogs come out on top, because I believe I saw Sultan today sort of knocking himself out with the nade. There was just a slight error with the movement, and I think that might not be him as a player. I think that's just the fear and the nerves getting to him.
Could be. And again, you know, when you have so much sound breaking around you, you know, there's so much confusion and commotion. Well, looks like the point standing just snuck up on us. I mean, that's okay. All right. Of course, we do know who the winners were, but the point standing is going to be on your screens. GodLike Esports with 28 points to their names, 13 of which came via finishes. Team EXO in second with 13. Well, Team 7C Esports in third with 13 as well. Now, the thing is, Floki, have a look. Both of them have something called finish points.
Oh, yeah.
What's happening in the fourth position is 0 finish points, but 12 in total for Skylightz Gaming.
Absolutely. And once again, GodLike seemed to be building a moat of sorts of points. In first game, I believe there was a 4-point difference between them and TSM, and then the next team had, I think, 10 points lesser compared to them. So once again, GodLike, you know, they just come in with these, you know, amazing performances time and time again in matches where these teams are sort of, you know, just fighting each other and just sort of being scrappy, rolling around in the mud, trying to get themselves points to work with. And now we're going to be having a look at the iQOO MVP. It is going to be Jonathan from the side of GodLike.
Well, of course, the way GodLike played, Jonathan is definitely going to be silencing all his opposition right now. And, well, with 5 finishes and 786 points of damage, he is definitely making a statement. Now, let's see how many of his teammates could join him, because, again, looks like, you know, we did see action break out, and it was pretty, you know, it was pretty, well, the word I want to use is evenly spread.
Yes.
Because because, I doubt if a lot of players got more than 3 or 4 finishes apiece, because if that is the case, well, we might see a few of the members come in, and it is going to be the case.
Absolutely. Clutch God and Neo going to join him in the top 5 over here, as we've also got Wexy in 3rd place, and we've got Jadu from our Esports in 5th. And once again, Clutch God with 3 finishes and 437 damage done. Neo with 3 finishes and 413 damage done as well. Wexy with a similar stat line, 3 finishes for himself, 418 damage done. I wonder what was the criteria that made him, sent to the 3rd place. Might just be that 5 extra damage that he's found compared to the survival time that Neo has. But there's another stat, another set of stats that we have coming up on our screens. The match summary should be on, and we'll find out how many grenades were popped.
And of course, 60 were used, which is of course, the general amount for Sanhok, but 4 of them ended up finishing people and putting them in the ground, which of course is something that we did anticipate seeing all the action break out just moments ago. Now, as far as longest finish distance is concerned, 254, not so shabby for Sanhok.
Absolutely. I mean, 254 is a big number considering that this is the map of Sanhok. And once again, I mean, I kind of expected maybe a couple of snipers to actually get that, to get the credit for that, but it just seemed that Spray God was the one who got it. So, yeah, no big surprises there. In the meantime, total healing done is 8.7k. Of course, a number that has been propped up to these heights by one man himself, whose name starts with D and ends with O. Of course, I'm talking about Destro. I mean, how many first aid kits did he even have? 30 plus?
I'm just thinking, it all comes down to the final few seconds, right? What if GodLike hadn't pushed in at that time? What if, they hadn't spotted the first member from 7C who was laying low below? And, of course, Team EXO did end up in the 3rd position after that. So, again, it all came down to the fraction of a second, and that is just the way we love all our action in Sanhok. But it wasn't a usual Sanhok. I mean, we didn't have a lot of fights break out at the beginning. Luckily, there was utter destruction and carnage at the end.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw like 3 finishes, going off early on. Only 3 people being knocked down and being converted into corpses. However, there was a bit of a pause before we started seeing the action break out once again. And I think the reason for that is the members of GodLike as, okay. I mean, yeah, I know you have a bow tie and I don't. You can do that all you want.
I keep forgetting because, I've been doing this over the past, and it's like, I usually just like stroking my tie a little bit, but it looks like I forgot that. But again, coming back to your point.
Absolutely. I mean, I was trying to say that because GodLike haven't been the ones moving around and doing all the fighting, I mean, I think that was why we didn't see as many finishes prop up on a screen. And of course, the circle also being a very, very big factor. Usually when we've, when we see Sanhok come up, oftentimes we have seen the circle shift a little bit towards one particular part of the map. This time, it also did shift towards the south, but once again, there was a lot of land being covered, and as a result, we didn't see too many teams fighting for real estate.
I mean, speaking of, finishes, I mean, what he meant was we didn't see too many finishes early game.
Early game.
Because GodLike wasn't on the move. But I think 13 finishes is no small feat and nothing to scoff at. But again, this does mark, 4 games have been done and dusted. And sooner or later, we might just be pushing to a break. And before that, again, what I'm going to take from this game is the fact that, it was a different Sanhok. It wasn't what we are used to. And again, at the end, GodLike, they're playing like a different beast. They are completely playing like a different beast. But before I head the mic over to you, we have some more winners in our giveaway section. And this time, would you do the honors of reading out their names?
Absolutely. Congratulations to the merchandise giveaway winners, of course. Naved Ansari, Partha, Abhishek Mehrotra, Arshad and Suraj Kumar. I am sorry if I butchered your name there, Abhishek, or your surname right there. But congratulations to these guys. You guys have won some awesome BGMI goodies. Make sure you tag us and let us know exactly what you find in your mail.
Well, do that, and it looks like we do have an idea of what they just might find, because they do have t-shirts and they do have bottles. Now let's do one thing again. Let's do one better. Let's give it away to 5 more, because we are going to have a few more names. Rashid, congratulations. Sampath Kumar, Crazy Manoj. Ooh, boy, you are a little crazy, aren't you? Anjali Singh and Abhishek Kashyap, congratulations once again for all your BGMI merch. And I'm going to say it again. I want that tee. I know for the bag, but I want the t-shirt as well. Deal with it.
All right, fine. Go.
I'll get you one as well.
Yeah. Is this bribery going on? What kind of a person do I look like to you, XP? I might be the god of wishes, but I'm not the god of bribes. Come on.
Wow.
Nah, I'm just messing with you.
Of course he's just messing with me. He would get his hands, I mean, everyone would get our hands on some free merch, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. I mean, I see a couple of extra t-shirts lying around and they're my size. I'm going to snag them up, and well, there's going to be one less t-shirt when they're doing inventory.
Do you know how many pens he has in his room right now? Because again, you have a thing for pens, don't you? Because I've been trying to find the ones that, BGMI does give us, and I don't see them anywhere.
Absolutely. Well, I am documenting everything that is said every single day by every single person, so I do end up using a lot of pens, and that's where all those pens go. But
Dear Diary, today XP did this, and I am not pleased. Is that what you do when you go back?
absolutely, and every single time you tell me that you've put in an entry for the merchandise giveaway, I also make sure I take note of that. I also make sure I know exactly what to say to some of the bigger known people out there.
Well, now that we are kind of facing off against one another, let's actually put a few more players on our screens and pit them against each other, because on one end you have Clutch God from GodLike Esports, and on the other hand it's the man with all the magic in his fingers. It's Jadu from our Esports.
Absolutely. We've got Jadu on one side with 407 damage done, Clutch God on the other with 30 extra points. Both of them with the same number of finishes, but it seems like Clutch God has one extra assist compared to him. And survival time, of course, also going to be a lot higher for the members of GodLike, considering that they were the ones who got the chicken dinner. And that about sums it up for the player face-off. Let's now move on to the next little stat we've prepped for you guys. It's going to be the squad face-off coming up on our screens.
Now, one squad I'm pretty sure isn't going to be on our screens is Skylightz Gaming, because again, no finishes over there, of course not, even though they did end up in the second position. It is going to be GodLike Esports with 13 finishes going up against OR Esports with 6 to their names.
Absolutely. OR once again, just making sure that they might not get themselves, a very good placement in these games. They might not get top 2, top 3, or even top 4. But if they just make it to top 6, top 8 consistently, over the course of time, those points will add up, as a couple of teams may not have very good performances.
Now, over the last 4 games, one team has been fragging just a bit too much. There you have it. And we decided we'll just shine the spotlight a bit on them. It is GodLike Esports with 13 finishes. Mind you, this is just this one. Is it this game?
Yeah, it's just this game, because they got 15 in the first one.
Yeah, they got 15, and now, of course, we just saw this on our screens a moment ago. They still have 13 finishes, still have 31 points of damage.
Absolutely. In the semi-finals, I believe, in the course of 2 games, they didn't have as many finishes. So far, they've actually beaten their own their own semi-finals record for the number of finishes scored in a matter of a couple of games. And well, within 4, they've managed to find themselves 28, and I'm quite sure that by the end of day 3, we might see them cross that triple-digit mark too.
We just might, and could come even sooner if they keep, firing on all cylinders and keep this pace up. They might just rack up a few more points by the end of this day. Now, of course, this marks the end of Sanhok, which means the next ones are going to be a bit laid back, a bit chill, because first we're going to be heading to Miramar, after which it is going to be battled in the plains of Erangel itself. But again, I was just talking about Sanhok before we had all these stats on our screen. Slow at the beginning.
Absolutely. I believe we saw a finish per minute for the first 3 minutes, and then for 8 to 9 minutes after that, radio silence. No one even trying to fire a shot or get any finish or get any knocks to work with. I believe we even saw a couple of members from Hyderabad Hydras spot out a few, but not really take any few shots, and as a result, well, we didn't see any action breaking out. Well, I do believe we've got a couple of other stats coming into the picture, as well as I believe we're going to do a tally of the 4 matches and then put a squad against each other. Well, who better 2 teams to ask for than GodLike Esports and TSM?
GodLike with 36 finishes to their point, and TSM with 28, and the damage is going to be pretty similar as well. GodLike with 6,821 and TSM with 6,263.
Well, it seems like my math might have been a little bit off, because they got even more than 28 finishes over the course of these 4 games. 36 to work with over here. And well, of course, they don't really have a lot of assists compared to the side of TSM. Well, they are 2 shots, so not that big, but at the end of the day, GodLike, if they keep converting those knocks into finishes like they are, they're going to continue to rack up those points.
And now let's do the same thing, but with players this time, because after 4 games, looks like it is going to be Neo from GodLike Esports going up against the Sultan of Swing himself, Sultan from Old Hood Esports. And well, Neo might just edge past him on finishes, however, Sultan has more damage.
Absolutely. Sultan having done a lot of damage over here. In the 1,947, just to be precise. A little bit of self-damage as well, although we don't count that. He's got 4 headshots to work with on Neo, though, and 3 assists as well.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, he's also got 23 minutes of survival time on average. But once again, Old Hood, I can understand why they're having a bit of a slow start over here. They might just be a little bit nervous once again, given the fact that these guys are sort of new in the scene over here. Going off against the likes of TSM, GodLike, Enigma, iQOO, very very big names, very very scary names as well. So sometimes that nervousness can set in, and maybe your hands get a little bit shaky.
Well, it definitely can, but the thing is, even if your hands do get shaky just a wee bit, again, they have these amazing devices in their hands. And of course, we are talking about the iQOO 9 series, but before we get talking about our phones, let's have a look and see where your favorite teams are, because the overall standings are popping up on your screens right about now. And at the tippity top, I wonder who it is, because of course it is going to be GodLike Esports with 74 points, and looks like they finally have one chicken dinner to their name.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems like they've gotten themselves that chicken dinner to work with, and 74 total points to work with as well. TSM in second place with 61, and then in third place you've got Revanant with 45. So GodLike, I mean, once again building that moat of points and not letting other teams close the gap.
And just looking at the finishes, I think we might see that 100 mark come a lot quicker than day 3 here, buddy. I think day 2 probably midway. Well, we still have a couple of games in hand. Let's see how they end today. But of course, if you have a look at the other teams, Enigma Gaming in 5th with 34, tied with Old Hood Esports, and in the 8th position we have Hyderabad Hydras with that one chicken dinner. Now, if you quickly have a look at what's happening on the other side, well, barring a couple of teams, things aren't looking so good right off the bat for most.
Absolutely. I mean, OR Esports in 9th place with 28 points, Recknoning 2 points behind with 26, and then 7C and Xpark sharing 18 points, but 7C is above because once again priority does go to those placement points. Our Esports, TSG, UDog India and Tactical though, yet to really make a splash over here. As I believe, UDog and Tactical both, they've had a bit of a rough start today. Oldwood in fact nearly had the chicken dinner in their hands on Miramar, but just that one self-lane actually turned things around. I know I've pointed it out a lot, but there's the grand finals over here, and every single point matters.
Every single point does matter, and of course, mistakes are part and parcel of the game, and the best thing is, if you do make a mistake, you learn from it. So next time, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be cooking the grenade for that long. He'll just throw it right off the bat. Absolutely. But you know what we're going to do right now? Let's actually take a quick little breather. So I guess this time we're going to be experimenting with our positions, because I'm going to be off, but all that on the other side of this short little break. Do not go anywhere.
Enemies ahead.
No more non-stop gaming. Introducing Battlegrounds Mobile India with OTP control, 3-hour limit, and other gaming checks. Battlegrounds Mobile India. Game responsibly.
वो एक दोस्त गेम में फंसा, कोने में बसा, गैंग में अकेला, दिन का भूला. टाइम आ गया है for them to look up. रुक रुक रुक, पिज्जा है यार. हाँ, ये बेटर है. ध्यान से. ओके ओके, फोकस कर. अरे ऑसम यार. कोई नई स्ट्रैटेजी ट्राई करें? क्या बात है. श्योर? एकदम श्योर? मतलब मान गए गुरु. तो जैसा मैं कह रहा था, जब ये हद से ज्यादा हो जाता है ना, तो फन, फ्रेंड्स और लाइफ से ध्यान हट जाता है. तो कुछ भी करो, पर कैसे भी मेक देम लुक अप। अरे वाह, जल्दी समझ गए। वेल डन बॉयज।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Battleground India Series 2021 Grand Finals, powered by the iQOO Series 9. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Spiro as well. The Ray of Hope has entered the studio because we're out of experiments to run.
Well, absolutely. Thank you so much again for the lovely introduction, Floki. And I have to say, experiments are over because GodLike, they finally managed to win that chicken dinner they were looking for. I mean, you know, throughout semifinals, we were like, GodLike, they're playing so well, 100 finishes to their name, but yet to have a single chicken dinner. But now comes the grand final, and oh boy, they are back.
Absolutely. I mean, they've turned over a new leaf, it seems. I mean, in the semifinals, now, if you guys were there, you would have noticed that GodLike, every time they went in aggressively for, one of their signature pushes, they did lose one member in the mix while they tried doing that. But now, it seems like they have turned over a new leaf. They are being very, very crisp with their aggression. It is always on point as they manage to get themselves, finishes and finishes after finishes. And it is always on point as they manage to get themselves, finishes and finishes after finishes. And they don't even lose a lot of members in the process. And just to add on top of that, they're even getting those placement points. So, yeah, once again, GodLike just being a very, very strong and dominant team.
Well, talking about GodLike, I think GodLike versus TSM is turning out to be the new thingy now, Floki. I mean, the way these two teams are fighting against each other, I have to say, it's turning out to be about them.
Absolutely. We might just have to rename this tournament from the Battleground India Series to the GodLike versus TSM India Series 2021. And well, it might just end up being a battle for these two teams. But of course, we've got 3 more days of action-packed games, so we can't really jump to that conclusion yet.
Yes,
there still might be a couple of teams scraping their way from the bottom, trying to scratch and claw their way up to the top and get that first place spot. Of course, that's going to require a lot of hard work, and it's all going to start, it's all going to start here on the map of Miramar, because once again, 4 maps are down, last 2 maps in the mix as well. This is going to be the last Miramar for the day too. So if there are any teams that do like to play on that map, any teams that do prefer that map to the other ones, well, they better start playing. Of course, I'm talking about Recknoning Esports.
Are you talking about Recknoning Esports or Hyderabad Hydras? Because I think both of these teams, they know their Miramar pretty well, and yes, I think they've worked really hard on Miramar, and I think they would love to have more Miramars, but we have more Erangel, so I mean, it is what it is, right, for every single team. But jokes apart, yes, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they played really well. The last time we saw them in Miramar, they managed to get the chicken dinner there. I think they would love to repeat that. But the way GodLike is playing, the way TSM is playing, it's not going to be that easy. I mean, these two Goliaths are going all out in this finals.
Absolutely. I mean, these two Goliaths are going to be taking swings at each other, as once again it reminds me of a series known as the Power Rangers, where you had those Megazords battle out against each other, those giant robots in those tall towering cities and buildings. It was always fun to watch.
Yep.
But yeah, that is what TSM versus GodLike feels like. Every single time these guys are up against one another, they're just trying to up their game. A couple of times it's a pan finish, another time GodLike returns the favor with a pan finish, then TSM themselves come back and get the pan finish. The only thing I'm waiting to see now is a pan throw finish.
Well, Grand Finals is going to be full of these things as well. I mean, still 3 more days to go, and we have a couple of matches still remaining today. I'm expecting some action. I'm expecting new teams, the rising stars, to come up. I mean, of course, these 16 teams are the best 16 teams in India, and these teams, anybody can win. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that anybody can come up and win this tournament, but they have to start now.
Absolutely, they have to start now, and especially for the likes of Old Hood Esports, UDog India, and a couple other teams who are still at the bottom. They have had the opportunities to clutch things out, Spear. I think you yourself pointed out that on Miramar, maybe Old Hood could have won if that nade hadn't done them dirty, and that blunder really costed them that game. Handed it over to Enigma on a silver platter. But hey, who knows? Handed it over to Recknoning Esports on a silver platter, not Enigma, because Enigma, I saw what happened to the last member. It was unholy. But yeah, once again, I mean, what these underdogs sort of are facing right now is that pressure of the grand final, Spiro. It's just weighing them down.
Well, I think it's time for them to just take off the mask of pressure and just embrace this greatness, right? I mean, we are saying it again and again that they are the best. I mean, best 16 teams ever in India. And I think if they can just, free themselves up, remove those shackles and come all guns blazing, I think that would be perfect.
It most certainly would be, but once again, ideals are one thing, but getting towards those ideals requires real hard work, real determination, something that these underdogs are going to pour a lot of on this grand final stage here, because at the end of the day, this is their only shot at glory and their only shot at life-changing money. Of course, there's going to be more tournaments, but right now, this is the one to focus on as we turn our attention towards Hacienda del Patron, the house of the patron, GodLike's favorite place to loot.
Absolutely. We have Los Leones as well, where Team EXO loves to go there, and they have a decent loot there. Of course, it's a big city. Hyderabad Hydras with their northern loot. It's all comes down to one question and one question only, Floki. What kind of loot are you getting, and what kind of zone is there? What kind of lane path are we going to witness? Because a lot of these teams, they are struggling to rotate inside the zone. I mean, how many teams are losing players while rotating? A lot.
A lot. I mean, in fact, I think every single time we see Miramar, one or the other player gets taken out if any team has any sort of high ground advantage to work with. Because once again, that is the nature of Miramar, isn't it? I mean, if you've got yourself a high ground, if you're in the zone, then you're going to make sure that you try and get as many free picks and as many free knocks and finishes as you can, because that is the best way to prop yourself forward in terms of those points. And well, soon enough, if a team does get a decent enough position, they might even top the charts with all the finish points that they've acquired, as we saw GodLike do in Game 1. They didn't get the first place spot, they didn't get 15 placement points, but they did get themselves 15 finishes and 12 placement points that made sure they ended at top of that points table.
Well, absolutely. I mean, finishes also matter a lot, right? I mean, you need to have a balance of finishes and placement points, and if you can have both, then you might be the champion at the end of day number 4. But at this point of time, as the poster suggests, sunny smile, and I mean, yes, it is Miramar, the sun is shining bright, and a lot of teams are smiling, especially Hyderabad Hydras, Team GodLike, and I have to say, the big bird is going to fly, Floki. What do you think where the plane path could be?
Well, it could be anywhere, my co-captain, because we don't know until we see it for ourselves. But now that it's on our map, I can't reveal to you that we're going to be going all the way from Trailer Park, making our way towards a little bit south of El Azahar. We're going to be going through Junkyard, so Team X Park, all they really have to do is just to hold on to their horses, and they can drop straight down, have the pleasure of having one of the quickest loots possible over here. Well, we'll also see a couple of teams making their way towards El Pozo, you know who I'm talking about, and maybe a couple of early fights breaking out there too, Spiro.
Well, a decent plane path, I would say. I mean, it's a northern plane path, and yes, a couple of fights may break out early on in this game, especially if you're looking for that vehicle. I think vehicle clashes are normal in Miramar. But at this point of time, these teams, they have studied their opponents really well. They know how to handle the pressure. They know where to land, how to loot, how to enter the zone. But it's all about how are you going to face your opponents today. El Pozo, of course, there's going to be a drop clash, but I doubt it. I don't think they're going to fight it out today.
Absolutely, I don't think that they're going to fight it out. It doesn't seem like they did last time around either. They did fight, but they fought much later into the game when they were trying to rotate out of there. And a lot of these teams are going to be quite happy with the flight path because it does allow them to get to their favorite spots. Although it does seem that Torre Humida is going to be empty. So where do you think Reckoning Esports are going to go?
Well, Reckoning Esports is going towards the western side of Miramar. They have their dynamic drop, right? I mean, it's really important these days for teams to have multiple drop locations. And yes, Reckoning Esports is looking to go towards their western end of Miramar. Meanwhile, talking about Skylightz Gaming, yes, they are in El Pozo, and yes, they have competition in El Pozo. But I think the zone is interesting. The zone is quite beautiful.
Absolutely. I mean, it did end up a fair bit on the water there towards the eastern end of Miramar, and we'll see if they're able to, hold on to the positions over there. As I think for the first time in the history of the semi-finals and the grand finals, I believe OR might actually have the zone on them, starting things off, as they always like dropping towards, Porto Paraiso and getting themselves some of that sweet loot to work with. This time around, though, it doesn't seem like Skylightz Gaming as well as TSG are going to have the liberty of having the circle close by, because usually the edges are quite next to them whenever they drop into El Pozo, and they're able to rotate in fairly quickly. This time around, I think being a little bit quick with this session might help you. Just cut it short. Don't cut it short. Be a little bit more efficient. Once you've got everything you need, take a vehicle and get the hell out.
I think I like that plan of yours, Floki. I mean, that's going to be a really important plan for both these teams, because in the end, we always say, if you have the zone, you have the match. And you need to get the zone in Miramar especially. Meanwhile, talking about the zone, I would love to see where the zone is gone. And I believe that those teams who are in the zone at this point of time, they are going to be really happy. Here you go. We have our esports who are in El Hazar, and they must be feeling relaxed. They have the loot. They have the El Hazar. It's a beautiful city, I have to say, and you're going to get a lot of loot there.
Absolutely. I mean, our esports, if they want, they can even maybe go up towards Capo Militar and Tierra Bronca, because they're still in the zone. There could still be a lot of loot to work with over there. Of course, it would be a bit of a death wish. They would do that only if they were at the top of the table. Right now, they would much rather just play the zone instead and hold on to their positions. I mean, everyone has their ideals. I too have mine. I do want to see a team, one day just pull off a completely, well, I mean, I don't know if there's a better way to say it, but a completely useless move and move out of a strong position and go into a weaker one just to get some more loot.
Well, they do that. They actually do that, but let's see if they're going to do it today or not. Meanwhile, if you talk about the Bermuda Triangle in the center, I mean, I can see GodLike, I can see TSM, I can see both of these teams, and I can see Team X-Park as well. So these three teams, I think they're going to fight it out if they are going to get the loot that they require. Meanwhile, talking about Team Exo Immortal is on our screen at this point of time, and he is busy looting and busy talking as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's got himself a Winchester too. Oh, okay. Looks like Immortal's going to be changing up his position for the meantime. As we turn our attention towards the side of GodLike, Jonathan, once again, I mean, this is a man that may not often have the spotlight in game, but he definitely has a spotlight in real life. Every single time you see Jonathan, it's almost like this guy is either, clutching it out, or he's making some interesting move, or he's thinking about something new that you might not have seen before. Last time I saw him, I believe he did try to use the wooden door as cover on the map of Erangel, trying to go around and isolate a 3v1. It was against the likes of TSM, so yeah, I mean, he really tried there, but in the end, TSM did get the better of him and the chicken dinner. But I'm quite sure Jonathan would have had the last laugh when he saw the point standings. Regardless, Clutch God and Z God both have also been playing rather well, and it seems that GodLike overall are finally in the form that we used to remember them for. These guys were a strong team then, and they still seem to be the same strong team now.
Well, I feel other teams should step up now, Floki. I think it's time. It is the grand finals right now, and GodLike at TSM, both of these teams are dominating. Other teams, they need to step up. They need to make sure they get enough points. They need to make sure that they don't let Team GodLike and TSM lose on this one. Meanwhile, Blaze, look at the gyro placement from his his end. I mean, using the gyro beautifully there. With one hand, he is using his player. That's incredible, right? I mean, now he is using both of them hands. Maybe he know that we are watching him.
Absolutely. Well, it seems like once again we're going to be seeing a lot of teams trying to make their way towards the circle, as it does edge out near Hacienda del Patron and Power Grid as well. So we could see a lot of early action breaking out over here, Spear. I think we're going to be seeing a couple of teams make their way towards the Power Grid area and maybe end up clashing against the 7C crew members or the tactical members as well, because they're both sort of holding that similar position. But of course 7C have the high ground, so they have the liberty of picking and choosing their battles, while other teams might not be so lucky. Well, we will see Revanant try to make their way in, while 7C also look to change their position. They don't really fancy being at the edge of the current zone, as I do think the circle might just end up shifting a little bit towards the northwest, although, I mean, this is just speculation at this point. I mean, zone prediction, yes, it can be sometimes accurate, but even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Absolutely, Flock. Yeah, I mean, we would love to see where the zone would go, but right now, Team X Park, they are in the dead center. They have a higher ground. I mean, that is their strategy. They always try to loot as soon as possible. They try to rotate to the zone. They want a higher spot in the zone, and I think they have it. They have decent loot. They have the vehicles, and now they are in the center. They have the higher ground.
Absolutely. I mean, it seems that Team X Park for now are just gonna also be looting up. I'm not too sure where exactly are they. Okay, so they've just gone down a little bit from Junkyard towards the southern end near Menache and Rales, and will be looting up that area. But once again, I believe they've got enough loot to work with already, and at this point they're just looking for a couple of specific things. You know, maybe if they're able to find a 6x scope, maybe if they're able to find themselves you know, a proper sniper, maybe a Kar 98 or an M24, they'd be very, very happy to work with that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is the land of DMR snipers, and if you can get some snipers or DMRs, you're going to be really happy. Meanwhile, my eyes would be glued on Gil. He's a kind of a player who can turn the outcome of the game in your favor. I mean, there are some players, right, Floki, who can just do miracles, and I think Gil is one of them. Meanwhile, talking about miracles, TSG, the way they qualified is just amazing, right? The way they played, it's magical. It's amazing to see these young players just coming in, you know, doing what they do best, and that is play BGMI.
Absolutely. I mean, that is the reward in itself. You know, just getting to play BGMI at the highest level once again, and having that thrill, the adrenaline rush of competing against some of the best teams in the country and trying to outdo them, trying to outsmart them bit by bit. Although for now, GodLike sit firmly atop their throne on the point standings, and we'll see if anyone can dethrone them anytime soon. Speaking of which, I did have a fair amount, you know, I did have a fair set of expectations from Tactical Esports, although they don't seem to be off to a very good start. In the meantime, Recknoning Esports, they hear the commotion that the members of Revanant are making, and it doesn't seem that Revanant know that there are a couple of Recknoning Esports members here scouting out their rotation. In fact, TopDog will go out of his car and will get instantly knocked down by a Brar, as he will find that knock to work with, could potentially find another one, but Revanant have a very hard choice to make now. Do they go back and help their teammate out and take this fight, or do they just go out? Well, it seems that they do spread out to go back and regroup and help out their teammate. And Recknoning Esports, they are gonna turn a push into a shove, try to capitalize even more on the fact that they've already knocked down one member from the side of Revanant and maybe get themselves even more finish points.
Now that's a good start coming in from Recknoning Esports. They managed to get the first finish in their favor. That means they got the first point they were looking for, and they are outside the zone. The first priority of both these teams, I think Revanant and Recknoning, would be to enter the zone, get a decent place in, and have a little bit of cover to play around from. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, a lot of teams are going to rotate at this point of time. And look at the number of teams who are in their vehicles. A lot of teams are in their vehicles, and they're looking to find a decent spot in the zone. Look at OR Esports. They are rotating from the eastern side, it seems, and I think they're going to find a decent compound.
I mean,
the area is pretty much empty.
Absolutely. Well, the circle, it looks awfully similar to the last one, as we still have a fair amount of it in the water. Not a lot of water on Miramar, so for this to happen, it does, well, it does seem to take a bit of a blue moon before we see something like this come in. So, yeah, I mean, just, you know, feast on the circle while you still can, because I don't think we're going to be seeing a similar one for quite some time. As Revanant Esports, well, with one member down, they've got their work cut out for them. They need to get themselves to a good spot, because if they can get themselves to a high ground, they can maybe negate the man disadvantage that they've had. Although, at this moment in time, it does seem that Recknoning Esports are trying to gatekeep them and prevent them from moving in. And Revanant, well, they're gonna have to make a quick decision because the blue is also closing in.
Team Revenant off to a bad start, I have to say. I mean, they don't have enough loot. They lost a player there. Meanwhile, talking about bad starts, it could be the bad start for Team EXO because Fierce is stuck there. He's the last one standing. This ground and all his teammates are far away. Meanwhile, EXO Punk, he was far away, but he got taken out first. I don't know what happened there, but Tactical Esports, they are changing the game. Right now, Team EXO with only 2 players still surviving. They have the higher ground. They have a decent advantage, but it's going to be against the numbers because it's going to be 2 versus 3.
Absolutely. I mean, Funky did end up knocking out one of the members from the side of TSM. I believe it was, I'm not sure who it was. It might have been Fierce. No, Fierce was knocked down by Clutch. There was someone else who also got knocked down from the backside. It might have been Punky who got knocked. But either way, you know, I mean, it's still a 3v2 in favor of Tactical. And this is perhaps the start that they needed. This is what's going to help them find the confidence back. But Sensei might just snatch it right away as he sees a player overextending for a finish. Will clean him up, get that finish in his own bag, and maybe even go back and get Punky back up on his feet. Although it does seem that someone else is already doing that. That is going to be Immortal, and Sensei is just going to be holding that line. That nade doesn't really find anyone, but elsewhere on the map, I do see the finish feed. It seems that Shadow OG was knocked out by one of the members of GodLike. However, for now, we're going to keep our eyes set on EXO.
Well, GodLike versus TSM early on in the map is going to be super fun. And yes, they are pushing in. Yes, they are rushing in. What else? They are on top of the table and they don't fear anyone. TSM Equinox, meanwhile, he's trying to revive his teammate. Now this, Neo pushing in. That's a decent space coming in. They know the exact position of the teams, it seems. I mean, they are flanking. But right now, you're talking about ban throw? I mean, for a moment he had this ban in his hand. But right now, he got a decent smoke. Now the nade parade is happening. But Jonathan just living on that sliver of HP. He needs to heal himself first. And then I would love to see how the fight's gonna break out.
Absolutely, as it seems that TSM have to be a little bit careful with where they position themselves, because GodLike do seem to have an idea of where they are. Look at that nade just whizzing past Blaze OP and exploding in the distance. As Ninja John also close on the hill. Is he going to be spotted out? I believe he is, Jonathan. Well, he has spotted out someone from TSM, and he will try and get that knock. Another nade comes in. It ends up connecting on Jonathan. This next nade might do him dirty, but no! His own nade is going to find someone. He will still stand strong and try and turn this franchisee around, as it seems that Blaze OP down on his knees. He's trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught in the blast radius of that nade. Bandage is going to be coming in from Jonathan. A bit of a slow heal back up to full, but well, a series of heals nonetheless. And we'll see if TSM are able to fight back. But no, it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case, because Neo is on a massive flank over here. And if he gets activated, he might just end up finding a lot of faces back. He's going to focus on that pickup truck. 2 dogs for the price of 1. GodLike are certainly sending TSM packing over here. Equinox also going to be spotted. And Shadow OG might just get cleaned up as well. GodLike Esports, this one says 3 dogs on TSM. The arch nemesis being taken out over here. Can the Clutch come in? No, it cannot. Clutch God will be the final member to get the finish on the last surviving member of TSM. And in the distance, our Esports, they want a piece of that action as well.
Now, Floki, this was not a fight. This was a statement made by GodLike. The moment they knocked a player of TSM, they just rushed in and they just attacked them brutally, because they know it's mind games and they have to win this one. Meanwhile, Team X-Park is near the vicinity. I think this is going to be a close one if they're going to do the third party. And GodLike, they seem to be ready for it.
Absolutely. Yep, GodLike, they are ready for the moment, but X-Park, once again, they have to make sure that they don't get caught out like last time around, but that's not gonna happen. History will repeat itself, as Scout will also be knocked down on his feet, leaving Gil in a very awkward spot in a 1v3 of sorts, as Clutch God still down on his knees, but doesn't really matter, because it doesn't seem like anyone is there nearby to capitalize on the situation. That final nade is not gonna do the work. It might take a little bit, but no, it doesn't even do that. Gil will be able to get Scout back on his feet though, so Team X-Park will still have a fighting chance. However, it's not looking good.
Now, GodLike in this kind of form, you don't want to mess with. Team X-Park, they managed to do the third party, but they lost a couple of players. Now, with 2 players still surviving, and GodLike being ruthless, they're going to rush in. They need to be careful. Meanwhile, Jonathan, he found Scout there. What a brilliant flank coming in from Team GodLike. And Jonathan, his position is revealed now. He's rushing in, he's pushing in, and Team X-Park, they had no idea. They got no idea that someone is now here. And the footstep is coming in. He's very close in. He gets Scout. Now, Mummy, the last man. I'm really sorry about that. It was Gil who was the last one standing, and they took out them quite easily. Now 8 finishes to their name and GodLike is unstoppable.
Absolutely, Jonathan just acting as the bait for his team while the attention was turned towards him. It was the other members that ended up taking down, well, the members from the side of Team Xbox, as they have been eliminated, like you said, in the 14th place. But elsewhere, Revanant also have lost a member down to the last player standing. Wait, what? How did Jonathan get knocked down? Oh my god, it might have been a Lathan from the distance once again, as the smoke will go through. Clutchgod will try and close it. He might just end up dropping himself as well. And Lathan, my god, even at that distance with the scar, he is connecting and making sure that Clutchgod carefully thinks about his decisions, because if he gets knocked down over here, GodLike could be in a world of trouble. However, fortunately for them, 7 Seas will rotate out instead and turn their attention elsewhere.
Well, they are prioritizing the zone as compared to prioritizing GodLike, which, I mean, GodLike was far away from them. They can't rush them, right? They have to prioritize the zone, and they are doing just that. Meanwhile, talking about Team Enigma, they're in the zone. Skylightz Gaming managed to find a decent spot in the zone. Hyderabad Hydras, who apparently love Miramar, they are in the center of the zone. Recknoning Esports, though, I think they found a decent compound, but on the lower grounds, these compounds can be a little risky.
Absolutely, they most certainly can get a little risky if you are surrounded by a couple of DMRs and a couple of ARs with those single shot capabilities like you've seen earlier. But once again, you have to remember that if you are a team that's on the high ground and the zone shifts away from you, you're going to be in trouble when you try and make your way down those cliffs. Now elsewhere on the map, it does seem that there is a 3-way fight that could break out between Skylightz, Recknoning and the Hydras. And the Hydras might also have a couple of other teams in the vicinity to worry about. As I see on the high ground, there are members of Enigma too. So you have to be very, very careful with where you decide to fire your bullets and where you decide to take a fight. Because if you don't watch your back, you could get shot in it. As OR Esports, I think they're about to give us an example of just that.
Now, there's a truce in the zone, it seems. I mean, nobody is looking to pick a fight with anyone. Meanwhile, Team Recknoning Maxi is scouting his position. I mean, they got a decent compound. They are covering the ridges as well. I think he heard some commotion there, and he is looking to get the first knock in. Team OR Esports, they would like to get a decent position. I mean, of course, only 2 players are still there. They don't want to pick this fight, Floki, at this point of time.
Oh yeah, I mean, they really don't want to try and pick this fight, because once again, they don't have the high ground, they don't really have the man advantage either, and they don't even have the information as to how many teams could be in the vicinity. So they could start off a chain reaction of, them maybe, even if they get lucky and get the squad wipe, there might be a 3rd team that comes in and puts them out of their misery, and you don't want to be eliminated in 11th place with just 1 placement point. So they will instead take the safer approach. In the meantime, we're going to turn our attention back towards the map and have a look at the circle, as the blue is going to start to close in and create some problems for the teams near the periphery. As UDog, it does seem that Fearless has been knocked down in the meantime, and we'll see if he'll be able to get back up on his feet. Never mind, it's actually Dark who's down on his feet, not Fearless. Fearless is actually still standing strong and trying to keep the enemy at bay, doing justice to his name. But that Molly, well, it might just end up landing perfectly on Rex, but no, it does not. It is a little bit short, and Rex will still stand strong.
Now there seem to be a little bit of long-range altercation going on in the zone. Meanwhile, Team Enigma, they're trying to figure out a way to get some knocks in. They are surrounded by 2 teams, so they have to be a little bit careful. I mean, of course, they have the better advantage in the zone. They are deeper into the zone, which makes sure that they could be in the next zone, and that would be beneficial for them. Meanwhile, the next zone, we're talking about that, right? I mean, it's going to happen anytime now. The zone is shrinking in. Meanwhile, Team Enigma still trying to figure out a way to get some knocks in, and look at the zone, Floki. It is gone. Team Recknoning, Team Skylightz, and Team Hyderabad Hydras. I think they found themselves a safe haven in the zone.
Absolutely, but I think the team that benefits the most out of this is probably going to be Recknoning Esports, because they are right at the edge and there's no one behind them but the blue. So their flanks are going to be covered, their backs are going to be watched by the eternal Vigilant Blue, and it seems like GodLike Esports will get another finish to their tally. Just add it up, and well, we'll see how many finishes they do manage to get before the day ends. Maybe close to 100 if you're lucky. But elsewhere, 7C Esports, they do manage to find Avi. But the question is, can they find the rest of Enigma? Well, they're going to be satisfied with the 1 pick they find. They'll convert it into a finish. They'll punish that player. And it seems that 7C, they might just be a couple more finishes coming their way. As I see UDog trying to make their way in on these buggies a lot. And here's all the commotion. He's trying to go forward to find an angle on them. And Sarang is going to be joining them as well. But in the meantime, from the distance, it does seem that Enigma's other members are going to try and fire and do the same thing. UDog could be in a world of trouble as they are walking into a valley of death.
Well, this is going to be the valley of death, because all these teams, they're trying to enter the zone, Floki, and it's not going to be easy for any one of them. Meanwhile, Order Esports would eliminate Team OR Esports with the help of Recknoning, it seems. Meanwhile, 7C Prince just got taken out by the zone, and this is not happening right. All these teams are stuck outside the zone, and it's so hard to enter. Meanwhile, on the other hand, GodLike is taking on Hyderabad Hydras, and they would love to take that compound from Hyderabad Hydras.
Absolutely. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, well, we'll see if they can hold on to that compound for now, because it does seem that they are trying to find a war on multiple fronts, but a nade comes in, a beautiful one at that. Eggy and Rex both gonna have chunks of HP being chipped off of the health bars, and it seems that Rex will be ducking and covering, while the other teams, they do try and pinch out Enigma, maybe eliminate them as well. They should be taken out over here. And well, Eggy is the only person standing, but another nade is going to be popped. He's trying his best to fight, but there's only so much he can do, as Enigma will be sent packing in the 9th place. Dave, though, will be dropping a frag. Well, it seems like we're going to turn our attention towards the Hyderabad Hydras, because 7Cs are trying to make their way towards that airdrop. And looks like all that loot has already been found by the members of Hyderabad Hydras. So 7C's not really going to be pleased with what they see there. And well, Carry will be dropping a couple of smokes, but has to be careful because 7Cs could just find an opening over here. However, it does seem that for the time being, 7C are being a little bit careful with where they step foot. In the meantime, Striker for the win is on a bit of a rampage over here. A couple of nades being popped, but not really connecting. Players not really angled properly, and Spray got in on the other side. Will try and pincer UDog. Now, UDog have only 2 of their members standing, and if he wins out this 1v1 against Dog, he could get those points for his team, and he will get inside the zone and stay alive. That smoke will work for cover as well. The first aid will heal him back up, as 7C will keep themselves in the game. UDog India out at 8th place.
How is he still surviving? That is the question. I mean, he was outside the zone. He was having no HP in his favor, but he still somehow landed those short, and he is still surviving. Meanwhile, talking about Team Exo Sensei, who got 3 finishes to his name, and they're just outside the zone. I think it won't be that hard for them to enter the zone, Floki. I don't see any competition in front of them.
Absolutely. I mean, Recknoning Esports should be alright for now. Well, it does seem that while they are standing strong, they are being careful with where they push out, as Manti-OP. That is a very ambitious nade, but is it going to connect on Desync? It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. However, he will still try his luck. Gonna make sure that he keeps a couple just in case the blue zone allows for a very sick nade play. And now Manti-OP gonna try and turn his attention towards helping his team out. They do need to rotate inside the zone a little bit. They do need to go a bit forward. And given the terrain of the map, it's not gonna be super easy. In the meantime, Skylightz Gaming, this might just be the chicken dinner that they're looking for, as they found themselves in the top 7. And they are scouting out a lot of members over here. They do see Older Esports in the distance. They don't know it's them, but as soon as they find that first knock, they should be able to figure out it is them in the distance. Well, it seems that Destro will start things off by taking out Sultan. In fact, have Older been eliminated? I think they might have. Yes, they probably have been eliminated over here.
Well, this was a great battle. I mean, look at the number of teams who are in the zone at this point of time. Skylightz Gaming still trying to survive. Meanwhile, Destro with a beautiful nade there, taking out TSG Krish, and the Supari gang just got eliminated by Skylightz Gaming. Meanwhile, Aldo Esports still trying to survive, but for how long? That is the question in my mind, because Ayush and Crazy, their position have been revealed, and the nades are going to come through.
Oh yeah, I mean, those nades finally come pouring in, and Ayush and Crazy could be in a world of trouble. Thankfully, those vehicles do provide some cover to work with, but my god, those nades just come pouring in. Pukar's gonna be a bit aggressive, gonna try and well, stick his head out of the window. Unfortunately, he's gonna get blown clean off by the members of Recknoning, and Recknoning will still stand strong and try and take this fight. But from the other side, look at Punk coming in from the big flank. Looks like Recknoning are going to be sandwiched between Skylightz Gaming and Exo. And Exo, they're going to have to be careful with how they approach this. They are on the low ground. Any false step, and they could be mincemeat. But it seems that Recknoning Esports will turn their attention elsewhere towards the members of Skylightz Gaming. They realize that this is the easier fight to take, and Exo are going to have to commit a lot of resources if they want to push here, so they will instead focus on this engagement. As Gamla Boy, well, those nades go in. Unfortunately for Abroad, he did not step foot inside that house. Otherwise, he would have been not long for this world. Mr. Spray as well holding on in the house, just trying to make sure he uses the third-person perspective to see if anyone from Exo is going to be closing in.
No, it was the compound of Recknoning Esports first, but then they left the compound to find a decent space in the zone. Now when they come back, it's Skylightz Gaming who's holding that compound hostage there. Recknoning would love to get back that compound, but it's not going to be that easy because they don't want it now. The zone is not in their favor. The zone is in the favor of Team Hyderabad Hydras. And once again, Team Recknoning and Team Hyderabad Hydras showing their class in Miramar. All of their players are trying to push in. Team Skylightz Gaming, they're still fighting MM to and they're sweating bullets right, left and center. And oh boy, Recknoning, they are the back foot.
Absolutely, they are on the back foot. They've lost one of the players. Only
is
two members
happening?
standing. What the hell is going on? Reckoning Esports, they themselves are confused. Who is
Who
on
are
my
they
team?
shooting?
Who is the enemy? I do not know. But Skylightz Gaming, they will still bite the dust and be eliminated at fourth places. Now we have got EXO, the Hydras, and Reckoning Esports trying to find themselves that chicken dinner. And guess what? Just to spice things up a little bit, there's an airdrop right in the center. Who's going to get their hands on that, though? And that is the question. A couple of smokes will be required to cover their tracks, because otherwise Ace Black will have a very, very good angle onto that airdrop. And Striker for the win and carry. They're trying to go around on the flank and maybe catch EXO or any other team off guard.
I don't think they have any other option. They have to go to take out EXO. The EXO got a beautiful position in the zone, and there's an open road there. There's too much open spaces. I think Team Reckoning, if they want to advance, they have to take out EXO first. Meanwhile, Hyderabad Hydras sitting comfortable inside the zone. They have 3 players still surviving. Team Reckoning got 3 players, and Team EXO got 3 players. So now it's a 3v3 battle between 3 amazing teams.
Absolutely. Well, it couldn't have been any better as we do hit the Holy Trinity. And we'll see who comes out on top over here. For now, Hyderabad Hydras are spread out very, very well. So they're covering a lot of ground. But once again, if they pop their heads at an incorrect time, it could get blown clean off their shoulders. And they could be in a world of trouble. As Striker for the win, he already seen one member from Reckoning being knocked down. And my God, that nade!
Oh.
Skrills and Abrar have to be very, very careful, because otherwise they are not going to be long for this world. Maxi OP throws one out in response, doesn't connect on anyone. It seems that Abrar will finally bleed out and succumb to his wounds as Reckoning, reduced to a 2-man roster, have their work cut out for them once again. The smoke's giving them some semblance of cover, preventing vision, but once again, spams through that smoke could get them, and that's exactly what does happen. The vehicle gets blown up, and EXO, well, they are just spraying and praying over here. If any bullets connect, they're going to be happy, and they are going to take the fight to Reckoning Esports, but looks like they're not even going to wait for that. They know that Reckoning are down to 2-man squad, and they will push forward and try and get all the finish points for themselves. It looks like they're not really keeping their ears open over here, because Sensei is able to go forward and find one knock to work with. As Reckoning Esports, well, they're still trying to fight back over here, but for how long? Not for long, as EXO will eliminate them. Immortal in the meantime watching the flank. The Hydras, they're all ready to go. 3 of the members still standing. As Immortal tasked with holding that flank, making sure they're not able to get this terrain for free. Will drop a couple of smokes and delay those pushes. But once again, Striker and all the members from Hyderabad Hydras are going to try and recover, get some of their HP back, and maybe then they can start going forward. Ace Black full boost, full ready for the fight, but the question is, can he find that angle?
Now again, it's going to be a 3v3 battle where Sensei, who was knocked at that point of time but got revved by his teammate Punk. It's a 3v3 battle, a road separating 2 great teams. Hyderabad Hydras, who already got a chicken in Miramar the last time we witnessed it, and Team EXO, who played incredibly well in the semi-finale. Both these teams looking to get the chicken for themselves, and it's going to be a patient battle, because Team EXO, they have to come, and Team Hyderabad Hydras, they are looking ready for their action, and they are spraying right, left, and center in the smoke. Random smoke sprays coming in, but let's see, are they going to finish?
Yeah, a bit of a weird spray coming out by Hyderabad Hydras, as they actually think that EXO have pushed into them and crossed the road. That is not the case. EXO still holding on, and Hydras might just be firing off in the distance for no reason. Ace Black, okay, he's still standing strong somehow. EXO, well, they're getting knocked down one after the other. Immortal Sensei, everyone on their feet, and the Hyderabad Hydras will claim a second chicken dinner on the same map, on Miramar, once again, just establishing dominance.
I mean, you know, that's why it's their favorite map, right? I mean, the way they play in Miramar, it's just amazing. And the zone supports them as well.
Yeah.
The zone was in the favor of Team Reckoning. The zone was in the favor of Team Skylightz Gaming. But the zone came towards Hyderabad Hydras. That road separated every single team. And Hyderabad Hydras got the best position in the zone. But you know what? I mean, there was a point where Reckoning, I think they could have gone towards the southern side. They could have went for EXO. Otherwise, there was no other option for them. I mean, they decided to go from the northern area, which was an open area. It was, I think in the end, they got sandwiched by 2 teams.
Absolutely. I mean, your decision-making does also matter over here once again, because if they did take that other route, they could have been in a better spot. You know, they would have a light of sight on all of the players, and on top of that, they could have picked and choose when they want to take those fights.
Look, it was going to be hard. I mean, even if they go towards the southern part, they have to take out EXO, which is not going to be easy. But they would have gone fighting.
Exactly. I mean, they would have gone fighting, and maybe if they actually actually won the fight, they would be in a better spot
Yep.
than they were before. So that is the sort of trade-off that they made. But in case you missed out on any of the action, we've got the highlights coming up on our screens just about now. So let's jump in and see what all action you might have missed out on as well. Hyderabad Hydras once again claimed their second chicken dinner on the same map.
Isn't it amazing? I mean, you go and you talk with Hyderabad Hydras players, and all they say is, "We love Miramar." And the way they play on it, I think it's just amazing, right? The way they take out Miramar, the position points, the finish points, everything works in their favor.
I think both Recknoning Esports and Miramar
Yep.
have a very, very strong, they have a very strong presence on this map. So it is always fun to see them go up against each other, because it's always these two teams who somehow manage to make it to top 4 as well. GodLike, they also had a very, very good run in it, but unfortunately, they didn't really live long enough to make it matter. This time around, though, Team EXO, I mean, they were so close to victory. They were so close to that chicken dinner, they could smell it in the air. But unfortunately for them, there was a team called Hyderabad Hydras standing in their way.
Meanwhile, I mean, look at GodLike, the way they took out Team TSM, the way they took out Team Xpark, who was actually doing the third party. I mean, Team Xpark was supposed to be in a better position because they were doing the third party.
Oh,
but
yeah.
GodLike ended up taking them apart.
Absolutely.
So that clearly shows Floki. I mean, what a team GodLike is turning out to be. I think they were just looking to get one chicken dinner under their bag, and after that, they were just they just opened the bag of the Pandora, it seems, and they are just looking to be aggressive again.
Absolutely. I mean, the way GodLike played this out was, they were all going in aggressively at once. There's always a player on the flank for them, while a couple of others provide some, semblance of cover or some semblance of suppressing fire, making sure that the teammate is able to get into a good position, and they all just play off of each other so well that they can afford to play this aggressive playstyle. Once again, it requires snap decision making. It requires them to quickly decide if they want to take that fight or not, and GodLike are very, very good at doing that. Now, we did see Enigma sort of be in a bit of a hot spot, as UDog and 7Cs did sort of pincer them from two different angles. And EXO, I mean, they also did a lot of work over here, certainly, but at the end of the day, it did seem like despite all the finishes that they found, they didn't really get the chicken dinner. So they'll be a little bit upset about that, but that's okay. That is life. And over here, GodLike, well, it seems that they were shown where the exit door is by the side of the Supari gang.
I mean, they got sandwiched by Hyderabad Hydras and TSG. I mean, they wanted that spot which Hyderabad Hydras used to have, and in the end, it was not going to happen. Meanwhile, 7C Esports, not a great day for them, I have to say. I mean, they have to make a comeback soon.
Absolutely. I mean, 7C Esports, if they don't wake up right now, then they could be in a world of trouble. Now, there's still 3 days remaining, but you don't want to be relying on that, because the gap between the strong teams and the weak teams is just going to grow deeper and deeper. You have to remember, this is going to be the same 16 teams playing against each other. You're not going to be having a group going against another. There's no groups of 8 over here. So, at the end of the day, it really comes down to, how well you perform in each game and how consistent you are. Speaking of which, well, it does seem that Hyderabad Hydras are consistent on this map, as they did get themselves those two chicken dinners like I talked about. But even in semi-finals and in round 3, we saw just how strong their Miramar was.
Absolutely. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, I still remember round 3. I mean, the first match was not in their favor. Of course, the first match is always Erangel. The second match, which made them qualify through to quarterfinals, was a Miramar, and they managed to get 27 points in that.
Oh, yeah.
So that clearly shows from day one. I mean, it was their day one, right, in round 3 for all the invited teams. So from day one, I mean, they've been playing brilliantly in Miramar.
Absolutely. I mean, EXO, they almost made it scary for the Hydras over there, as they did find knocks, but they didn't really follow through with it. Instead, they tried to turn their attention elsewhere towards, more pressing matters, and unfortunately, it did come back to bite them, because it was the Hydras who ended up knocking them out in second place. Now, this is where things get a little bit hairy here for Recknoning. They eat a couple of nades coming in from Ace Black, they lose one of their players, and then all of a sudden, before they know it, EXO start to close in and, start to convert all of those knocks into finishes and claim those points for themselves. But in the end, the Hydras, they did a very good job of just spraying down their own smokes, keeping EXO on the back foot. And EXO, I think they miscalculated the amount of ammo that the side of Hyderabad Hydras were carrying, because they did spray a lot. I believe they wasted 2-3 magazines per person just trying to find some knocks in the smoke.
I mean, these days when you get M249 in compounds, you can sweat bullets, right? I mean, that's what they were doing. Whenever I see a smoke, even if I am playing, I'm gonna throw a nade or I'm gonna, spray in the smoke. It's normal, right? I mean, it was really hard for EXO to win that one. Of course, the zone is in the favor of Team Hyderabad Hydras. You need to cross a road which was no man's land, and the moment you step on that road, the moment you are vulnerable.
Absolutely. I mean, you come out into the open, and once again, you're exposing your entire body to the teams on the other side. And well, this is one of those situations where that low ground cover can really come in handy. You know, just make sure you're lying down there and waiting for any sort of pixel to show itself, and then you can go boom, connect those headshots, and rack up those finish points. And the Hyderabad Hydras did exactly that. But once again, we all know who's going to be at the tippity top of the table. The question is who is going to be following in their wake. That second, third, and fourth spot also look quite enticing, and if you do find yourself there consistently, I mean, it might not matter the fact that you don't have a lot of chicken dinners to work with, because at the end of the day, a team that consistently gets themselves towards, consistently gets themselves top 4 is going to edge out a team who gets a couple of chicken dinners and then goes cold for a couple of games. But enough speculation, let's jump into the point standings and see what that table has in store for us.
Now, number 1, we have Hyderabad Hydras with 12 finish points to their name, and for a total of 27 points, I presume. I think a great outing for Hyderabad Hydras, I have to say, back-to-back in Miramars. Number 2, we have Team EXO with 7 finish points to their name. They got a total of 19 points. Now Team EXO, I think they're making a steady comeback, I have to say, Floki.
Yeah, I mean, Team EXO are starting to finally climb their way back up to the light, right? Because their first few games were very, very rough. They were in the bottom 8 for those first 2. Now it seems that they're finally finding their footing and they're able to, move forward over here. Recknoning, Skylightz, to follow as well closely with 18 and 16 points. But then GodLike only getting 11, even though they've got 10 finishes. I believe that is the highest number of finishes after Hyderabad Hydras in this game. Didn't do all that much work, only 11 points to work with. 70 Esports with 9, and everyone below GodLike in the single digits. As let's have a look at the iQOO MVP. It is going to be Striker for the win from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and boy, has he done some damage.
Well, amazing player. I mean, he used to be a sniper, but now he turned into a soldier who can use a DMR and is doing a brilliant job for his team. I mean, 7 finishes to his name with a damage of 973, 1 assist, a couple of headshots, and a healing of 225 for a survival time of 27 minutes and 17 seconds. I wonder what other players are going to witness. Are we going to see any godlike players because they managed to get 10 finishes?
Well, I do believe we might see one, and well, there it is, Neo. Right in the smack dab center in 3rd place with 4 finishes and 637 damage. In 2nd place, you've got Sensei with 4 finishes and 813 damage. And in 4th place, you've got Maxi and you've got Punkyu to follow with 4 and 3 finishes respectively. But Punkyu having a lot more damage at 823. Enough with the player stats. Let's actually have a look at the match summary and see how many grenades were popped, see who got the credit for the longest distance finish and at how many meters, and also how many knocks were found, how many finishes were found, and just how much healing was done. So let's just jump straight into that and see what those stats have in store for us, as we've got 59 finishes and 72 knocks.
Now the best part is that the number of nades used is getting, it's getting bigger match by match. Especially in Miramar, we get 112 nades used in this one, but for 6 finishes. And I have to say these stats are getting better and better match by match.
Absolutely. I mean, lots of healing done as well at 9,500. Of course, this being Miramar, we are going to see a lot of teams, just try and make sure they're able to get back up on their feet after getting knocked from a distance. And well, following a bit of a longer rotation out from, wherever they might be. OR Esports, I do want to say that they had, maybe a good start given the fact that the circle did form on them, but it doesn't seem like they were really able to convert it into a sustainable advantage as they fizzled out and didn't really get as many points as they should have.
Look, the USP of OR is always going to be their rotation. The day they are starting to rotate well, that they are going to rack up a lot of points. Today, maybe not their day. They need to focus on their B6. And of course, Jelly is a wonderful IGL who would, I think after today, they are going to have a meeting and they will figure out what are they doing wrong. But mind you, I mean, OR is a team which will lurk in the shadows, and on the final day, they will be in top 5. I mean, usually they do that, but this is the biggest stage of them all. Let's see if they can repeat that.
Absolutely. I mean, GodLike have, sort of bamboozled us after what we saw in the semi-finals. They were a little bit scrappy. They were losing 1 player per push every time they got 4 finishes. It did come at the cost of their, one of their own. But now it seems that they have improved a tad bit as they stay alive, they play conservatively, and they make sure that even when they're being aggressive in tandem with each other. They're being aggressive in sync with each other. Every time a player pushes, there's someone else capitalizing on that situation, and they never really give their enemy team a chance to heal up.
Look, they were reckless in semi-finals. They were not holding back. Today, they are playing professionally. They want, they're respecting their opponents. This is their way of respecting their opponents, to be honest. Meanwhile, GodLike, out of 11 total points, they managed to get 10 finishes. That clearly shows how aggression can turn the game in your favor.
Absolutely. I mean, if you're continuously aggressive, you continuously rack up those finish points, well, you're going to see yourself up there on the point standings, in the overall standings as well, on that leaderboard. But I do believe we're not going to be having a look at that, as a couple of other stats are being cooked up. I do believe we're going to be having a player face-off and a squad face-off coming up next as well. But yeah, while that is underway, I mean, like I was saying earlier, if you are a team that goes for those finishes consistently, you will find yourself on top of the table because, well, those are the only 2 points, the only 2 ways to get points in this game. Either you go for the placements or you go for the finishes.
Look, it's all about consistency, right? And GodLike, they're getting those finishes consistently in every single game. Even if they're not getting position points, they're still getting those finishes. That clearly shows how confident this team could be. The courage is incredible. I mean, this is not round 1, round 2, round 3, quarterfinals, semifinals. This is the grand finals, and they are doing that in it. That shows what a team they are turning out to be.
They most certainly are turning out to be a wonderful team. But now it's time for the player face-off as we jump into it and put 2 players against each other. See who has the edge against the other, as we're going to be having a look at Sensei and Neo from GodLike, as both of these players have a lot of damage done, but one ended up in 2nd place and the other not even in the top 8.
With Sensei getting 4 finishes to his name with a damage of 813, I think both these players played really well.
They most certainly did. Consistency is key, like you mentioned, but I'm going to hold on to that thought because I believe we are ready to have a look at the squad face-off as well. So let's put an entire team against each other and see who comes out on top, as we're going to be having a look at GodLike going up against the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Well, it seems that the Hydras have 12 finishes to their name, GodLike has 10. Similar damage done, but I think where Hydras have a slight edge is the amount of time that they live for. Of course, 26 minutes compared to 19 on the side of GodLike.
Well, of course, they managed to get the chicken dinner in their favor, Hyderabad Hydras, and it's great, right? I mean, if you can win all the Miramar games, then you might find yourself in top 3.
Absolutely, but if you did look at that stat very carefully, you might have seen that Hyderabad Hydras had lesser damage done, but a high number of finishes in turn. So once again, the conversion rate on every knock they find must be a lot higher compared to GodLike. Now, GodLike, of course, in their own right, do find a lot of finishes. They do deal a lot of damage, but efficiency is something that doesn't always go appreciated by these teams, and it does seem that these teams are being fairly efficient with the damage done.
Look, let me tell you why GodLike always has that kind of damage, because if they see you, they're going to shoot at you. There's no respite. They're not holding it back. It's GodLike, right?
Pretty straightforward. See enemy, shoot enemy, get point. Nobody knows what the step 3 is, but the step 4 is you walk away with a bunch of money in your hands. And maybe if GodLike do get lucky this time around, and if they do keep up the same performance that they have been keeping up over the course of these last few maps, well, they could be walking away with the grand prize of them all, as they are at the points table right now, at top of the points table right now. And like I said earlier, they are building a bit of a moat for themselves. Well, we do have another interesting stat coming up on our screens. We are going to be having a squad spotlight coming up after these 5 matches have been played, of course, as a collection of these 5 matches. Well, it seems that we're going to be looking at Hyderabad Hydras, who've got a lot of finishes and a lot of damage done.
Well, total finishes is 20. That means they are averaging 4 finishes per game, it seems, and I think that's not bad at all. 4 finishes per game with decent amount of position points. Of course, if you know Hyderabad Hydras, you know that it's always about position points for them. I mean, in semifinals, they managed to get 98 position points all in all, and I think it was the 2nd highest.
Oh yeah, I mean, it absolutely was. And now we're going to be having a look at the squad face-off over the course of these 5 matches. We're going to be comparing Hyderabad Hydras against EXO. It seems that EXO once again has the high damage done, but Hyderabad Hydras, despite having slightly lesser damage done, have converted a lot more of them onto finishes. I think that is representative of the fact that all the finishes that they find are on the map of Miramar, and once again they find them towards the end of the zone, so they're a lot more likely to convert it into actual finishes, as we've got 10 assists on Hydras and 12 on EXO, but more headshots on Hydras compared to them. Now, you did say consistency is key. I want to go back to this point. It seems that, when somebody says that, they imagine a team getting placement points. They imagine them surviving to the very end. But when you say consistent for GodLike, that is not the case at all, is it?
Well, normal rules don't apply to gods, right? I mean, their name says it all.
Absolutely. I mean, the rules that apply to man and mortals alike do not apply to the gods themselves, as they are constantly getting themselves a lot of finish points to work with, and I think they might be crossing that 100-point mark soon, like we talked about earlier. In fact, they might have crossed the 50-point mark by the end of this day. Of course, you're going to have to stay tuned to find out. But for now, let's talk a little bit more about the ones making this tournament happen. The iQOO Series 9 itself. Now, the 1 crore rupee prize pool, it didn't just appear out of thin air and land into the laps of, a lovely production over here. It did come by these wonderful folks over at iQOO, and what they have to offer to you is the iQOO Series 9. Now, of course, you can win one of these phones too. All you really have to do is go on their website, click on the Notify Me button, and before you know it, you might be holding one of these bad boys as well. Well, if you like matte black, you're probably going to like the iQOO 9. If you like the white one instead, that is the iQOO 9 Pro, packed with a lot more features, and well, it is going to make sure that your BGMI performance is going to be stepped up a notch. However, we've yapped enough about it ourselves. Why not have a word from the big boss themselves? Let's see what iQOO has in store for us.
Hello and welcome back once again, and of course you might have noticed a little bit of a switcheroo because the experiment is in, and well, that mischievous devil Floki, well, he's out. Of course, it's the end of his shift. Now, my name is Angat Singh Chehal. I go by the experiment, and joining me is humanity's lost hope. It is Sparrow himself. Sparrow, well, I can say one thing. Normally I'd say that 3 things are certain in life. This time 4 things are certain in life. Death, taxes, TSM winning Erangel, and the Hyderabad Hydras winning Miramar. And speaking of winners, let's do one thing again. For all you lovely viewers out there, we're going to display your names. If you did win something, well, you are going to be walking home with some BGMI merch. But Sparrow, who are the lucky few?
Well, we got Mohammad Noman Khan, Mohammad Iqbal, Naba Kumar Kachari, Rajiv Chaudhary, and Amit Kumar. Congratulations to all these guys who managed to win some really amazing goodies from BGMI.
I want that bottle, and more important than that, I want that t-shirt. Right? It's good. I mean, you and I would rock it. And,
of course.
Let's keep Floki on the side. I don't know why he's being such a spoiled sport, such a sore loser, because we might just win it for ourselves, and maybe our name might just pop up on your screens. But again, in tradition that we do follow, we're going to give it away to 5 more lucky people. And, well, there you have it. It's Tushar Upadhyay, Naved, Adil Hussain, Naba Kumar Kachari, and Akash Shukla. And once again, congratulations to all of you, and rock those t-shirts and click the pics. And again, this guy goes by Sparrow Costs, I go by XP Costs. You can always tag us and we might just do the same. But now, again, coming back to the point where I started, Hyderabad Hydras and Miramar, it's a different kind of a love story, right? I know you're going to say Twilight, but it is something better than that.
That's not me. That's Floki. That's not me. That's for sure. But I would like to add one more point there. I mean, TSM is equal to winners of Erangel. Hyderabad Hydras is equal to winners of Miramar. GodLike, I would like to add, even though they won Sanhok, there's only one Sanhok, so I'm not going to say that they're going to win Sanhok every single time. But I'm going to say that they are going to get a lot of finishes because they deal in finishes only.
Well, speaking of finishes, let's see if it's going to be enough to propel them on the leaderboard, because, boys and girls, the overall standings are popping up on your screen now. And, of course, the question is, who is going to be at the tippity top of the iceberg here? And this time around, it is going to be GodLike Esports, still with a massive lead, which is increasing ever so often with every game. 85 points to their 9, 46 coming from finishes.
Look, TSM won Erangel, Hyderabad Hydras won Miramar, but GodLike is still on top of the table at number 1.
Heavy hitting team, buddy.
Look at the number of finishes they got. They got 46 finishes, and no one is even closer. Number 2, we got TSM with 2 chickens to their name, 61 total points. They are playing really well. Number 3, we have Hyderabad Hydras with 5 matches played, 2 chickens they got in Miramar, and they got a total of 56 points.
Now, normally the Hyderabad Hydra team, they're lead bloomers like me, right? I mean, they're called the comeback kings for a reason, and this time around they are making a statement early on. 3rd position on the overall standings with a lot more games to go. Now, as we have a look, Skylightz Gaming are going to be climbing up to the 5th position, which means, well, if someone is going to climb up, somebody else has to topple over, and that this time are going to be the Revanants themselves. Revanant Esports in 6th position with 45. Now, of course, it is going to be a different story on the other side of this leaderboard, because again, at the top, well, we have Enigma Gaming with 36, and at the bottom, Tactical Esports still haven't found their footing.
Well, they need to figure out something, right? I mean, I know this is only the first day. I know Tactical Esports, they can make a comeback, they can get back-to-back chickens as well, but I think they need to start now. There's one more Erangel left. Let's stick to the basic. Let's focus on what you do, and let's see if Tactical can make a comeback. I mean, I can say the same for UDog India. I can say the same for our Esports. I can say the same for TSG. They need to make a comeback.
Well, looks like we are going to see some comebacks in the not-so-distant future. And again, UDog, they had a good game in Miramar, or almost they had the semblance of a good game, but their lives were snuffed a bit too early for their liking. Let's see if the next game is going to be any different, because again, I love the fact that, you know, without much further ado, we are going to be jumping into the game, which means Costas, stop talk, start game is going to be happening really soon. But now it's coming back to Erangel. The question I'm sure on everyone's mind and on mine is, are TSM going to make it a treble?
Well, they would try. They would try their level best, but there's another question. Is someone going to stop GodLike?
Oh boy, we're going to have to find out, because again, before all the carnage breaks out in Erangel, we're going to have a look at it from a bird's eye view, and this time again, we are going to be starting in Milta, and all of you know where the favorite drop spots are. Let's do one thing. We're not going to bring up the area. Let's see if our viewers can guess where we are in Erangel, because of course it is the fan favorite map.
Well, of course, they can, you know, all these fans, they know their teams in and out, but it's
do they know
going.
the others?
Yeah, that is the question, and that's a great competition these guys can have in the chat while they like and subscribe the channel at the same time. Meanwhile, talking about teams, talking about legends, yes, this is the platform where legends are going to born. We are finally, after day 4, we are going to find that one single team who is going to be the best team in India.
Now imagine if we have a tie. Oh boy, it is going to be kind of salty for the one that doesn't make it through, because again, precedence is going to be given to chicken dinners, after which we have the position points, and then after that, finish points are going to be in that order. Now again, it might seem unfair to others, but this has been the rules right from the beginning, and well, when rules are there, they need to be enforced. And speaking of enforced, our esports, they do love the military base. However, they really haven't been able to rotate out of it well enough and quick enough. They almost seem to get caught off by some team or the other that, well, in an ambushy kind of way, are always lying in wait for them.
Well, I can say the same for Tactical Esports. They were not tactical today. I mean, they had the best position in Erangel in the first game. They could have taken GodLike out. They got the first knock in, and they could have done better.
They could have indeed. Again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I love saying that, and of course, in about another 3 seconds, all the speculation is going to be out the window, because, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time on day 1 of the BGIS 2021 Grand Finals, the Big Bird is going to be flying over the green, luscious plains of Erangel, and, well, my co-captain, we already know we're flying, but let our viewers know where we are actually flying to.
Well, it's quite similar as compared to the first map. We are starting near Milta, and Milta Power, actually, and going towards Primos. It is a southern side of a plane path where it would be hard for a lot of teams if they want to go towards Georgopol, Shooting Range, Severny, Rozok, Stalberg, Kameshki, and Yasnia Polyana. So all these teams, either they have to glide really long, or they need to find a vehicle.
Now, you know, since it is similar to the Erangel that we saw right at the beginning, let's just quickly refresh your memories as how the teams are doing in this particular map, because at the tippity top we do have TSM, of course, 2 chicken dinners definitely help, and a few finishers help as well, but coming in close, we have GodLike Esports in the 2nd position, with Revanant Esports in 3rd with 33. Now, on the other hand, if you have a look at the top 5 players, Mavi definitely making a splash in Erangel.
Well, Mavi got 7 finishes, Oet Sultan got 7 finishes, Revenant Top Dog got 7 finishes, GodLike Neo got 7 finishes. So all these top 4 players, they have the same amount of finishes.
Why does Shadow not have 7? Then we could have said lucky number 7 or something like that before. Shadow over there with 6 finishes to himself. Now, the next question I'm going to pose to you is, where is the circle going to be? Are we going to see a drastic northern circle again, or are we going to see something down south? Because I want to see something on the military base. But wait a second, it looks like before the circle is even going to form, action might just break out as our Esports' hero, oh, he does have an AKM in his hands, which means whoever is driving past him, best be careful. And while, of course, this is not going to accumulate to anything, we might just jump back to the map over here because, ladies and gentlemen, it is a doozy. We are going to be down south and there's only one team on the Sosnovka military base, and well, the island itself, and that team are the boys from Revanant Esports in Novorupnoy all by themselves. Looks like EXO, they have got the memo, and Punk is already on the move down south.
Well, now all these players must be sweating at this point of time because we all seen some really weird circles in Erangel. And, you know, I'm talking about quarterfinals, I'm talking about semifinals. The bridge is going to be so important. Meanwhile, look at Team EXO. They're already rotating. They know loot is not important. The position is at this point of time, and they can loot easily in the military base area.
Now, the thing is, they probably aren't aware that, you know, the military base is pretty much going to be empty because if you have a look at our Esports, they've decided to head to the secondary drop this time. Again, you know, maybe they were anticipating the circle would be in the north like in game 1. And again, you know, you always have to take that little bit of a gamble, and this time looks like the gamble was not in their favor. For now, you know, you might have expected them to in fact start moving in. Wait a second, speaking of moving in, the Revenants are moving in on EXO. Punk's position, and sooner or later we might just see some action break out, but for now, Punk, he is going to be all by his lonesome, and he is playing a dangerous game because, yes, he is trying to provide as much information to his teammates as possible. Keep one thing in mind, he just has those 3 energy drinks, and if he gets spotted out, if he takes some damage, oh boy, it could be problematic. Now, before he lets loose with those bullets, with those 5.56 calibered rounds from the Scar L, he's got to make sure his team is coming in on the other side. Forget that, he sees one go up, Austin Box, unaware that someone was behind, and well, one of them is going to be down on his knees, but now Encore is going to make sure he suppresses fire. There you have it, the cavalry's coming in. Encore realizes that, and now EXO do have the upper hand.
This is just fabulous coming in from Team EXO. The early phase coming in from Punk was just brilliant, and they managed to get the first finish. Team Revenant, who were trying to be smart, who were trying to be evasive, who were trying to be the one who will block the bridge, but it didn't work out for them.
It did not work out for them indeed, but what is going to work out is that Face does have some loot over here, but you got to take some cover, buddy, because we have more enemies nearby. Elsewhere, Enigma Rex is going to be opening up on the opposition, as well as, again, a member of the Supari gang has been brought down to his knees. But for now, Revanant Esports suddenly realizing, I don't think really looted up enough. They're going to have to go back and they're going to have to loot some more elsewhere. Nikhil does have some smoke being deployed by his teammates, but Enigma and his teammates, oh boy, they have the high ground.
Well, I have to say Team Enigma got the better position here, but I think TSG, they are desperate now. They would love to win this battle. Even though Nikhil is knocked down there, they would love to revive him. But at this point of time, XP, I don't think it's going to be happening. It's going to be difficult for them.
It could be difficult, but the thing is, you know, Enigma Eggy is going to be distracted by the teammates of TSG, just moving around in the background, making sure that Respite might just come in. That vehicle, in fact, might just go through, and Krish might just be the superhero that they have been waiting for. But for now, Eggy's attention is going to be on the opposition, and there you have it. Looks like even though we did have some smoke deployed again, where's this smoke? Chances are lead might just follow. That is exactly what happened. And now Eggy might just get a hit marker on desync. Elsewhere, Rex is going to be moving past Krish, and Krish should be relaying this information to his teammate that, wait a second, I just drove past the enemy, and there you have it. He does have that visual confirmation. In fact, shots might be fired right now, and Rex gets into cover before he's brought down.
I mean, he could have waited for a little longer. I mean, his position was not revealed. He could have waited, he could have used the TPP advantage and surprised his enemy. But meanwhile, TSG on the back foot, and Enigma, meanwhile, they are pushing. DSEG still surviving, and I think he got a beautiful weapon in barrel. In close range encounters, this weapon could be deadly for Enigma.
Oh, with that high rate of fire, it could in fact be deadly. But the thing is, if grenades are going to be showered in his direction, it could be devastating. Now, Rex is going to make his move. He is going to zig, he is going to zag, and now DSEG, he might just get a visual confirmation. There you have it. The barrel goes brrr, and with that, one of them is going to be taken down. Now, of course, he's going to convert his attention because that other enemy is going to be circling him. In fact, he finishes the opposition. DSEG manages to secure that one finish for himself. But the thing is, you know, it comes with a heavy sacrifice as he is going to be brought down and, well, put out of this game as well. Elsewhere, Eggy is still going to be fighting with 2 members left from TSG. And look at how the tables have turned here, Sparrow, because now the Supari gang have the high ground, and it looks like Avi, well, he just might need his maker as well.
Well, it's all about information, right? I mean, Team Enigma, they had no idea about the other players of TSG. Daddy is there, Krish is there, and it's now going to be a 2v2 battle where Enigma, they are on the lower ground, they're on the back foot. Let's see if they can survive this one. Meanwhile, Rex would be so angry, right? I mean, you know, it was a 1v1 battle, and Rex was like, How come I got finished?
Well, of course, the opposition must be thinking the same thing because, he did go around and he did realize, hey, wait a second, there's a guy knocked out on my knees. Might as well take him because my HP
match
isn't
was low.
looking too good. I mean, I love the drama. I love the masala. This is what we live for. But for now, Krish and Daddy, they do have 2 finishes to their names. They are going to be reduced to a 2-man squad, and well, they do have some distance to cover. And when the numbers are against you, and also when you have no idea where the members of the opposing team are, the best thing to do is, well, run away and live to fight another day. But looks like Krish, of course, the superhero we know him as, is not going to take that too hard because he is going to try and get the attention of the enemy, and looks like he just might have spotted them. But he is going to hold his trigger. Elsewhere, we do see rotations on the map. Anything that catches your eye here, Sparrow.
Well, you know what? My eye is on that bridge. I would love to see if their zone is going to be on that because I might want to see some people swimming in the water.
I've got a question. Are Tactical Esports in a tactical position? Because at one end I see Team X-Pac, and at the other end, as you called it, Recknoning Esports.
Well, absolutely. At one side it is Team X-Pac, and I think Team Tactical they're in a somewhat of a sandwich situation, and they have to be a little careful. But this position is not bad at all, XP. I mean, if they can stay there, if they can defend that position, look at the Bermuda Triangle they're creating, and every single team who will enter that Bermuda Triangle might end up losing their cars.
Of course, you might want to do one thing, get all your information before, because as you said it, if it is a Bermuda Triangle, no electronics are going to be working. The magnetic force is just a bit too much. Now, Tactical, they are going to be spread out with one of their members on the other side of the bridge, and chances are, as soon as TX hit them, this is problematic. Wait a second, Hitman, in fact, is going to be rushing in on the position. He realizes, wait a second, someone's there. Can I get to cover in the nick of time? Short answer, yes, he can. But boy, oh boy, now they know that, someone else is lurking nearby in the woods.
For a moment, I thought he's rushing them. I mean, he was trying to be the hitman that he is, but at this point of time, that was not going to happen. Meanwhile, TSG Krish finally managed to get Enigma Eggy under ropes, and I think, of course, they got a higher ground advantage. They were not looking to back down from that fight, and they got the second final finish, it seems.
Now, here is the situation. Now, of course, we have access to something called a mini-map on our secondary screen, and I see someone driving past the prison, and that someone are the gentlemen from, or rather, actually, did I say gentlemen? Are the demigods from GodLike Esports, and, well, if they have something to say, they might just park their vehicles on the other side of the bridge and wait for them to come their way. For now, the circle should be heading down south. In fact, the entirety of the military base is still pretty much in play, barring Nova Recknoning, but there you have it. GodLike are going to be making it through, and, well, looks like no opposition for them. However, the Revanants are going to be heading in our Esports' direction as Tactical. Well, they might just come under fire, as we do have the members from TX moving in on their position, and now you could expect a few grenades to go off, you could expect some bullets to go off, and well, let's see if Tactical Esports are ready for this onslaught.
You know what, I still remember quarterfinals day 3. I mean, this was that kind of a circle, right? I mean, 2 teams were on the shore. One was GodLike, if I'm not wrong, and other was Seoul. They were on the different shores, and they were in the zone at the same time.
Oh, we did see that. Now, what happened over here was a little bit of a mishap as Shadow was brought down, and now Ninja Zod, he's going to make sure he deploys enough smoke for his teammate. Elsewhere, it does look like, a little bit of a problem coming in over here because somebody else just went down as well.
Well, TSM, clearly they're on the back foot, and they need to figure out a way to make sure that they survive this fight. They're in the open area, and believe me when I say that, this is not going to be easy for them. Meanwhile, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they are brimming with confidence after winning that Miramar fight, and the nades are going to come in. Ace Black, the Erangel is going to come in, and TSM on the back foot. Ace Black with that final nade, and TSM, I think they are done for.
And in fact, it was Striker with that M249 who did all the damage over there, making sure both of them do hit the deck. And with that one grenade, well, that is all she wrote for the members of TSM.
Wow.
Well, that is it. They are out. They are out over here, Sparrow. The Hyderabad Hydras making sure they might just actually get Miramar. 1 second, just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, the previous 2 Erangels were won by TSM. The previous 2 Miramars were won by Hyderabad Hydras. And are they going to make it a treble? We're going to have to wait and see, because for now, GodLike Jonathan is going to open up on Wexy. There you have it. The bullets are going to be losing Wexy. Oh my goodness, how did he survive? This man is just a bit too sexy as he gets out of harm's way in the nick of time.
Well, Team OR, they wanted to cross the bridge, but GodLike is in front of them. It's not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Jelly is in water, and I think some fishes are in the water finally, XP.
And you know what we do? We love shooting fish in a barrel. Of course, this barrel is this massive body of water that is between the 2 islands. But right now, Jelly, oh boy, his position is given away. I wonder if he thought that he was like Jelly and had a little bit of way to, breathe underwater, some sort of gills or the other. But the thing is, later, he is going to have to come up for some air. And now, Clutch Guard. Oh my goodness, with that crystal clear water, you can find the position. Oh, the position is given away. The grenade is going to go boom. Unfortunately, it fell just a bit too much. And now Clutch Guard is going to go pretty much right next to the opposition and say, hey guys, just shoot on my position. Let's make quick work of this. And Jelly, I think he might just take the bottom of the water here.
Well, he was trying to do the jiggle wiggle as Jelly do, but at this point of time, he just got taken out by Team GodLike. Meanwhile, our Esports, some of their players are still on the bridge, and it's not going to be easy for them to survive that. But the zone is going to be super important, XP.
It is going to be super important, and it looks like a couple of teams are taking that aquatic route as Old Hood Esports. They're like, you know what, there you have it. Thank you so much, production. There you have it. They are going to be hitting the south side of the island, and the best thing for them is there is no one over there. But have a look at what's happening. UDog are going to be crossing it. In fact, they're going to be swimming across, and looks like there is still one member from OR still in the midst amongst all those demigods. Can Evo pull off a miracle like we saw in the last game?
I'm just hoping for a bridge zone again. I mean, that is chaotic. I think it could be a bridge zone once again. And if that is going to happen, Team Reckoning would be really happy. But it's not.
No!
Oh, it happened again! It happened again! XP, what is happening? I mean, I don't have a couple of horns on my head, but it's happening again.
You are the devil now. Looks like we're going to take that mantle away from Floki and give it to Sparrow. Sparrow, you are no longer the last hope for humanity.
How is this possible?
You are the biggest enigma. But right now, looks like a few teams are going to capitalize on the situation. Skylightz Gaming, in fact, are going to be hitting the center right over there. They have the bonds for themselves. They have the cliffs. And you want to say something funny?
Now imagine the zone coming back to Military Base Island just like that day. Just like that day.
Well, that's what 7C Esports might just be anticipating because, well, Prince is going to be in the same position.
What?
We saw Soul once upon a time in during the qualifying stages. But again, this is something we love. We love the fact that the zone loves throwing all these curveballs. And take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. I know we love all the drama. We love all of this, but it looks like Hyderabad Hydras, the winners of your last game. Well, their position is going to be given out, and Manti Obi, oh boy, as he is back in the buggy, he is going to come in the crossfire, and Tactical Clutch. Maybe if he had connected a couple of shots, it would have been GGWP for Manti.
Well, if you have a weak heart, be ready. This is going to be chaotic for a lot of teams. And as we see, Team GodLike making their way into the zone. Team Enigma in the zone as well. Team Skylightz Gaming holding a beautiful position in the zone. Meanwhile, Team TSG, they found a decent spot in the zone as well. But for other teams, I can't say it like that.
I've got to tell you one thing, though. The way all the teams have rotated, I mean, the majority of them are back on the main island, boys and girls. And that is something that is unprecedented because I thought we were going to see some, reenactments of wars in the past. Maybe go back to 1944, maybe see the Normandy invasion. But what's going to be happening right now is that Evo's position was invaded by 7C Spray God. And, well, he put him 6 feet under, but he's got to be careful. Now, he does have all those bandages wrapped on him like a mummy. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to become one just yet.
Well, they're holding on their own, and just imagine if the zone comes back to Military Base Island, the chaos is going to be huge, and we are going to see a lot of fishes in the water. Meanwhile, Team 7C, a little bit, they're on the back foot. I mean, they lost a player just now, and meanwhile, I think Team OR, they are having a decent position now back in the zone. Team GodLike also managed to find a decent space in the zone. Meanwhile, I'm just waiting for the zone to shrink in XP.
Once again, it is Prince from 7C Esports who is going to be taken down. Of course, he is the scout. He is the aggressive player in the team. And sometimes, well, that aggression can be your downfall. For now, Pokar, he is going to be on the edge, and by the look of things now, Skylightz Gaming, again, keep in mind, they are still a 4-man squad. Hold on a second, looks like we might just see some action, because although Recknoning Esports, they do have control of this compound, there is one man lurking around from, I do believe it was Tactical Esports, and let's see if they are going to be tactical enough. Elsewhere, looks like Jadu is going to fizzle out all that magic out from his fingers as he is taken down by 7C Esports. In fact, with the Canary falling, our Esports are going to be eliminated in the 15th position.
Well, the zone just shrunk in, and sadly, it went towards the main island. And here we go, Team Skylightz Gaming. They have a beautiful position inside the zone. Team Old Hood Esports, they're also surviving.
A heavy sigh of relief for all the teams that went up north, which means now only a couple of teams are going to have to brave the waters. And let's see if we are going to see a little Axis versus Ally action sooner or later, because I do believe with all those vehicles, they might have a few options. But for now, Pokar has been taken down. OH, they won the spot where he's at. And, in fact, they can actually get it pretty much without any opposition, because mind you, Skylightz Gaming's members, there you have it, are going to be in those barn houses just a little bit too far off. And Sultan over here has got to make sure he doesn't slip and fall too much. Otherwise, it is going to be a bit tricky getting back up.
Well, absolutely. I mean, old Sultan, he is just turning up a lot of hits in his favor because the way he's playing, the way he's getting those finishes is just incredible. Meanwhile, talking about Military Base Island, there are 4 teams who are stuck there. Team 7C, Team Revanant, Team UDog India, Team EXO. How are they going to rotate from here?
Well, either they're going to have to go by the aquatic route and swim across, or they're going to have to brave the vehicles. But right now, Mandy was going to brave the bullets, but it's going to be Scout from Team Xbox that is going to put him down elsewhere. Wait a second, there's been a massive explosion, ladies and gentlemen, and it looks like UDog India just lost half their squad in the blink of an eye. I do believe a vehicle went boom, and with that, body parts were spewed all around.
Well, the body parts were spooned underwater because they were traveling through water. They were in a boat there, but meanwhile, Team Xbox Scout with a couple of nades there. Team Hyderabad Hydras striker found himself in the open area. Meanwhile, Team Tactical got just pushed by Team Recknoning.
Well, they are going to be pushed right now, but it's going to be Abrar who might actually be taken down. No, he isn't. He is already down on his knees. That's the thing you got to keep in mind now. All those grenades are going to be making sure the enemy is kept at bay. There you have it. Hitman is going to get a massive chunk taken out. In fact, he is going to be knocked down. And, well, while 69, he was going in. Oh, my goodness. We get it. Someone legitimately set the coordinates right and asked for a mortar strike over here because those grenades have been hitting the same spot. And you know what? Almost might just get Abrar up on his feet. No, he doesn't, because from the other end, it is going to be Somraj from Skylightz Gaming that is going to be peppering them with bullets. And, well, a few of them did connect. And with that, they were in a bit of trouble. Maxi with a good grenade. That could go boom. Tactical Hitman could go down again. But now he might just spot Kid in that smoke. The thing is, if he extends too much, Skylightz Gaming could hit it on. But there you have it. Maxi's position is going to be taken on by all 3 members. And now, Tactical Esports finally with some finishes to their name. 5 to be precise.
Well, Recknoning Esports, they wanted to be, they wanted to have this position. They were desperate a little, but they were not able to enter the site. They got gatekeeped by Team Tactical. Meanwhile, Old Sultan, now they got a beautiful position, right? I mean, they for a moment I thought that, they got a decent position. They were not able to get finishes, but now they're catching a lot of fish.
Now, normally you would see an MG42, if you know what I mean, boys and girls, but right now even an MG3 would be something that could be spectacular with that high rate of fire, but looks like the AKs and the M4s are going to do all the talking now. On-course position could be given away. You got to keep in mind, they do have to come up for breath. In fact, Immortal almost tested his mortality, and now he's going to get shot at from every single which way. Crazy. Oh my goodness, this man is just a little bit cray-cray as he goes right to the enemy. Oh my goodness, the tables could turn, and now it might just be that Immortal might get on the little bank right now. Now Crazy does spot him, Crazy does shoot, Crazy does connect, and there you have it. Immortal is going to meet his maker after all. Crazy gets back up on solid ground because, again, you got to keep in mind the enemies were nearby shooting from above.
Look, the problem with all the esports is they have to climb this mountain. They have to make sure that they enter the zone, but I think 2 of their players are still in the zone. Although Crazy is the only one, actually not the only one, Sultan is also with him, and they're the ones who were trying to keep up with the fishes who are coming through from the southern side of the zone. Meanwhile, talking about TSG, I think they're having a fight with OR.
They are indeed having a fight with OR. Of course, Aditya is going to be down in one building while Wexy has been picked up. Now Krish, oh boy, he is going to be up on a 1-on-2 situation, but he's like, you know what, I'm just going to jump out for a second. Wait a second, he's going in. Evo is down on his knees. He might just spot them behind the staircase. In fact, he is going to spot them right now. He is going to be burning them to a crisp. Evo should be brought down again. That little molly was a bit too late. He should have shot them. Unfortunately, he did not have the angle over there because he had to move back a little bit, and well, that window sill was a bit problematic. Now Evo is going to be on the sill, on the counter down below, and let's see if he does catch the enemy by surprise, because it looks like Daddy is going to be brought down. Evo making sure that Krish goes down, and oh my goodness, once again, against all odds, they managed to survive as a 3-man squad.
Well, that's how you do it, right?
That's how you do it.
Esports, they are experts in surviving at this point of time. And talking about all the esports, 4 players still surviving, and they managed to find a decent spot in the zone. Now Tactical is in front of them, and I feel, if I'm not wrong, one player from Team EXO is still surviving there.
He is still down below. Of course, he is a fierce fighter, but right now, Sarong's position is going to come under fire. It is GodLike. GodLike love this little shack over here. There you have it. Z-God is going to join them as well. Fearless, on the other hand, is going to be making quick work of Gil. Now Neo, are they going to go in? Because if they stand on this slope a bit too long, chances are someone from afar could come and put a few shots in. Now Sarong is the last man. There you have it. We just called it. They spent a bit too much time, and of course, all that smoke going by, someone is going to spot them right now. OR could be in trouble. Are they still the masters of survival? Yes, they are, but Ace Black could be a little thorn in the side for GodLike. As from his position, he could do some damage, but it's going to be Enigma Saggy
that nade!
who bites the dust. That is going to be just brilliant, but Enigma Gaming eliminated in the 11th position with 2 finishes to their names.
We have 10 teams, 26 players still remaining, and Team GodLike, with all 4 of their players, they are looking to get the chicken. But
Oh my
with a beautiful spray
goodness!
there, he took out GodLike, Jonathan, and Team Aldo. They are not giving up yet.
Well, looks like GodLike are going to be in dire straits right now. The Sultan of Swing is going to open up to them, but unfortunately for him, wait a second, Zegod goes down as well, and it could be the enemy, it could be Gravity. In fact, it is Gravity that held them. Now the question is the final man from OH going to come in? Because one good grenade could spell trouble, but of course he has no idea that all this calamity is taking place around him. Now Crazy might just go in for a couple of heals, but looks like they know the days are numbered and they don't want to give their finishes to anyone else. Scout on the meanwhile seems to have fumbled a little bit. He dropped a grenade at his feet. He's gone down. That is going to be devastating, and all Marvi can do is look on helplessly from the outside. Of course, he is still in the blue, and well, no longer, because Somraj did spot his position, racking up yet another finish for himself, and another big dog is going to bite the dust as Team Xbox out in the 10th with 3 finishes to their names.
I mean, I still can't believe my eyes. Team GodLike, they managed to revive all of their players. I mean, 3 players were down. They managed to revive all of them, and now they are healing themselves up, and they have to be careful. I mean, all to Esports, they have to be careful because GodLike is now coming. But talking about the zone, I feel that all these teams who are in the open area, they have to enter the zone somehow. UDog India, again, this could be their beautiful comeback.
It could be their beautiful comeback indeed, because for now, we are going to join the fight between OH and Tactical. There you have it. The circle is on the left, and, well, the members from Altered Esports side is on the right. There you have it. The teams are going to move. Tactical Esports coming under fire, but now it's going to be GodLike taking the fight to OR. In fact, Rexy and Aditya are going to make quick work of Jonathan. Neo's down. Clutchgod and Zegod are a bit too late, and there you have it. Zegod goes down, and without putting up a fight, ladies and gentlemen, GodLike Esports, the demigods, well, looks like gods do bleed after all, because they have been wiped out in the 8th position with just 3 finishes. That is very unprecedented. That is not the GodLike we know, but for now, we're going to switch back to Tactical Esports. Boy, oh boy, these guys are looking good. Older Esports down to a final man. Christmas is already over, and, well, Close is going to find that out right about now.
Now, this could be the game for Tactical Esports that puts them back on the points table. I agree that today was not a great day for Tactical, but right now, 4 of their players are still surviving with 7 finishes to their name.
He is going to spot something in the distance. I thought someone might just run across that smoke, but Saring is doing a good job. Again, he is the last man standing for 7C Esports. Looks like Tactical Esports, ladies and gentlemen, finally got the memo that, again, you got to give precedence to the position, and that is exactly what they have done, making sure they are in the perfect position. Have a look at all the smoke deployed. Saring is just going to run through it willy-nilly. In fact, from one smoke to the other. However, the smoke is going to dissipate. His position might just be taken out, and Somraj right now is going to be in prime position to do a lot of damage. But again, on the other side, 7C, as they are going to be eliminated in the 6th position, 5 teams still remaining, as Tactical Esports are going to be taking the fight to the enemy. Somraj, in fact, almost getting knocked out. Keep in mind, they still have those buildings, but by the look of things, they might have to move out sooner rather than later.
Well, absolutely. They have to be careful about it. They need to make sure that they get enough points. I mean, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they managed to come in top 5 situation, which is absolutely brilliant. But talking about OR Esports, they are struggling, but it was quite unique. I mean, I've never seen GodLike Esports do what they did.
Well, GodLike Esports, again, you don't really see them in that position. Looks like that is the case right now, as OR Esports are going to be, in the thick and thin of all the action. They are going to be taking the brunt of everyone right now. Rexy down on his knees. Can he get the revive? Because there you have it. Skylightz are going to have to move out as well, and Destro is in a good position, but it looks like the play zone wants to play as well, Sparrow, as Ace Black from Hyderabad Hydras are out in the 5th position.
Look, I've always said that you have to make sure that play zone is your friend, but it's not. It's not your friend. It's your enemy at this point of time, because it is now in no man's land. And Team Tactical Esports, I think they're the only team who are in the zone. Meanwhile, talking about Skylightz Gaming, I have to say, 3 of their players are still surviving, but they are so far, apart from the zone. They have to travel, and they have to travel in the open area.
I wonder if they snuck some vehicles in between the 2 warehouses, because if they have to move out on foot, there you have it, the smokes are going to be deployed. I wonder if they have some cars to go vroom vroom in. Doesn't look like it, because sooner or later, buddy, UDog is going to open up on them. Tactical is going to open up on them, and the last remaining member, well, the last 2 remaining members from OR might just open up on them as well.
Well, absolutely. I mean, I see a smoke, I shoot in the smoke, and that's what Tactical is doing at this point of time. They have their numbers game in their favor. They are spraying in the smoke, and I wonder how OR Esports is still surviving against all odds. This team is still surviving and still kicking.
Imagine what's going through the mind right now, because although they have hit the deck, they are prone. Their bellies are to the ground. All those bullets are going to be whizzing past above them, just missing them by millimeters. And if one connects, it could be problematic. But looks like Wexy is going to be at the receiving end of Gamla Boy's grenade, and now OR's position could be in trouble. Wexy is being brought down. OR Vidya's last man standing. Oh boy, the two teams, UDog and Tactical, let Skylightz Gaming come into the circle. Even though they are a 3-man squad, they might be problematic for the others. Aditya, oh boy, had you just been shot at a little bit more, your life would have been snuffed out. He's still going for the first aid, mind you. Oh, but before he could do that, it was Hitman from Tactical with a tactical strike.
Now Tactical, they need to focus on Skylightz Gaming, because if they give any opportunity to Skylightz Gaming, they're going to get away with the chicken dinner. It seems they need to be careful. Meanwhile, talking about other teams, Skylightz Gaming, 3 of their players smoking it out. They're trying to find a decent position in the zone. As soon as the smoke goes out, they need to be careful. The nades are going to come out now. The smokes are going to come out now. Meanwhile, on the other hand, UDog India is just quietly waiting for their chance.
Keep in mind, from the barn houses, all Skylightz Gaming was doing was pumping lead in every direction. They probably have a lot of grenades still in the backpacks, and well, Tactical Esports might just find out sooner or later. Now, UDog still in the circle, just on the edge. The question is the next one going to have to force them to crawl a bit closer? Yes, it is, because, ladies and gentlemen, the circle is pretty much in no man's land, and for now, not a single team is inside, which means as the blue starts creeping in, all of them might just have to get up and face one another.
Well, look at the formation of Tactical Esports. They are about to win the chicken dinner. It seems they have the numbers game advantage, and Skylightz Gaming Destro just got spotted out, and he was taken out by Tactical Hitman. And now it's going to be a 4v2v2 situation where Tactical Esports, they have the zone, they have the numbers, and they have the guns to do it.
Well, let's see if the guns are going to be enough, because again, one good grenade coming in from anyone over here, or even a self-nade as we've seen in the last couple of games, including this one, could be problematic. But Clutch, beautiful position. Clutch, in fact, is going to be relaying so much information as to where Gamla Boy and Somraj could be. In fact, he could use that drop right behind them as a point of reference. But looks like a point of reference is aside. UDog, Mystic, and Fearless do come under fire. They do have some smoke grenades deployed. However, the thing is, they are still in cover. Now Gamla Boy's position has been given away. He's just trying to make his way out, but looks like it is going to be the Uzi Bomb Clutch that is going to get the better of him. Now Gamla Boy should be finished off as he is trying to hide behind that little bush. But again, through all those bushes, through all the thick and thin of all that shrubbery, bullets still come through.
Somraj being the last one standing for his team, and Mystic for UDog is the last man standing. Team Tactical. You know, before this game, they had only 6 points after 5, and now they finally managed to get a really decent position, but right now Somraj still fighting on, but that is not going to be enough. Tactical Hitman again ripping things apart with 3 finishes to his name. Mystic being the last one standing, and a winner chicken dinner coming in the favor of Team Tactical Esports. I told you to
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a tactical end to the day as Tactical Esports come in and make sure they make some statement. And let me tell you one thing, forget position points. Yes, they won the chicken dinner. They did it in style, because they have racked up quite a few finishes for themselves, and I do believe, now you are going to correct me, it is going to be somewhere around the 12 number, which means they are walking away with 27 points. Big game for Tactical Esports.
Look, before this game, as we have mentioned before, I mean, they only had 6 points in 5 games. It clearly shows that they can make a comeback. I told you, I mean, they can get back-to-back chicken dinners in semifinals. They can do it here.
It also means that anyone can actually do this at this stage, because again, anyone with that one game difference, one game can make a difference for them, and you know, the fortunes might just be turned in your favor. But again, I love the fact that, you know, they did move a bit early this time, and in case you missed any of the action, well, I'm pretty sure you didn't, but let's just relive those moments once more, because, well, the highlights are going to be popping up on our screens right about now.
Well, apart from, I think I have to say, apart from Tactical, if I have to give the MVP to someone, I would give it to the Zone, because the Zone was crazy again. I mean, Erangel and its zones are just getting better and better day by day. Meanwhile, talking about better gameplay, Team DSD managed to get the better of Team Enigma in this one.
They did indeed, and of course this is that little moment you were talking about, right? Because D-Sync, well, he was definitely in sync as Sagi goes around, but then again, Rex would have been like, hey, why you doing this to me?
I mean, why me? I was just not there. You should focus on the guy who's running at you at that point of time. Meanwhile, I think it was just amazing to see Hyderabad Hydras pushing Team TSM. The way they took them out was immaculate.
And of course, you know, they isolated them as pairs, took out one pair at the other end, and well, this was all she wrote. The grenade goes boom, and with that, TSM's chances of getting the treble went out with it. Now this over here, Wexy just manages to survive, well, because his opponent ran out of bullets.
Well, I have to say, OR Esports, they took their revenge at GodLike. I mean, they waited for them, just like GodLike waited for OR.
They did indeed, and this time they did get the better of the opposition. Again, GodLike, I get it. You do have a little circle. You don't want to be caught dead in a vehicle, Sparrow.
I don't understand what they did, why they did, and how they did that.
Well, I guess we are going to have to find out sooner or later. We will be definitely hitting them up after the game. But for now, it did look like, this is the fight that we did kind of miss. Now, we did see Mavi, take down a member at range. But again, TX, rotation-wise, they were getting caught off guard.
At this point of time, all 4 members of Team X Park were alive. They were spread out, they had the decent position in the zone. I wonder how they got caught up one by one. Meanwhile, talking about Hyderabad Hydras, they were in the open, they were caught by a lot of teams.
They were indeed, and lucky for them, they did manage to scrape that 5th position finish, which means they do go back with some position points and, 4 finishes for themselves. Now, Encore over here just trying to bully Sultan. However, it does seem like Harry was there to carry his teammate, and there you go, he gets that finish, and Sultan was back up on his feet. Now, elsewhere, OR Esports, I thought this was it for them. I thought this was it because Rexy was still up, Evo was down on his knees, and that Molotov did not light anyone on fire.
Well, I think the statement is true then, XP. You're not down until you give up.
There you go.
OR Esports, they never gave up, right? They managed to survive.
Or unless like Zeke or you actually jump down, then you're going to be brought down back to your knees again.
Meanwhile, Team X Park, yeah, that's what I was talking about. I mean, Scout needed himself and all other players. They were spread widely in the open areas. There was no point of doing that. Meanwhile, this was the moment we were talking about. Team GodLike, they got stuck. I have never seen GodLike doing what they did right now.
Question, why is that second call coming up? They know exactly what happened just moments ago, and looks like it was a little bit of a deja vu moment just with different people, because OR must have been wondering, wait a second, didn't we just do this already?
I mean, there could be one reason. I mean, I think they didn't have any kind of loot with them. I think they were running out of healings, and the zone was about to come in.
Maybe had they come in, together, it would have been a different thing. But again, coulda, woulda, shoulda, ifs and buts, and we are going to be speculating during the highlights. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, they did finally breathe their loss in the 5th position. That means they do have some points coming out from this game. But boy, oh boy, Tactical Esports take a bow.
Look at the formation there.
Again, you can't really do anything. They have that staggered formation. If one goes down, the others are going to get the better of the enemies.
Absolutely brilliant positioning coming in from Tactical Esports, and the moment you see Tactical in the final zone, you know these guys are going to get a chicken. They have done it before, they are doing it now, and they might do it tomorrow as well.
I mean, Tactical Esports, they always just kind of like act on the opposite sides or the opposite ends of the spectrum, right? Either they'll go all the way and get the chicken dinner, or they'll fizzle out somewhere during the first 5-10 engagements of the game. But again, this time around, Tactical Esports, what I love is they amped up the aggression. Somebody just turned a dial and they were like, full of energy, and they went in and racked up 12 finishes.
Look, they would have ended at the bottom anyways. If this was a crucial game for them, and after day 1, I can say Team Tactical, they finally managed to make a comeback. It's not easy, right? I mean, the pressure is high, the players are new, they are rising stars, as we say, and if you are in the top 16, you have some talent in you.
Oh, absolutely. Even, before this, we did have the semi-finals, of course. That's how, tournaments work. You have the semi-finals, then you have the finals. We have the 24 best teams of India battle it out, and now we are left with 16, a little bit more polished than the rest. But again, Tactical Esports, man, like you said, they did have a good day 1 in the semi-finals, getting 2 chicken dinners. This time, I think they're going to go happy with the performance on day 1 in the grand finals.
Well, they have to be happy. I mean, they got the chicken there. I mean, tomorrow is a new day. Again, every team will wake up, every team will have to prove themselves once again. It's not going to be easy, but I would love to see how these teams are going to cope up with the pressure tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow, of course, is a new day. It is going to be a new dawn. Let's see how these teams are going to do. But for now, as we wait for all the points to be compiled. Again, I know that's all you want to see. They want to see how their teams did, right? Even I want to see how certain teams did. GodLike this time, not as heavy hitting as they have been in the last 4 games. But again, maybe both the cars should have gone out together. I'm still just, my mind is stuck on that one moment.
I just have to say one thing. After this game, even though they didn't get any points, I mean, I think they had only 1 finish to their name. They are still going to be on top of the table. That shows after 6 games, if you can play well in 5 games, that is enough.
Yes, I do definitely agree with you over here. He's like, you know what, it's all right, XP,
it's all right,
calm
XP,
down,
come on.
calm down, buddy. They are entitled to have a bad game here and there, and well, like we said, you can do that at this stage.
Yes.
And if they garner enough lead for themselves on the tippity top, well, catching up to them, oh boy, it just might become a bit too difficult at the end.
Look at their opponents, right? I mean, Team TSM, they were not having a good day as well in the last map.
Speaking of opponents, I think you might have something to tell our viewers.
Well, I think it's time for the point standing, and I would love to see how many points these teams racked up in this Erangel.
Let's see if my math is correct, because there you have it. Tactical Esports in the number 1 position with 27 points to their names, 12 of which came via finishes. Coming up second, we have Skylightz Gaming. Although they did end up third, they are going to just, rack up just a little bit. Well, actually, OR Esports, they have 8 finish points to themselves. So again, they do have the position points as far as OR Esports is concerned. Now, UDog India, they are going to be finishing in the 4th position with 14 points for themselves. And if we talk about double digits, Hyderabad Hydras in 5th with 10.
I think Hyderabad Hydras are doing just great.
Notice one thing, this is the only game where we've seen so many zeros at the end.
Well, you got a sharp eye XP, but talking about 7C Esports, they managed to come at number 6. They are also consistent, and if I'm not wrong, they're in the first half of the points table, overall point standing that I'm talking about.
They are indeed, and well, they actually would be in the first half of this table as well. So I guess you were right either way.
Either way.
But now the thing is, at the bottom you have our esports. TSM, you don't really see them in that position with 0. But the iQOO MVP from the last game on the first day of the grand finals goes to Somraj from Skylightz Gaming.
Well, he's a silent assassin. I mean, if you have ever taken an interview of Somraj, he would answer you in single words. You can ask a 5-letter question, 5-word question. He will reply yes or no.
Well, it looks like he is going to be happy. He's going to be like, are you the iQOO MVP? Yes. I guess he is going to be happy with the mantle. Let's see who's going to join him as we have to look at the top 5 players. And, well, we do have a few tactical members over here, 3 to be in fact. Hitman in the 2nd position with 4 finishes. Clutch in 4th with 3. Tactical Kid in 5th with 3, and amongst all this commotion, we have Aditya from OR Esports.
You know, look at the damage of Somraj as well. I mean, he got 6 finishes to his name for a damage of 917, which is quite impressive. The IGL of Skylightz Gaming, he's in really good form. He's in prime form.
He is in good form, and let's have a look and see how all the others did, because we have a few more facts, we have a few more figures. Only 65 grenades used this time, and only 2 of them ended up sending their oppositions to the depths of hell, which means, well, the bullets did all the talking as the bodies kept hitting the floor.
Well, once again, I mean, in this Erangel, we got less knocks, more finishes because the zone was in water, but look at Sensei there. I mean, 329 meters was the longest finish distance in the favor of Team Exo, Sensei.
And also, I do believe it is the longest finish distance today, as far as day 1 of the grand finals in the iQOO BGIS 2021 is concerned. Now, again, we've had a look at all these facts, we've seen these figures. Healing also not so high as we expected.
Well, I think this Erangel goes to the zone, right? I mean, a lot of teams were struggling to enter the zone, and these kind of circles are really hard to predict. I mean, we both were thinking that it could go towards the bridge, it could go towards the military base island, but it went somewhere else.
I kind of thought that, we might just see a little bit of a southern Sosnovka circle, along the cliffs along the south side, but looks like a
very interesting fact. I mean, how many southern circles have we witnessed? I mean, not a lot. All the times we saw a military base circle, it went towards the middle island again.
Well, I mean, I think the last couple of times, yes. But then again, before that, we did see something similar like that as well. And now, of course, with all the facts and figures out, well, we are going to appear on your screens once more. And I know everyone is waiting for just one thing, right? Everyone just wants one thing. In fact, they're like, you know what, why don't you just end the show? Why don't you just show the overall standings and get done with it? But again, we still have a couple of things to talk about. And once again, I'm going to throw the spotlight on you. Tactical Esports, man, what do they do to basically wake up in this last game?
I mean, I don't understand how they managed to win this one, because I was not expecting the zone to go there, but right now I think there's something that's coming on the screen.
Looks like we are going to be pitting 2 players up against one another to see who is going to be the victor over there in the player face-off, because on one end we have Tactical Hitman, and on the other we have your iQOO MVP, Somraj from Skylightz Gaming.
Well, again, Skylightz Gaming Somraj played on a different level in this one. He managed to get 6 finishes, 917 damage, 1 headshot to his name, and survival time, which is quite big as well.
Now let's do another thing after this. Now, we love putting squads against one another. Let's keep Tactical on one side and let's get some fresh blood in, because it is going to be OR Esports with 8 finishes for themselves and, well, Tactical Esports with 12.
I mean, look at the damage of Team Tactical. I mean, 2,124 damage for 12 finishes is just amazing.
Wait, 1 second. Is that a typo here, Sparrow?
No, it is not a typo. I mean, one of Aditya, I think, he managed to get 4 finishes for the damage of 244.
Again, the thing is, when GodLike were making making their move inside the circle, they were pretty much getting shot at from every single direction. And well, OR were on hand to capitalize on all those.
I mean, again, a couple of players just got blasted as well, so you didn't get the damage for that.
There you go. You don't get the damage, which goes to show that, OR Esports this time pretty much only opened up with their rifles when needed.
Absolutely. I mean, I still can't believe my eyes how they managed to survive for that long. I mean, against TSG they were struggling. Against GodLike they were trying to cross the bridge. They were struggling at that point of time as well. But somehow the will of survival worked in.
All right, now that we've kind of faced off Tactical up against someone else, let's just actually put the spotlight on them, because there you have it now, match 6 on day 1 of the grand finals. Well, that is where they have pretty much shined the brightest.
Well, I can see only one building there, and that is going to be from match number 6. They managed to get decent amount of points. They got a total of 27 points in that one, and before that they were only able to get 3 finishes to the name, and they only got 2 position points before match number 6.
It goes to show that if you have a look at from the right to the left of your screens, they did at least get a taste of blood, in all these games, and finally it all culminated to that final, victory, the final chicken dinner in Erangel. And boy, oh boy, they must be a happy bunch.
Look, this is going to be great for Team Tactical. You know why? Because now they are going to have that momentum going forward. They are going to be confident tomorrow. And I think when you mix confidence with momentum, you're going to get points.
Momentum, yes, winning the last game. But the thing is, there are no more games right now. Imagine had we played a few more games just after. Boy, oh boy, Tactical Esports, I'm not even kidding here. They might have actually used the momentum and, just steamroll their opposition. Now, let's see if they have the mental momentum tomorrow to do the same.
Well, history might have repeated itself. Tactical always, when they perform once, they always perform twice. 2 games in a row, that's their thing. And, I would love to see that.
Also, if we are talking about in a row, we did end with Erangel, and tomorrow we start with Erangel as well. But now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment you all have been waiting for. And, we are going to have the overall standings pop up on our screens now. And in the top position, of course, we still have GodLike with 89 massive points to their name, and they're just one shy of that half century.
Well, they would be disappointed, right? It's Team GodLike. They always about these stats. They always want to have the best stats. They always want to have the best finishes. Look at Hyderabad Hydras. It's more than double the difference in total finishes.
For a second, I was just looking at you dumbfounded. I'm like, wait, they'd be disappointed? But yes, that makes sense.
Well, of course, they would have been happy with 50 finishes to their name, but right now they have 49 with a total points of 89. Nowhere even close to them. Meanwhile, number 2, we have Hyderabad Hydras, 24 finishes, 42 position points, and I believe still today, just like semi-finals, Team Hyderabad Hydras, they're racking up those position points.
Oh man, I'm going to tell you one thing, and maybe they don't have as many finishes as compared to the likes of GodLike, but they are still in the upper echelon as far as finishes go. Now in 3rd position, Skylightz Gaming with 65, TSM slipping to the 4th position with 61 points despite having those 2 chicken dinners, and I know you want to say something.
Skylightz Gaming, look at their stats there. They got 42 position points as well without a chicken dinner. That clearly shows how consistent Skylightz have been, especially with their positioning.
And, with the likes of Somraj, who was, of course, the iQOO MVP, man, they are making sure they are good in the finish department as well. Now, let's have a look and see what's happening on the other side. And, well, it looks like Tactical Esports, ladies and gentlemen, are no longer in the bottom position because they just jumped to 12th with 33 to their names.
Well, 12 is a better number as compared to 16, but right now at 16, we got our Esports with 16 total points. They need to break the shackle of these numbers. They have to do something tomorrow. Number 15, we got TSG, the Supari gang, with 18 total points. Number 14, we got Team Xpark. Now again, it's a team who loves to make a comeback.
Speaking of shackles, I'm just going to talk about UDog India. It looks like they are kind of leashed up right now. What they need to do is unleash that inner gaming monster inside them. And of course, since they are all using the iQOO 7 Legends, it is going to be a bit easy for them.
It's not going to be hard. Absolutely. You have the best device. You have the best players in India. After all, these all 16 teams are champions, right?
They are champions indeed, and again, normally you're the one who's always had the matte black iQOO 9 in your hands. Do you want to make a little trade at the end, or are you now happy with the 9 Pro?
Well, it's so cool, right? Look at the camera there.
It is cool. It is a cool camera, and since he wants one, let's do one thing. Let's do some more giveaways before we end the show. And of course, we are talking about you. If you spot your name on the bottom of the screen, well, first of all, we're very jelly. Let me just make that clear because I want that merch as well. But let's have a look and see who is going to be winning those bottles and those t-shirts, Sparrow.
Well, it's going to be Praveen Kumar, Ayush, Tripta, Dev Kumar, and Ajay Deka. Congratulations to all of you. You managed to win those goodies, which we also want.
I think we might just, sneak one for ourselves later on. But the thing is, now we don't talk about it. Right? Because there is that mischievous devil with us. We're just going to make sure he doesn't hear anything. But again, we're going to have 5 more winners coming up on our screens, and I'm going to let you do the honors once again.
Well, it's going to be Abhishek Meena, Patel Bhavya, Ashok Bhai, Pushkar Pujari, Dhruv Brahmbhat, and Preet Avinash Mahatre. Quite big names there.
Can we just go back to Ashok Bhai? I mean, let me tell you one thing. That is quite a name you have over there, Mr. Ashok Bhai. But again, congratulations for all that amazing BGMI merch. And again, we're going to get ours as well. All right, we're going to get ours as well. But with
Don't
that,
tell
of
anyone.
course, now we just called it out. Now someone is going to make sure they go and tag Floki at Hiraka Thakur on Instagram again. Reminder, what is your Insta handle?
Speedocast.
And mine is XPcast. If you do want to see some more action, we're going to break things down every once in a while. Do give us a follow. If you like, again, a little shameless plug over here.
Absolutely. I mean, we can do that. But let's address the elephant in the house. It is going to be about iQOO 9 series. I have to say, I mean, these phones are just amazing. I'm just waiting for the release.
And of course, keep in mind, by the end of the day, by the end of the grand finals, you sitting at home can stand a chance to win one of these bad boys as well. Of course, in my hands, I have the iQOO 9. In his hands, he has the 9 Pro. Now, all you have to do is make sure you visit the website, or just to make things easy, just type iQOO 9 in any search engine. You are going to find it. Click that notify me button, and well, then you will tag us on Instagram because again, you are going to make us feel just a little bit jealous.
By the way, XP, I have to break it down to you. The last time, I think there's a guy who won iQOO 9 and he pinged me on Instagram already.
And what was your response?
He was asking, the Spiro.
What are these settings? How do I turn my camera on and this and that?
Yeah. He was just asking, Spiro, can I have a picture with you?
Oh, imagine just adding a little bit of
I'm just
salt
kidding.
to those fresh wounds, of course. Congratulations to all the winners out there. And, that is what this is about. You shower us with so much love. It's only fair that iQOO and BGMI do the same for you. Now, before we end anything else, let's again have a word from our sponsors. I am, of course, talking about the official smartphone sponsor for BGIS 2021. Sparrow, we're always singing praises about the iQOO 9 series, and of course, maybe sometimes the viewers don't take our word for it. Then we show the little promo video, and then they might be like, I don't know about this. But now that on day one, every single competitor has used the iQOO 7 Legend in their hands, they know exactly what these bad boys are, and they are unleashing the monster inside. And well, looks like GodLike are getting the better of everyone else.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Team GodLike, with these new devices, they are just ripping things apart, even better than the semifinals.
Unleash that monster inside. That is exactly what they are doing. Now, of course, we've had a look at the overall standings, and, you all of them out there, they do have a favorite team. So let's do that. Let's actually put the spotlight. Let's shine the light, all this glorious light on one player. I wonder if you know who it is, because he is a demigod. He is from GodLike, and it is going to be the Matrix himself. It's Neo.
Well, in one day, if you can get 19 finishes, I mean, this is a single player, right? I mean, it's not a team entirely. But yes, that is GodLike Neo. He managed to get 19 finishes all by himself.
2,378 points of damage. Now, what happens if we add this or multiply this by 4? Because, well, coming up next, Hold on to your seats because now we're going to be shining the spotlight on the squad itself. It is GodLike Esports, and oh my goodness, they are so close to the 10,000 damage mark and one finish away from 50.
With 11 headshots and 28 assists, they played incredibly well today. But look at the average survival time. I mean, every single map. I mean, it could have been better if not for that last Erangel, but already it is 21 minutes and 56 seconds, almost 22 minutes in every single game they are surviving.
That is just disgusting. Let me tell you
Ridiculous.
one thing right now, because A, they are, heavy hitters right off the bat. B, if they survive all the way till the end, that means they're going to get a few more finishes along the way.
I mean, look at GodLike Esports. Look at Jonathan. He's just silencing every single one of his enemies at this point of time.
Of course, and in fact, he's going to be silencing all his naysayers out there as well. But then again, that is part and parcel of this game. You always have your fans, and then you always have your critiques. Now, the thing is, GodLike Esports, man, they've kind of made a little bit of a statement. Now, of course, TSM did have the upper hand towards the first half of the day, but then again, GodLike, well, you just have to give them a little bit of leeway, and they are going to run away with the show. And speaking about the show, remember, it's only day one.
Yep.
This is just day one of the iQOO BGIS Grand Finals. We still have 3 more days in store for you, and, well, the action is going to continue once again tomorrow.
I mean, again, GodLike would come in, they would love to dominate, but at this point of time, I think other teams would love to step up. It's day one, it's over, the nerves were there, the nerves are over. Now the teams can show their real class. Day 2 would be just epic.
Day 2, of course, is going to be, full of all those fan favorite moments. Like he said, it is going to be epic. We are going to see all the clashes, and once again, keep one thing in mind. All the action does begin at 5 p.m. Of course, we are going to update you about all the match timings as well.
Yes, sir.
In real time. So if you do come in, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that notification bell, because the moment we go live, well, you're going to get a notification. All you got to do is click it, and boom, there you are in the studio with us. And keep in mind, again, 5 o'clock tomorrow is when we start all the action once again.
Well, absolutely. This is going to be just fantastic. Today was a brilliant day, XP. I mean, I have to say, I have some great memories from it. These guys are going to become legends soon.
Oh, they are going to be legends soon. But again, for now, I think from Sparrow and myself and everyone here at the iQOO BGIS 2021, we are going to wish you a good night. We are going to bid you adieu. Remember, you better be here back tomorrow, because all the action is just getting started.